You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, I'm here. Don't worry, guys. Sorry about that. My God. Nothing with the computer. Don't worry. No computer issues, just other issues. Hot room issues, internet issues, stuff like that, camera issues. Well, I guess you could say it's partly computer because my camera was having difficulties for some reason connecting to my computer. But anyways, guys, we're here. We're having some drinks. Pour yourself a drink. What's happening? Oh, man. Let's see. Let me turn on the music here. Hopefully you guys are having good. Talk to me. How's everybody doing out there? I know everybody like left. They're like, he ain't showing up. So sorry about that. Oh, cheers. All good. Oh, one of these days I'll make it on time, right? Maybe? No, probably not. I think everybody's probably left already. What's happening, Monique? Good to see you. Good to see you. What do you got tonight? You got Peruvian mayo coba beans. I don't think I've ever had those. Sounds interesting. With homemade cheesecake, with home cheesecake factory brown bread with butter. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Good to see you. Thank you, Monique, for making me hungry, as you do. What's going on, Ghoul? Good to see you, buddy. And we got Jason right here. What is happening? All right, let's see. Let me make sure I got some things going here. Post that pin. All right, and then of course we got Mr. ZOMG Ruler right here. Dave, wow, 10 years of BvS and it's still as divisive as ever. If anything, it's more. Jesus Christ. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit too with the opening. I mean, I think the general consensus is largely the same as 2016. Some have changed their minds, but it's consistent. Yeah, I was going to talk about that, of course, yeah. Sorry, but I like Moana, but the live action one looks disappointing. I mostly like it for the cast and The Rock. Yeah, but my God, does he just the wig on The Rock? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Yeah, I don't know. It's all just pretty crazy when it comes to all that. And then you guys were having some conversations. Happy Friday, chat. Yep, good to see you, Kev. Again, sorry that I was late, guys. You gotta love it when you get those technical difficulties, and then all of a sudden you're like, when you're trying to do stuff, and I was trying to get something ready to go, and then for clip purposes, and then I lost track of time. Baseball is back, and the Giants suck. The Giants, my Giants, suck right now. Oh, do they suck? They have not scored a run. They've gotten shut out in the first two games. So things are going great for the Giants already. Awesome, right? What's going on, Droga? Good to see you. We got Devin right here. What's happening? Hello. Do you think the new WB movie has the actress from Deadpool 2 will do well in the box office? And holy crap, The Rock's fake hair. Yeah. You're talking about Zazie Beetz, right? That's the movie I wanted to see. What's it called? They All Want to Kill You or whatever the hell? Yeah, I wanted to see that movie, and that's what the movie I was planning on seeing yesterday, but the times didn't work for me. They Will Kill You. That's right. Yeah, They Will Kill You. Okay, then we're great. So Droga's seen it. Yeah, I wanted to see it, and maybe I'll see it this weekend. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe going tomorrow and maybe just seeing a Saturday show or something like that. I don't know. See how I feel tomorrow. I do want to get a lot of work done and clean around here too. But yeah, I wanted to see that last night. So when I got done with work, which work's been kicking my ass a little bit with what I've been working on, and the fact that that whole thing where work, they have a system that just doesn't work. You know that saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, when it comes to jabs and stuff like that, they tend to always just go, hey, even though this is working, we're going to try to fix it. So yeah, there's like a new system that they're implementing next week. So of course I had to do all this training and stuff on it. And yeah, it was just like that kind of week. It's been that kind of week. And so Didn't make it to the movie. So when I got done with work, I was trying to get a video. I was trying to get that Val Kilmer video done, and I was going to post it last night before I went to the movies, but then just it took a lot longer, and I only had a 5:20 showing and a 7:40 showing. And the 5:20 showing I just couldn't make. I got done with the video, and it was already like, oh wow, I got like a half an hour, and it takes me 20 minutes to get to the theater. So I went, nope, that ain't happening. And then I was like, I ain't going to the 7:40 because I was tired, and I didn't want to stay. I mean, I know it's not a long movie, but I still would have gotten home probably around 9:30, close to 10 o'clock. So I was like, no, I'm not going to go see this. So maybe I'll go see it tomorrow. I do want to see it. It looks like it's a lot of fun. I like Zazie Beetz. That's her name, right? I always get confused because I always call David Zaslav Zazie Pants. So then I'm sitting there going, am I calling her the right name? Zazie Beetz? You know, obviously, yeah, she was Domino in Deadpool. She was in Joker. Been a lot of other stuff too, but yeah. Anyways, all right. I'm rambling, but good to see you, Devin. Yeah, happy. Yeah, it really is. What's going on, El Hombre? What's happening? We got Anna Wack, Beatbox. They are going to make Bruce Banner turn into Gray Hulk because the green... I see what you did there, buddy. I see what you did there. Good job. Good job. Stephanie T, great to see you. Always good to see Stephanie in the chat. Happy Friday to you. I know you're begging. You're probably up in Canada. You're probably begging for some of the, I don't know what the weather is like up there, but you could have some of this heat right now. I wasn't ready for this heat right now. Thankfully, California is going to be cooling down next week. But yeah, we got this crazy heat wave that just showed up like a week and a half ago. And it's just been, it got almost to 100 degrees. So, and I just wasn't ready for it. So, man, this room's been hot. Like I told you guys, my studio/office is the hottest room in the house. So I got to deal with that. But good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. We got Mr. Balga. Depending on the day, BvS Ultimate Edition and okay. So you're yeah. See, I'm like that with Dark Knight and Batman Begins. I kind of go back and forth. You know, I think I'm not like that with Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy. I just BvS. There's just something about BvS that it always remains number one. I could see Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's Justice League maybe doing this, but my ranking usually is BvS, Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's Justice League when it comes to that trilogy. But I don't know. Batman vs Superman, just the Ultimate Edition, it hit all the right spots. It hit all the right spots. That's right. It did. My IMAX showing a Super Dogs in IMAX for some reason the PHM and PHM at night, which is impossible for me because I work and I don't go too late because, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, movie times, if I didn't have work today, I would have went to that 7:40 showing. But yeah, I decided not to. Yeah, we got William right here. Yes, Dave, Giants suck. And whatever, dude. Oh, man. I know. Of course, you got to rub it in, but I'm just saying, I was talking to my supervisor today, and he doesn't even want to watch baseball anymore because he thinks like there's no reason to, because the Dodgers, their payroll is like more than like, there's like, he said like, oh yeah, there's like 6 teams. If you put their payroll together, it's still not as much as the Dodgers. And I'm going, yeah, that needs to be fixed. I know Dodger fans love it and everything like that, but it is killing baseball. It is ruining baseball. And that's just a fact. I'm sorry to say that, Dodger fans. And I know you're enjoying it, sure. But at the same time, I don't think they're going to three-peat. I think somebody else is going to finally do that. But there needs to be something looked at when it comes to like some of the payrolls and stuff like that. And it's getting pretty ridiculous. In a world where we talk about money and stuff like that all the time, we gotta pump the brakes on some of this spending that's going on, especially when baseball is notably losing ratings. They're not going to be able to keep this up, but at the same time, it's still baseball. It's still fun. It's still whatever. Let's see. Yeah. Zazie was, she was adorable. Absolutely adorable as Domino. Yeah. So I might, if I'm feeling up to it, I might just decide to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go see like a midday showing tomorrow. Hopefully, depending on how hungover I get. Nah, I'm pretty good with the hangovers now. Let's see. Daredevil episode was fine. Matthew Lillard is a charisma machine. Sorry, Tarantino. I know. I was like, you know what? Got to wear my Daredevil shirt tonight for sure. Haven't worn this bad boy in a little bit. Dave, did you watch the trailer, The Furious? It's starring from the actors of The Raid. No, I didn't see that one. What happened to your Giants? They're just starting off bad right now. That's all. Just 2 games that they got shut out. They have not scored a run yet. Hopefully tomorrow will be better, and they better be because we have a new manager. The Giants have a new manager, and I was very confident in this new manager. If this new manager cannot pull, it's not looking good. There's a lot of pressure on the guy right now, and if this keeps up, he's going to be in the unemployment line come Monday. So, what's going on, Tosca Beckham? Hey, Dave, the Rock wig is definitely something. In what world does Nathan Fillion have a... Good point. That's a good point. Yes, the Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion wig does seem like it actually fits and looks better. Somehow, it looks better than Dwayne Johnson's wig. I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're thinking when it comes to this. And that's why I wanted to... like I said, it was a slow news week. Wasn't really much to talk about because we had trailer madness last week when it came to Dune and Spider-Man. And then it was like, okay, this week, not much was happening. That's why it was one of the reasons why I didn't do a Film Junkie Live members edition on Wednesday, because there really wasn't much to talk about. And it was opening day, and I wanted to watch the Giants get their asses fucking handed to them on Netflix. That was crazy. See, that's the thing. Man, I'm just ranting off about my freaking favorite baseball team because I'm like, hey, baseball's back. And then opening day, it's a Netflix event. Of course, Netflix brings out all the bells and whistles and everything like that. You're on this big stage. You have, it's a home game. You're going up against the Yankees. It's like, hey, at least put up somewhat of a fight. They did not at all. They didn't put up any fight at all. They look like a team. They look like a little league fucking team. It was crazy. And I'm like, man, you needed to succeed at least a little bit. At least put up a fight. You needed a show. You're on Netflix opening night. They did all this stuff, and you just play like freaking little leaguers, man. It was so dumb. All right, rant over about the Giants. I swear I'm not going to talk about how bad the Giants are right now. Just in 2 games. Tony Movie Chat, Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave, any plan on doing a BvS watch along? I haven't really thought, maybe we could, I don't know. I was tempted. Maybe we could do it. I don't know if I'm feeling up to it, maybe on Saturday. I don't know if anybody would be down for that, if anybody would want to join. It's always very hard to organize that because you have to, I can't, if it'd be pretty cool if we could just put like, hey, I could just share the screen and there's the movie. You can't do that. Because of copyright, they'll just dive bomb the stream. So anytime you do a live watch, you have to have like a timer set and make sure that people know where you're at in the movie. And then of course, if you stream it, which is probably what I would do, is because I don't have a Blu-ray player up here, sometimes it could just cut out. I don't know. It's such a pain to do it, but hey, if I'm feeling good, Tigers are going to go all the way. Yeah, no, you got Verlander back, which Verlander was a Giant last year, and I knew they weren't going to re-sign him, which I'm glad. I'm glad, though. I'm happy that he's going to retire a Tiger. That's the way it should be. With a career like his, and as long as he was with the Tigers, he should retire a Tiger. I'm sending my birthday at 12 here in your life. There you go. All right. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Omega Swiper. Happy birthday to you. Still feels like winter here. So yeah, it is full on summer here. It almost got up to 100 degrees. It got up to 99, I think, Wednesday? I think Tuesday and Wednesday, it got like 98, 99. Today it was only like, I don't know, 91. But thankfully, come Sunday, which thankfully, because I'm helping move my nephew, it's actually going to start going down. And then we're going to have like 60s and 70s next week. Oh, my week has been long and grueling a little bit. So, but that's why I look forward to this. And yeah, and it sucks when I'm like trying to get everything going and I start late. I hate that. Yeah, I think we're going to rewatch that. I think we're going to rewatch that one trailer that Zach posted, because he knew exactly which trailer is the best trailer. I think we're going to do a rewatch. I think we're going to do that. Cheap owners are killing baseball. Maybe that's part of it, but also big payrolls are killing baseball. I'm sorry. Again, I know it's because your team is getting all the good shit and winning from that, but it's a little bit of both. Okay, you gotta have a middle ground there. Yes, there are some cheap owners too. Yes, understandable, but the cheap owners are going, hey, baseball is not getting the ratings it is. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are like, go, go, go. You go to Dodger Stadium, you're paying $32 for a beer. You're paying $25 for a hot dog. Fucking ridiculous, man. Fucking ridiculous. Tell me, do you bleed? What's going on, Jedi MILF? Good to see ya. An underrated moment in BvS is when Alfred talks about good men turning and then cutting to Lex's introduction. Yes, it's the thing. There's so many layers. That's what I love about BvS. Out of the 3 movies, that movie has so many layers. So many layers to it, It's great. Technically, yeah, but we're not counting that. We're not counting that because, again, there's the theatrical version. The theatrical version still is good, okay? Now, I don't watch it, but I understand why it's there. And if you don't understand why why they cut out that half hour, if you don't understand why some of the that's weird. If you don't understand why there was a theatrical version, if you don't understand why there's the theatrical version, well, Zach explained it on, he even explained it recently on the Happy Sad Confused podcast, where he said, like, at that time, like IMAX and everything and the projectors and everything, they couldn't like last more than, I think, like a certain amount of time, like 2.5 hours or something like that. That's why they had to cut it down. Some people didn't know that, and I was even like talking about it. Everybody was just like, oh, it's just because the studio wanted money and more screens. It's like, yeah, that can be true, but it was mainly because they wanted it in IMAX, and IMAX can't handle a 3-hour movie. They can handle it now. Now the technology, of course, is better, and now you can have. Well, I mean, I've watched Zack Snyder Justice League in IMAX, so that's a 4-hour movie. So now they can do that. How do you think the world and critics would have thought of BvS, the Ultimate Edition, been in theater? I think there would have been a little. I think people still would have hated it, but I think a little less when it comes to the critics, because I think that half hour would have done it justice. But, I still remember when I watched John Schnepp. He went to the premiere of the Ultimate Edition. Sadly, I wanted to go to that, but I don't know. I forgot exactly why I didn't. But he did like a live in May. Of course, may he rest in peace, Schnepp. He did a live, I think, on Collider or whatever the hell whoever he was working for. He did a live. He had a complete flip. He didn't like the theatrical, but he thought the Ultimate Edition was fantastic. Like he had a big time flip. So I always go to that, because I remember watching that live and just going, holy shit. And I hadn't seen the Ultimate Edition yet, but I knew just by some of the clips that we saw that were removed, I was like, oh, this is totally going to be better, 100%. So it's going to be in the 60s in the coming days here too. Yeah, thank God. Jesus Christ. Mike and Nick, Alice, I'm watching it right now. Okay. On Disney Plus, you should watch it. Okay, maybe I'll give it a shot. Do you think the Avengers Doomsday trailer will come out? It'll be attached to Spider-Man for sure, but they'll probably release it earlier than that, I imagine. We all know. Yeah. See, I was just watching the Blue Jays game. Blue Jays get opener tonight. I think it was their opener tonight. Man, they have a pitcher, Gosman, the Blue Jays. He used to be a Giant, and the Giants got rid of him, and he now kicks ass because the Giants are fucking stupid. Sorry, I got to stop talking about the Giants. I'm just disappointed. Can you tell? I'm a fan that is disappointed on how this season is starting. I love baseball. It's my favorite sport. My favorite sport to watch. I know it's slow and everything like that, but I still love it. There's something about the game that is so unique. And when your team just is like totally a shit sandwich right now, it's like, it's frustrating. Schnepp always told it. Yeah, he always told it like it is. That's what I loved about that guy. You know, I did not agree with certain takes for when it came to other stuff, but I think I mostly agreed with him because he always, you know, he was honest. He was great, you know, and man, I still wish that guy was alive. He'd probably be doing some great things. I loved his Superman, the Death of Superman Lives doc. That doc is fantastic. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, but I still remember that vividly because I remember watching his review of BvS and he just was like, he wasn't having it. And then he watched the Ultimate Edition. And he was like, the look on his face was so sincere. He's all, that half hour made so much of a difference. And he was like, and it was just, I was like, oh yeah. Was it AMC Movie Talk? No, I don't know if it was that. I don't know if it was AMC Movie Talk. Sup. What's going on, DJ F? Let's see. Tony Movie Chappie. Dave, why do you think they was so much hate towards BvS before it even was released in theaters? There wasn't that much hate. I don't think there was actually that much hate beforehand, to be honest. I didn't see much hate beforehand. I saw a lot of hate after. The hate just like, there was like a wave of hate that came out after. I think that's, I didn't really see too much hate before. There was a lot of excitement before. Now, I think the hate started because WB, those fucking chuckleheads, decided to release that third trailer that revealed Doomsday. I think that's where that stuff started. And people didn't like the Doomsday design. I think that's where things really started. So thank you, WB, Toby Emmerich, Sujihara, right? That was his name. Those fucks. Jesus. Anyway, cheers, guys. Keep on asking questions. Keep on talking. You know, obviously we got a lot to talk about when it comes to that, and want to get everybody on the panel talking about BvS and whatnot. But like I said, I didn't see a movie, so usually I start off the stream after I talk to you guys. I usually do like a review, but I of course didn't see a movie. But hey, let's talk about this guy right here. Let's do a full review because I did post a little short about Daredevil Born Again, episode 1, season 2. Technically, it's season 4. 5? Yeah, it's 5. I remember I made that. I talked about that on Film Chunky Live. I'm like, technically, I thought for some reason there was 5 seasons of the original and then 2 seasons of this. But I was like, no, there's only 3 seasons of the original, right? And then 2 seasons of this. Am I in the fucking... am I having a Mandela effect or whatever? Yes. Okay. 5. Technically season 5. Yes. I remember I was having like a crazy Mandela effect kind of thing. But anyways, let me give a full review since we'll be talking about it. Like I said, the opening was like just reminding me of Batman Begins. Because, you know, there's dudes, you know, security, you know, dudes like on a dock. Well, they're on a ship, but it almost was like there's crates and everything, and they're just walking around with their rifles, and then all of a sudden Daredevil just comes in and starts, you know, knocking them out and everything. So it was just kind of, there's some Batman Begins vibes in the opening, which I thought was really cool. I like Matthew Lillard's character. Like somebody said, he's very charismatic and stuff. And there's some slow moments. There's some like interesting moments where I was like, okay, you're building it up. You got Karen, you got Murdoch and everything. When it comes to when it comes to their relationship and how she's getting her information. They're just trying to like remind you. I still don't like, you know what I don't like is like that girl who is in a relationship with Kingpin's like right-hand man, and she like hosts like a little like online show. I never really liked that aspect when they had that, because they were trying to make it, oh yeah, she's got like this, you know, YouTube show or something. I don't know. It was just that was always like, okay. But you know, I mean, I'm curious to see where it goes and everything. So, and I thought the fight scenes were pretty good. I thought all the Daredevil stuff was pretty good. And yeah, you know, it wasn't like, oh my God, it was the best opener ever, but still got the job done. You know? Anyways. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot, you know, we got to raise our glasses. We lost another one today, but at the same time, he died at 94. 94 years old, so he lived a very full life. But to James Tolkan, that's right, Mr. Strickland. You know, he wasn't in a lot of movies. I think mainly people remember him from Back to the Future and Top Gun. What was his name in Top Gun? Striper, or something like that. And then, of course, he was in He-Man, the He-Man movie that first came out, too, during that time. He had, like, a little thing where he was just, like, that guy for, like, 3 years in the 80s. He was just that guy and everything. And cheers to him. He passed away today. But like I said, he passed away at 94, so he lived a long, full life. So cheers to James Tolkan. I mean, obviously, it's just it's the guy. It's Mr. Strickland. You grew up watching those movies, and you know, he passed away today. So, so cheers to him and his and condolences to his family. I mean, and you watch Masters of the Universe. God, that movie is so bad, but it's so 80s, so it makes it so good. And he's so good. It's funny, too, because now I'm like, well, maybe we'll bring it up. I'm like wondering, like, what other movies was he in right now? Man. I mean, is he the first Back to the Future actor to die, or has someone else passed too? The bartender. The bartender in Back to the Future Part 3, I forgot his name, something Clark, Matt Clark. He died earlier this week. So you're probably thinking about that, Ghoul. The bartender from Back to the Future 3. It's time to wake up, time to make some wake-up juice. Yeah, that guy. All right. Batman versus Superman. Batman v Superman, whatever you want to call it. I always said versus. I always still found it weird that they, you know, went from Batman versus Superman to Batman v Superman. But I think Zach even explained it at one point that they decided to do that because it sounded like it was like a courtroom battle, because anytime, you know, Roe v. Wade, and, you know, it was always a V when it came to that. So they decided to drop the, you know, the verses and just did the V. Just put the V out there. That sounded weird. I know it did. That's why I said it. Okay, guys, it's Friday. I'm having some vodka. So I say stuff like that. Okay? Put your V out there. I don't know what I'm even talking about. 10 freaking years, man. I tell you. It's insane. It's absolutely insane that this is that it's been 10 years. I still remember the anticipation. The anticipation for this movie was, yeah, there's so much anticipation when we of course got the tease at Comic-Con the year before, and basically just all the lead up to it. Of course, it got delayed, and then he had the, you know, Captain America Civil War. We know that they decided to do that because they found out that, oh man, they're doing a Batman vs Superman. Well, we got to have our clashing of our main dudes. The only thing that was different, though, they had an easier time. Marvel Studios had a much easier time with their movie because they already had their universe already established, and they were already, people already loved Iron Man and Captain America and everything. Like when it came to Batman vs Superman, there was only one movie, which was Man of Steel. There was no Batman already, or at least this Batman, and no Wonder Woman. There was a lot of things that went against it. So, of course, that was a lot of things, I guess, like going back to talking about like the backlash before it even came out. I think a lot of people were like, what the fuck? Why are we getting introduced to all these heroes in this movie when they should be having their own movies? Because, the Marvel formula was always, hey, you have a solo movie, origin solo movie, team up, solo movie, team up. It was always that. But Zack didn't want to do that. And then, of course, we all know that Zack, the plan initially at one point was, okay, if Man of Steel is a success, it's just going to lead into like, oh yeah, we'll just do a sequel and we'll bring in Brainiac. We'll tease Brainiac because he teased. You saw the symbols in the changing machines. You saw that. I mean, we all saw that. We're like, wait, that looks like a Brainiac kind of design right there. So naturally it was like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. Get Brainiac. Let's get Brainiac. But of course, Zack, being the Dark Knight Returns lover that he is, where Batman takes on Superman, the boy inside was like going, hey, well, what if Batman's the villain? And of course, you put the Batman dick on the table. Nobody can't but just be shocked to be like, oh my God, we got to do that. You just whipped it out, Zack. You whipped out the bat dick. Yeah. So you couldn't put it back. You just got to leave it out there. You got to leave it out there. You can't just put it away. After that, you can't put it away. So then it was like, all right, now it's on. And if you put Batman in something, naturally, the damn movie is just going to be like, oh yeah, they're going to totally back up the movie. So obviously, when it came out, I remember when it came out, the excitement of that night, I remember going with some friends. It was a packed house. God, I still remember watching the Wonder Woman entrance. I mean, that is still going to be the best superhero entrance. It still is. In my opinion, that is still the best superhero entrance to this day. Still is, no matter what. I don't care what anybody says. That is still the best entrance. When she saves Batman's ass, and when the music plays and everything, it's just too freaking good, man. It's just too freaking good. So yeah, I don't know, there's that. Hold on, just trying to key up the thing here because I want to watch that one trailer just because we're celebrating. I should have had it already keyed up, and I can't find it, of course, now. When did it come out? I can't find it. When was this? 2 days ago? Okay, come on. What are we doing here? Why is it that it seems like it's impossible to find things on Twitter? Is it me? Or does it seem like it's very impossible? God, there was a long trailer. I mean, we're going to watch it. I don't give a shit. But I remember like the people cheered in my theater when the movie ended. People cheered. And when she showed up, people and stuff like that. So, yeah. It was just like a pretty magical moment. I saw it. I think I saw it. I saw it 3 times. I did see it 3 times in the theater. And yeah, I enjoyed it. But then, of course, obviously the Ultimate Edition is the way to go. But I mean, we're celebrating the fact because Zack's been celebrating March is his birthday. March is the month that he releases his movies. 300, Watchmen, Sucker Punch. They all came out. Snyder Cut came out. It's crazy, Snyder Cut, 5 years, Batman vs Superman, 10 years. And then, of course, it was the discourse, and it was a very divisive movie. I remember talking with people, coworkers and friends, people at comic book shops. It was a mixed bag. People just absolutely loathed it. They were like, what the fuck was that? It was boring. It was this, it was that. It was like, I thought it was going to be, I mean, you go back to my video, there's even times when I watched, because I watched it 3 times. There was even times where I'm like, it's missing something. It's missing something here. Maybe they could have did this or could have did that. I did a video where I was like, yeah, maybe it could have needed a scene like this or something like that. But then the Ultimate Edition, totally, that half an hour, totally was like, oh, okay, there it is. I went, wait, that, there it is. That's what it was missing. Okay, Zach had it. They had it. That's good. Yeah, it's good. You know, I had some other like ideas that maybe like would have done. You know, I was like, oh no, there it is. There's the Clark Kent scenes, the Lois Lane scenes, the extended Lex Luthor scenes. You know, it's like, okay, there we go. Yeah, that helped. So, anyways, let's fire this up. Let's go. Let's rewatch. Let's rewatch the Comic-Con Batman versus Superman trailer. Let's do like a kind of reaction, but we already, of course, seen it. But I mean, just how good this freaking trailer was. And this is the trailer that Zach posted because it's just so freaking good. Let's do this. Of course, I don't have my background. Let me put my background on. All right, there we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Make sure it's turned up all the way.
Today is a day for truth.
For truth.
The world needs to know what happened and to know what he stands for. That kind of power is very dangerous.
So tension, and this right here. I remember just being so like, oh my God, Bruce was there. Bruce was there. But yes, and he's running. He's running towards the destruction. Let's go, Bruce Wayne. Ah.
Let the record show that this committee holds him responsible.
That's how it starts. The fever.
The fever. The rage.
The rage that turns good men
Ah, that bat suit.
cruel.
This bat vigilante is like a one-man reign of terror.
You don't get to decide what the right thing is. Nobody cares about Clark Kent taking on the Batman.
No!
This means something. It's all some people have. It's all that gives them hope.
People hate what they don't understand. Be their hero, Clark. Be their angel. Be their monument. Be anything they need you to be. Or be none of it. You don't owe this world a thing. You never did.
Do you know the oldest lie in America, Senator? The devils don't come from hell beneath us. They come from the sky.
Like, oh my
20
God,
years in
God.
Gotham,
And then, oh my
and
God,
good guys are
the
left.
Robin suit.
I'm gonna
Oh my
stay
God,
that way.
Diana.
He has the power to wipe out the entire human race.
Oh, that shot.
And we have to destroy him. You're gonna go to war. He is not our enemy.
Black and blue. God versus man. Day versus night. The red capes are coming. The red capes are coming.
And this shot right here. Oh my God. What a way to end the trailer. Oh my God, look at that. Bah, 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 bah. God, it's so good. Yeah, that's one of the best trailers. Superhero trailers? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I posted that day of. And, you know, celebrating a lot of people, a lot of positivity out there and everything like that. And then, of course, the dickheads have to show up in the mentions. Because, you know, when somebody is being positive and celebrating something that they like, you got to have these faceless dickheads show up in the I love I love the backhanded compliments that I've received in my mentions when I posted that. And I'm just like, is life really that bad where you just feel the need to show up in someone's fucking mentions and be like, trailer's great, too bad it was fucking garbage. Ugh. That was like the running theme when it came to that whole time. You know, it was like the running theme, like when I look at my mentions when it comes to this, where they just like, and I just kept going, yeah, cool story. You know, cool. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, sadly, it turned out to be one of the worst superhero movies have ever made. That's right, guys, ever. Batman vs. Superman was worse than Catwoman, Jonah Hex, Green Lantern. It was worse than all those. I love the hyperbole, guys. Keep on the hyperbole. Where do you work at? Do you work at a Popeyes? Do you work at a fucking Best Buy? I don't know what drives you to do that. What drives you to do that? I tell you. But like I said, you just gotta love that because I just don't understand that sometimes. I'm like, if someone is enjoy something, post something, and like celebrate something online, I thought that was a shit sandwich. I don't feel the need to jump into someone's mentions. But at the same time, the reason why I'm even talking about this, guys, because you know, some people might be like, Dave, why even talk about the haters out there? Because after 10 years, they still feel the need, because some of them had Superman, even gun Superman, profile pictures, that they just feel the need to be like, no, you're wrong. After 10 years, I'm like, if this movie's irrelevant, if it was such a dog shit movie, why do you feel the need after 10 years to shit on it in someone's mentions that you don't even follow on Twitter? That just shows you right there the impact. And you can't deny that. You can't deny that at all. The fact that this is still divisive to this day, people still bring it up to this day. When Zach posted things about it, people still lose their shit. Nobody's talking about Captain America Civil War like this. Nobody is. Barely anybody talks about Captain America Civil War. Maybe every now and again you see that one shot of like Iron Man doing the boo, you know, and the Cap shield, which is a very cool shot. Maybe you'll see that. You'll see that gif flowing around, but you don't hear anything talked about when it comes to Captain America Civil War. So fuck off. Okay? That just shows you right there. All right? Let's just relax. Let's just relax a little bit. But it just shows you that this movie, the impact that it had to the superhero genre, it shook up. While Marvel Studios was just rolling along, being comfortable with their formula, this movie came about. Man of Steel already kind of shook things up, but then this movie really shook things up. And yeah, it was ahead of its time. It was ahead of its time. But we say that a lot about Zack Snyder movies. Ahead of its time. Watchmen was ahead of its time. So yeah, there you go. I just wanted to talk about it like that. Just wanted to rant off about that a little bit. So, yeah, exactly. Civil War who? You said it perfectly right there. You did. You did. All right. Celebrating 51 months. Fear Jason. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for... Oh, crap. You're awesome. You're awesome. Yeah, WonderCon is this weekend. I had a chance to go to it, but I just had plans and stuff, and I wanted to just kind of, you know, I wanted to get some stuff done. So, I don't know, like, I always forget when I totally forgot if I remember that WonderCon was going to you know, if I knew the certain date and I had time to prepare, I would have probably tried to go. But sadly, I just didn't do that, which, sucks. But hey, I would like to go check it out because it's over in Anaheim. Maybe next year. And then, of course, we got Comic-Con, and I'm just kind of like, I kind of want to go. I don't know. I'm just not big with like the big crowds. I just kind of go like, I mean, I know it's fun. I know it's this and I know it's that, but and I do want to attend, but sometimes I just go, I don't know. But, one of these times I just need to go, you know what? Maybe next year I'll just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go to the MegaCon, WonderCon, Comic-Con, CinemaCon. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make that like a goal for next year. Maybe I should do that, guys. What do you think? Should I just make it a goal to try to just finally just go out to these cons? I think I have enough status to get a press badge. If I have to pay, obviously I'm going to have to pay things, of course, but I'm just like, maybe I should just fucking just, because I always go, there's nothing really there that I'm thinking in. But then I'm like, well, no, I can meet people, meet fellow, creators who I've talked to, fans. I think it's and I just kind of, I've been to stuff, obviously, but I don't know. I just never make it a priority. I always just go nah, I'm just going to report whatever comes out of it. Maybe I should make more of an attempt. Maybe next year I'll just try to make an attempt to attend some cons. Sly Bat Dude, 60 months, man. I don't know why, but Cam looks much clearer and clean. That's good. I mean, it could be partially StreamYard. Maybe they upgraded their stuff. Could be the new computer a little bit too. I know there's been some others that said oh yeah, your camera's looking better, and I'm like, maybe it has to do with because I have my new PC, which can handle the quality of the video a lot better than the old one. Could be that. I don't know. But I'm glad that it does. Yes, do it. So yeah. See, I mean, I think I just gotta stop being, such a. I don't want to. I have to do that. I gotta do this. I gotta, especially with certain ones where I have to get on a plane. There's certain ones, but I mean, most of it, the 4 that I mentioned, I think MegaCon, right? That was just recently. That's back east. That'd be the only one I had to get on a plane. WonderCon, that's in Anaheim. That is an hour and a half drive. Comic-Con is a 2.5 hour drive, 2 hour drive. And CinemaCon is a 4 hour drive. So everything else would be driving. So, yeah. I don't know. CinemaCon's not the biggest thing. It's mainly for distributors and stuff like that. So, but I don't know. I should probably make it a priority one of these days. Dave, do you think Marvel copied DC's plan as far as the endpoint? No, I don't think they copied it at the endpoint. I know there was always that rumor. I don't believe that rumor. I'm not gonna rule out that maybe they might have gotten some they're gonna be doing there's a time travel aspect that they're doing in Justice League. Maybe we should incorporate that. I'm not gonna. Maybe there was something when it comes to that, but I know some people are full on ripped it off. I'm like, no, I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but maybe they thought about doing the time travel aspect of it when they heard that the original plan of Justice League, they were going to utilize Flash. Well, I mean, they were already that was going to BvS. That was already shown in BvS of time travel. So maybe that has something. I just don't. I've never been on and I know there's been people that have oh yeah, they totally, Kevin Feige ripped off Zach, and I'm like, Jeff Johns worked with, I'm like, why would, I was like, no, as much as I hate Jeff Johns, I don't think he was actually trying to, he's sabotage what was going on in DC to Kevin Feige and going, hey, this is what's happening. I just, as dumb as that guy was for some of the shit that he pulled, I don't think he's not that dumb. I can give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. I don't think he was actually trying to be like, this is what we're doing. Maybe you guys should do it. Shut up. Yeah, there was always those conspiracy theories, and they're still out there, of course. So, Lord of the Rings is getting a new movie. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Never was a big fan of the movies and the Harry Potter movies. And I know there's a new Harry Potter show that's coming out that, a lot of people are talking about. Controversy, of course, when it comes to certain things. Obviously, controversy when it comes to J.K. Rowling and stuff. But, I think a lot of people just don't even look at it like that because a lot of things, whatever. Not going to get into all that. But essentially, it's like, I was never a big Harry Potter fan. I watched the first 3 movies. Didn't really get into the later movies. It's just not my thing. Those types of movies just weren't my thing. They just weren't my thing. So, and then I saw that Stephen Colbert is going to be writing it. I'm like, why? Stephen Colbert? Really? I mean, all right. If they think he has a good, if he pitched a treatment and they thought it was good, fine. I don't really like Stephen Colbert. I've never been really a fan of his from The Daily Show to where he is now. I just never really got his sense of humor. Never really got it. And yeah, so power to him. Oh, I love PC talk. Regular working desktop or gaming one? Gaming one. It's a pre-built that I got. So if you look at my post, I did. Yeah, it's a big boy. It's got a lot of fans. Got a lot of power to it. It's got some good shit under the hood. And yeah, man, I love it. It's so freaking lightning fast and everything. So it's got a fast processor. It's got plenty of RAM, plenty of and the graphics card is up there. So I have not seen any glitches or anything. The only glitches I see is with Google Chrome, but Google Chrome just has glitches. I had glitches with Google Chrome with my last computer where it just randomly will just be like, oh, sorry. And I'm like, and then they give you a message like, oh, it seems like your computer doesn't. I'm like, shut up. And I just reload and it just pops up again. And it's like, shut up. Fucking Chrome. I love Chrome. But man, it for some reason, it just kind of, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I've seen a lot of positivity. I even asked people like what they thought, and then a lot of people said they're in. So see what happens. Like I said, I was never really into it, so maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll give it a shot because why not? I think it. Yeah, new Harry Potter looks fine. Not really excited. Yeah. I'm with the Y to yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, so no, not Screen Rant, not the Stephen Colbert. That's so funny because when I first started talking to Stephen, I thought your last name is Colbert, and then he goes, no, mine actually sounds the way it's spelled. I was like, whoa, yeah. So it's like Stephen Colbert, and then it's, the Stephen that we know is Stephen Colbert. I did send that to him. I'm like, congratulations, Stephen. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he's a huge nerd. So hey, maybe he's got something. Like I said, I just never really liked the guy. So yeah, just never got his humor. I just never really thought he was that funny. But then again, he's writing something that's not a comedy, so maybe it's like he doesn't have to be funny. So that's cool. Your Braves won. Well, good for you. No, they have 2 games and they have yet to score a run. It's bad. Why do you have to remind me? Damn it, Antonio. It's okay. Grew up on Harry Potter, both movies and books, but I'll pass. Wow, interesting. Okay. So even though you grew up on all that, you're just not feeling it. It was funny, too, because I posted it and I was asking people, and somebody in my mentions goes, too soon. And I went, too soon? And I even had to check. And I went, when did the last Harry Potter movie came out? 15 years ago, 2011. I was like, too soon. And then I went, when did the first Harry Potter movie come out? 2001. 25 years ago. I'm like, how is it too soon? Of course, the guy didn't answer because he probably realized, well, that was stupid. I was like, all right, if you have an excuse, just don't say too soon. I'm like, how the fucking 15 years since the last one, 25 since the first one, I think, if I'm right. Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ, people are funny. They're like, too soon. Like, no, just say you're like, no, it's not for me. Too soon. Like the last movie didn't come out 5 years ago, bud, or 3 years ago. It came out 15 years ago. Like, what are we doing right here? Ugh. But hopefully I think it's going to be a success. Seems like I saw more positivity than not. So, and by the way, if you notice, my lighting is different. I have a little yellow-ish lighting. I mentioned this on Film Junkie Live that I got a new light in here, a little neon light. I can't turn the camera to show it, but it's my Back to the Future. I have a Back to the Future neon light that I found at Hobby Lobby randomly last weekend. I just decided to go into a Hobby Lobby. There was like a little mall. I was just like, I had lunch with my mom and her best friend. I brought them sandwich. I picked up sandwiches and I brought them to them, and we hung out for a little bit, played with their little dogs, and I didn't feel like going home right away. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go to the little mall right here and just kind of walk around because I just was feeling like that. And I just walked into Hobby Lobby. They're having this crazy fucking sale where everything, like so many things were like half off, 60% off. I was like, are they going out of business? They probably will eventually because malls are just like going all the shit. And I found this fucking Back to the Future shows the back of the time machine, obviously going through time, and then it has the logo on top, and it's like got this yellow orange border. So now I got a little extra lighting in here. So good stuff. So yeah, if you notice that, I got a little bit of extra lighting in here when it comes to like other stuff. So now I don't have to turn on my cameras like ICO so much. Anyways, all right, rambling. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. Let's start doing this. All right, here we go. Do that. Put the names. We'll start off with
Phil. Hey, Phil.
What's up, Phil?
Chief, how you doing, man?
Oh, just having fun, talking about BvS and ranting about stupid people. Good times.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of that. That's for
oh yeah, you sent me some screenshots. And
yeah. I mean, what is there not to say that has been said in the last decade about this movie in regards to people reacting to it? Right? Yeah. I mean, I always just kind of go back to like, this is the movie that showed me not everything has to be exactly like the goddamn comic book you're adapting. Right. Yeah. And even to your point, like, people say, oh, it's one of the worst comic book films ever made. I'm like, you have not seen enough comic book films to say that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just a lot of hyperbole because they just, they want to push buttons and stuff. Like when they say that, I'm like, yeah, you're just saying that because you want a reaction. You're you're fishing for a reaction. And then my reaction is always just like, all right, cool story. I'm like, fine. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it, but don't, sit there and then I'll just be like, is it okay that I like it? Is that fine? Can I like it? Is it okay if I like it? And then I either don't get a response or they just go like, yeah, it's fine, but it still sucks. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's those backhanded comments that it's just like, why are you even here? You're seriously trying to sit here and tell me I'm an idiot for liking a fucking movie, right? Exactly. And it's like, look, I can go out of my way and dog on anyone who loves Thor: Love and Thunder or Ragnarok, or anyone who's a fan of Taika Waititi for that matter. That's not my whole personality because I got better things to do with my fucking day.
Exactly. Good point. Because I mean, I'm not roaming around Twitter and being like somebody celebrating, Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm not going to sit there and go, "You're wrong. It's one of the worst things ever." I mean, I think it's one of the worst comic book movies ever. Sure, it's like top. I don't know. If there's worse ones even than that. I wouldn't even say. I mean, it's no Catwoman, it's no Jonah Hex,
Yeah,
like that. But I mean, I might even rewatch Jonah Hex before I even think about watching Thor: Love and Thunder, just to see what Jonah Hex is like, because I'm like, hey, it's still Josh Brolin, still kind of interesting. Megan Fox.
I would watch Green Lantern over Thor: Love and Thunder any day
totally,
of the week.
Totally. I would totally do that too. No, I'm with you on that.
I saw a comment today. Someone was like, "Oh, even some of the most mid-action scenes in Daredevil are better than the warehouse fight in BvS." And I'm like,
God.
I'm like, shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut your fucking mouth. Like, you are just fishing for fucking bait at this point.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, some Daredevil's fight choreography is fantastic, cool, great. But I mean, I don't know how many times that, especially now when we're on the cusp of having like another Batman in this universe. I saw people like, man, I hope the fighting, or they would say like, they were like, post something and be like, hey, I hope the fighting is like this, and it would be like something else. And then it was just funny seeing people's mentions go, you mean a Batman like in Batman vs Superman? It was like, hello, we've had some of that fighting, and that stuff like that. It's like they want to ignore it,
In regards to Daredevil, though, there is one of those excellent sequences coming up next week.
Oh, have you seen?
I've seen all of it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to tell you in your chat on Monday, but something happened. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, I know. You were talking about, I saw your message. You said, I don't know if there's something weird going on with the chat. I don't know.
If it's YouTube, I'm not sure. But yeah, I've seen all of Daredevil. So
okay.
It's good. It's very good. It's a step up above season 1 in every word, every way. Bullseye is the MVP. Yeah, dude, it's a great season. And there is absolutely one of those beautiful action sequences coming, and I won't tell you what episode it is, but we're getting 2 next week, so just be on the lookout.
Ooh, okay.
It's good. Cool. It's really good. And I am a little biased. Chris and I have talked about it on the show before. I love the Shadowland suit, so of course this season was practically tailor-made for me. I will also say that, like, I think D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox are bringing their fucking A game this whole season. Like, I would not be shocked if D'Onofrio got an Emmy, just like Colin Farrell did for the Penguin. Like this is the fucking Kingpin performance. I think that is going to fucking blow people away.
See, that's what I wanted to hear. I mean, like, like I said, the episode did exactly what I felt it needed to. Yeah, it wasn't like just like boom, boom, boom. But I mean, the way it started, like I said, I mean, you can't tell me that opening scene on the boat that gave such Batman Begins vibes. Just like a little Batman Begins vibes where you got dudes with rifles walking around crates, and then he's just fucking them up. But I mean, just the way that scene ended, and that suit is so good. I love that suit. That suit's so good.
And the way Bullseye you don't see Bullseye, but the way the episode
ends. Oh yeah. And we're giving spoilers away. We're gonna have discussion and spoilers, guys. If you haven't seen the episode, we are gonna talk about spoilers when we full on discuss it with everybody. So just letting you know. Sorry. But yeah, that ending, I was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I know who that's gonna be. There it is. She was like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So can't wait for more. Well, we also got Ronan joining. What's happening, sir? Oop, you're muted.
I was like that. I was like, oh, the stuff I want to tell you, man, but I gotta bite my tongue as well. I agree with Phil.
You've already watched it all too?
Just gonna say, and he's gonna know exactly what I mean. Ketchup. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's not next week. That's the week after next. But yes.
Oh wow.
But yeah, man, I'm doing good. There's a lot of editing between Daredevil and Invincible, and then I'm prepping for Mall Shadowlord. So it's a lot of stuff for these next.
Yeah, there you go.
So I actually saw something in regards to Invincible Day. Is it true that Slayer, one of their songs, made it in one of their episodes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And it makes sense where it's placed. It makes sense.
I don't think they needed those residual checks, but hey, more power to them.
Mea culpa. People, I hope people don't push me. I initially thought, I'm like, is this Metallica? And then I'm like, wait a minute, no. I'm like, no. And then I looked it up, I'm like, yep, it's Slayer. That makes sense. Yep.
That only works with Megadeth, and that's only because Dave Mustaine was originally part of Metallica.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave Mustaine, he had a hand in writing pretty much all of the first album and some of the second.
Yeah, he wrote Ride the Lightning.
Yeah,
definitely. The song Ride the Lightning, that's definitely his.
But he had a hand in all the songs of Kill 'Em All.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, and there's always been a chip on his shoulder. I was watching that because every now and again on YouTube, like it's cool when these YouTubers just make little small docs. There was like one where, I mean, and I didn't even see it in an interview. I think maybe I saw it a long time ago, but he even said like when he quit the band, he's all, just don't use any of my music. And of course they did, which is kind of shitty. But at the same time, it's like, well, I mean, but you didn't fully write. I mean, James was still, and Lars was still writing it with you. So it's like you had two people who were still in the band that still kind of, but it was funny because Megadeth, there's a song on Kill 'Em All called the Four Horsemen, which is the second track.
Oh, I love that one.
It's a good song, but Megadeth has their own version called
Mechanics.
Mechanics, with an X.
Yep.
So it's the same song, but
it's sped up and faster.
Oh, different because Megadeth does it faster.
Yeah.
So it's like pick your poison on which one you like. I'm a Metallica fan. I like Megadeth. They have like some of the. I mean, he's that Symphony of Destruction's guy. That's one of the best riffs. I love that.
Tornado of Souls is like one of my favorite songs from Megadeth.
Holy, what's it called?
Holy Wars Punishment.
Holy Wars, yeah. It's just, but yeah, Dave Mustaine's voice kind of gets a little, a little bit, Symphony of Distraction, acting like a robot. It's like, it's just a little bit.
Have you heard Megadeth's Ride the Lightning yet?
I did. My friend sent it to me when they released it. They did a cover. It's good. Yeah. It's good.
It's not bad. Yeah,
it's good. It's good. I mean, I dig it. It's, and I know like over the years, I'm glad that they, they mended things. They definitely have mended, and they even played together and stuff.
That's
good. But it is kind of cool like that they did that. I was like, I had no idea that they actually did that until my buddy who's like a big metalhead, he was just like, he sent it to me. I was like, oh shit, this sounds pretty good. It's a good cover. I like it. So good on them. And then we got somebody else joining live from WonderCon. We got William.
Hey, William.
It's a fun good intro.
I gotta find an intro for you.
No, actually, no. I've seen Chris's, so never mind. How are you guys doing?
You have what is that? You have a microphone on you?
Yeah, I have to. This setup is a little bit different.
Double check it because you sound very echoey right now.
Yeah.
Make sure it's connected. Because you sound like you are in that very room that you're in. So double check and make sure that it's connected because it's still sounding like you're pretty echoey. Not echo. Well, it just sounds like you're in a big room.
Yeah.
I am in a big room. This is a big hotel, right? It's really big.
Yeah.
How about that?
Nope. Still the same.
Talk.
Hello. Testing.
It still sounds like it's not working.
Still catching the space. Yeah.
Yeah, this room is one of the bigger rooms I've ever been in. I don't know what. There's just nothing goes on.
It still seems like whatever your laptop, it's still just pulling from that microphone and everything. So, but now he's in WonderCon right now. So
I wish I was there, man.
I thought about going, but again, I was like, I don't know. I've always been reluctant, and I just totally forgot it was this weekend. And then I probably could have gotten something. Somebody hit me up, and I was just like, huh? Oh, did you freeze? What'd you say, William? Oh, now you're muted. Oh,
I could have got your press.
Now you're delayed.
Yeah,
your audio's delayed. That's the thing about hotels when you're live. Those hotels and the hotel.
Their Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is always because everybody's on it. So
yeah, questionable at best.
But yeah, I know. I mean, I could have. Yeah, like I said, it could have. Like I said, but what I was saying even at the beginning, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should make 2027 the year where I just go, I'm gonna try to attend all of it as much as possible, or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make it because I don't know. I want to go, and then I just go, yeah, but then I gotta think about this, think about that, and it's the crowds and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'll just report about it, whatever comes out about it. But but some of these cons, they're not even anything that comes out about it. It's just you're meeting people, and I'm going, yeah, that sounds fun. Like what was it, MegaCon? That was last weekend.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Danny, Comics and ... Danny, she's been on here a couple of times. She's got a new comic book. So she went there and was posting, and she was posting like crazy. And she just was having, she looked like she was having the time of her life, and I know that makes it better when you're actually there to promote something and you have a booth, or you link up with people who have a booth. That makes it better. And I think that I would try to do that. Like, I'd be like, all right, who do I know has a booth where I don't have to be walking around constantly, and I could just stay right here, walk around a little bit, come back, and have like a place where I can just like drop my shit, because you're gonna have a backpack or a bag or something. You're always gonna have something because just in case you get shit, I've been to conventions obviously before. You always have to have something, some kind of something. But let's see. William's back. Talk.
How about now?
Yeah,
Still the same.
Still a little the same.
What does it sound like? I can't hear the mic.
It's just very echoey.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're in a big room. I don't know. Like, does the settings say that it's linked to that microphone around your neck?
It's a Bluetooth. Yeah. Yeah.
It says the Bluetooth mic. That's so weird, because it just does not sound like it should be a little bit more less echoey.
Synchronized, more honed in. Yeah. But I agree. That I think with like the double-edged sword with like a lot of these cons is that like you're always walking around carrying stuff, and the closer the hotel, the better, because you can just drop your stuff up at the room and then go back in. But it comes with the closer the hotel, the pricier it's gonna be. And I know I suffer that from San Diego when I'm like going there, and I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna cost me a lot. But
I know, isn't that sad that it's like they gouge, they
deliberately
gouge.
do it because of San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah, well, they do it. They do it everywhere. I mean, anytime they have a convention, they raise the prices. Everything just gets raised, and it's just like, it's so shitty that that's like a thing that you could do. That I mean, but there's nothing that says you can't do that, and they're just But it's just it kind of sucks that that's the case.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand it from a business point, sure. But then it's like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, to me,
bad
it's
PR. Because then everybody's gonna be on social and be like, "Oh, these fuckers are adding so much more money," and when it usually charges $200 a night, they're charging $700 or $500. Like, yeah, man, it's not cool. Even though it's right around the corner.
That's kind of why when we did Full Circle, we all did an Airbnb that wasn't too far away from the art center, but it wasn't, it was still nice. I don't know. Yeah. Do you think it kind of lived up to the pictures that we were shown, or
no,
it did not.
No,
right?
Because we looked at the pictures,
right?
And as we took the tour, I remember Joey's the one that booked it, and we looked at the pictures and we were like, this is not it was a weird one, because I still remember it was before you got there, Phil, and we told you that there was a back house.
Yes.
And we walked, or maybe you were there at that time. I don't know. I just remember walking back there and I was like, oh, what the fuck is in here? And I opened the door and there's a light on, there's a TV on, and I peek in and there's like this young kid in there. And I went, oh shit. And I just shut the door and went, there's a kid in there. And it was a kid. When we first pulled up, Steven and Joey, we first pulled up there, we saw this kid and he was like kind of cleaning up the yard. Turns out it was the kid of the fucking owners of the house.
Yeah.
He was just in the back house, like by himself playing video games. Jesus. Like when I peeked in there, he was like, he had a headset on and he was like on his computer. He didn't see me, but it's funny because he had like this cardboard like little barrier that was like against the door. So he probably, when he got done, he probably looked and went, why is the cardboard out? But I was like, oh shit. But he never came out. It was so funny. And I started laughing, and I was like telling Joey, I was like, dude, there's a fucking kid in there.
I think that might have been like, it was either that night right before we got there that you guys did that, or it was like the next morning.
It was right before you guys got there. It was because Joey was already asleep when you guys showed up, because you guys showed up late. So it was just me and Joey that went in there, that went to check it out, and I peeked in there because I remember Steven.
Matter of fact, the reason, you guys told us that, and that was the reason why I stepped out front to smoke when I needed to smoke.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't
So,
go back because it was just so weird. But that's what you get with Airbnbs. You can't trust it. You never know who's own. I mean, it was a nice spot because it had multiple rooms, it had multiple places to crash. One shower though.
Oh
no, they had
it had two, but it had a weird
bathrooms.
Yes, that's right.
2.5 showers.
Yes, that's right. It had a shower that didn't make sense because the roof went like slanted where you couldn't.
Yeah,
it was very strange layout. And then it had a bathroom that the toilet and the shower were in the same room.
Because I totally took a shower in there on Sunday or Monday right before we left. It was amazing.
So
was
like
great.
You could literally just take a shit in the shower if you wanted to, right at the same time. It was weird.
It was,
but I was like, so Phil took advantage of that. I already left by then, but it was just. I think
I have pictures.
Let me see. Do not show us those pictures.
No, I mean I have pictures of the bathroom. I don't have pictures of me taking a shit. Like, no, come on. No, I have a whole folder dedicated to that whole weekend because Steven was kind enough to send us.
Hey, Williams back. How you sounding?
I'm just using the computer and this mic.
See, you're good now.
That's
better.
That's much better.
See, you always got to check. You got to check those settings, man.
Well, I've been up all day because you're watching the horror stories of the airports and everything else.
Oh
yeah. It took me 8 minutes from the moment I stepped into the under the curb until I was at my gate. That includes the TSA. It's plenty of people zoomed right through.
So it's not affecting Vegas. Not affecting Vegas. Not affecting. Where'd you fly into?
I flew into John Wayne Airport.
Oh yeah, John.
That's in Ontario. Yeah.
Coming back, it might be an issue because it did seem like it was. John Wayne's a really small airport, and it's a secondary airport because of Long Beach Airport. You can fly in and out of Ontario, so it's not it's never been. I used to fly in and out of here for the military, and John Wayne's always been a mess. It doesn't matter what's going on. So coming back, but I don't have anywhere to be on Sunday night, so it's not really going to make a difference. So, but it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I wore off WonderCon for years because it was just it's just another convention. It seemed like a secondary one to Comic-Con. It is, but it's actually pretty packed down here. And there's a lot of big personalities. I mean, Scott Snyder's here.
I saw that. I saw that he was flying in there.
Yeah, Tom King is here.
He just did a panel with Brandon. Yeah.
He did a panel.
I saw that,
Scott Snyder has 2 panels tomorrow that I'll be at. And then we're going to try to do the interview tomorrow. He said, just come up to him and he'll make time. So
that's right. You've been trying to get that interview for a little bit, huh?
Yeah, and it's something that's always come up.
He should be at San Diego this year.
Dude, it seems like he's always traveling, and then he's got his son with him and everything.
He was delayed, I think. He was delayed at the airport or something.
He got rerouted somewhere else, but he's going to get in like at 1:00. So he said, "Be gentle to him tomorrow morning." He's got
I don't have any pictures of the bathroom, unfortunately.
Okay, I saw you were just bringing up some pictures from Full Circle. I was going to bring them up, but
Yeah, I mean, I did have one pulled up. So
it was like I think it was when we picked up.
This is one of the first pictures I took. Yeah,
it was when we picked up. Yeah, this is when we're at Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when we picked up Scott.
Jason's there. It's his birthday.
Yeah, Fear Jason. That's Fear Jason right there, who's in the chat a lot. So that was because Scott had a very rough travel.
When we went to Target.
Oh yeah, Target. That's right. It had the 2-story Target.
Yeah.
So we got on the elevator with our cart.
Oh man.
Yeah.
There's the house we were in.
That's the house. That's Rhea right down there.
Rhea. Jacob,
there's
you, Joey, Jason, Scott, Steven in the back.
Oh, that's Ray on the table. By the
Rhea. Yeah, we met up with Rhea. She showed up. She came to the house.
We saw this and just thought it was funny. Snyder Diamond.
Nice.
Yeah,
that was the line on
first day
for Man of Steel. Right before everyone got in. That's us sitting down for Man of Steel. There's Zach getting ready to talk before the movie.
Yeah.
I gotta crop that. That's just too fucking good. And that's after.
That's after. Yeah.
Who played Carrie Ferris? Damn it, what is her name? Oh man. The actress. I feel really bad because I just saw her post on Instagram.
Oh, dude, I'm totally blanking on her name too. Played
what character?
She played
Carol Ferris.
Carol Ferris in Man of Steel. She was like, God damn. I know. I even talked to her because that was the night that
Christine Wren.
Christine Wren.
There you go.
Yeah, because I talked to her. I talked to her when because like before that we had the meet and greet. There's a meet and greet with Zach and drinks, and I remember I was like, who I think it was Scott. Yeah, me and Scott were like standing there, and we're like, hey, it's Christina Wren. Christina Wren's right there. And then she looked at us and she just smiled, and we're like, hey, and then she just walked up. She is a sweetheart.
Super lovely, super nice girl.
Yeah,
and I think the other two gentlemen on the other side of Zach, they work at the art center. Like they are staff of I don't remember exactly who, but yeah. And then Debbie's off to next to Christina Wren.
Yeah,
that I think is the coffee we got. I don't know if we got it on. I think we did get it on Saturday before BvS.
You're like, hey, can you put a butt on my coffee? Just kidding.
It's supposed to be a heart, but I took it the other way.
I know, but it looks like a butt.
The first picture I took with Scott.
Yeah. It was BvS night, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Zach getting ready before BvS. There's Debbie.
Oh yeah, the statues.
Yep, the statues. Yeah.
When they announced the Trinity statues, which are just so glorious.
I think Paul got one. I think he got the Batman one. If I'm not
mistaken. Did he get
I think
that
Paul
one?
did get one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course, Sean
O'Connell.
O'Connell.
the infamous panel with Sean O'Connell, which was the best panel of all three nights. Well, yeah. I mean, the other one, had Ben Affleck and all that stuff. It was still good too, but this one had the mic drop. That's the thing.
Because
the infamous mic drop from DJ was just so freaking good.
Yeah, there's Damon Caro, DJ, and of course Patrick Topoulos next to them.
Yeah,
me and Debbie, me and Zach. Steven and his fucking Yard House beer.
We went to the Yard House. Right after, he got a Yard House beer. I was like, you guys, you're fucking crazy, man. I just ordered a regular beer.
There's Ishan, Dave, Jason, and Joey. And I think even on the next table over, there was a bunch of other friends of ours.
Oh, yeah, there was a whole group
Steve?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Steven was crazy. He was just like, fuck it, I'm getting that.
Yeah, that was the last beer I had that night. And there's me waking up from said beer and fucking bad.
Didn't you buy that? You bought that at Target, right?
I did buy it at Target.
And I knew you were taking a picture. So I positioned the Jameson. I wasn't drinking Jameson. I was drinking coffee, but I knew you were taking the picture, so I positioned it to look like I was hungover as shit. Yeah.
That was great. and then on Sunday,
we had our own little meet and greet at the Batman statue. I just sent out like a little tweet and stuff and said, hey, anybody wants to join? Yeah, we had a nice little. We had about what 10 people or so that showed up.
More than that, I think.
Yeah, it was like
quite a fair few.
It was a good. It was
by the AMC, right?
Yeah, by the AMC.
That's
right. It's so random too where that statue is. Mm-hmm. I didn't know where that statue was until like, is that my butt crack right there? Thanks.
Sorry, bud.
I'm trying to like get a shot of Batman's crotch, and I have my plumber crack right there. That's awesome.
Didn't even realize it until you pointed it out. That's
yeah,
funny.
I know. I was like, no, but like I didn't realize where that statue was until like me and my girlfriend we went to the Warner Brothers tour before that, and before the tour we decided to go to that Yard House that was right there. And we walked around the corner. We walked around the corner to where the Yard House was in this little plaza, and all of a sudden there was a statue, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's where the statue is." And so I was like, "Sweet." So it's like, it's just like in a play. Yeah, that's the line for. Hey, is that Reeves? Is that Reeves FX right there in the middle with the white hair?
Yeah,
I think that's Reeves.
So, yeah.
I think that's Reeves FX, a costume designer dude. Yeah, he was there. I remember, and there's Ray.
Yep.
Oh man, when he showed up, man, we were just like,
"Oh, I took this because this is actually inside the City Walk." I didn't realize, but yeah,
it's the suit that
Liam
Neeson wears. Yeah, and Schindler's List. That's cool.
So,
and then there's that right there.
So there's Ray Fisher. There's Ray Porter. There's Chris Terrio right next to him.
Yep.
And there's a couple fans back there, and that was right as Ben Affleck. Yep.
Yeah, because you sat lower. I sat. Yeah. We sat at the last row. You guys sat lower. I remember we got split up when it came to seating. I just followed. I was just trying to follow whomever, and I had my mom and my girlfriend with me, so I was like making sure that everybody was like, you know, they were good. And then that was the place after. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We all got separated at different tables. That's where we met Paul for the first. Well, no, we met Paul the first time the night before, but then he was there.
BvS.
And then I was sitting next to him. And that's where I realized, man, this guy's a talker. I love it.
Steven doing his photography thing.
Yeah.
I snapped a picture of him doing that.
Yeah.
There's us waiting to go at the end of Monday, I think. Me and Ray Porter having coffee.
Yeah, that's why I already left. And I was like, damn it. I missed that.
There's me and Abdul and Fabricio. Those guys
Yeah,
are awesome.
Anthony.
Yep.
TPZ guys.
And I think that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, good times. Good times.
Stuff.
That's coming up. That was April of 23, right?
Yeah.
So that's
We're
coming up
on 3 years.
3 years of that. So yeah, I mean, I think that was the last big kind of thing that I went to. Like, So now I'm thinking, you know what? It's time to get back out there and just maybe next year I should just really make an attempt to go to some of these cons. But William, how's the con been so far?
It's like I said, better than I thought it was. You know, like I said, I've written off WonderCon as being something that's like, okay, sure. But there's a lot of vendors out here. There's a lot of big name talent that did show up for this one. There's a lot of panels. I mean, there's like a lot of panels, and that's one of the problems is it's scheduled. You have to really skip a lot of things to get to certain things.
Yeah.
There's really some that are really interesting. I mean, you could actually use, but there's a DC panel that overlaps one I really want to go to. And then there's a Robotech one I want to go to that you have to pick. It's kind of like Comic-Con, but in Comic-Con, there's not that many panels I want to let it go to. It's usually just, they have so many rooms and so much space. They just, you get a panel. But here it's a lot smaller, and there's, the schedules, there's like 3 or 4 panels at like a 2 p.m. slot. You have to choose one, even if you want to go to 4.
Yeah.
It's less chaotic, in my opinion. I think.
Yeah. Vendor wise, there's a lot of vendors here. That's about it's not a bad con at all. Not a bad con at all.
Yeah, it almost seems like, I don't know. I was listening to a podcast about this too when it comes to live stuff. I think after just the pandemic ordeal, people just want to get back out and just get out and be like and see live like concert. Sadly, the movie theater, the movies, that stuff's down, but you look at like concerts and comedy shows, cons, it seems like people are more flocking to like, hey, we want to go to a thing where it's like a big, huge community. I mean, movies is one thing because movies is every week. Movies is every day. You can go to movies whenever you want. When it comes to a concert, when it comes to a comedy show, when it comes to a con, you don't have that luxury of you have to wait on a certain day or this weekend. It's always like a certain thing. Movies are every freaking day. So that's why people just go, I can just watch it later. It's anything that's crazy. But I think people really they want to flock to these cons. They want to flock to just live stuff like this. It seemed like what's that?
They need to get off the internet and start having some of these crazy conversations because
seriously,
you can take the exact subject matter that you're talking about and people are blocking each other and doing crazy stuff. If you were to have that conversation like in the middle of a hall or in the middle of a wait line or a cafe somewhere off site near a convention, the tone and tenor is a lot different because
yeah, you're absolutely correct because you're never going to have those types of conversations in real life. It's always like I always love seeing that meme of like the 2 dogs behind the gate and they're barking at each other and growling, and then the gate opens and then they just stop because now they're face to face, and it's just like, and then if it closes again, they're just going to start barking again. It's like that's just the way it is. When you hide behind a keyboard and a screen, it is different. I mean, even like for me, there's sometimes where I feel a little bit more ballsy, sure, but at the same time, it's like I'm not trying to. I mean, I'll stir the pot when it comes to certain things, but all the things that I'm saying was just like an opinion that's controversial. I'll still say that in like real life. I want to and back it up. But the thing is, the people who are getting upset with it, they're not going to show up at any live events. they're hiding behind profile pictures.
Yeah.
And then the dogpiling happens when it comes to that. And they're like, oh yeah, these people aren't going to show up. I mean, I remember, full circle, man, what happened that first night, Phil, when it came to, I think it was Anthony Fabrizio. I think, remember there was like a whole big commotion.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
Me and Scott, we were all in like third row from the top.
Uh-huh.
Anthony comes walking up the side. He tries to talk to someone, and the guy behind him is just like, get the fuck away from me. And it's like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Some wild shit. Superbly wild shit.
Yeah. Essentially, it was like, it was loud people, loud, loud side of the Snyder fandom that was always talking shit on us. We saw them too. We like recognized because they have revealed their faces, and God, I wish they didn't. But at the same time, it's like they talked a lot of shit, especially when it came to those guys, because those are the guys like Anthony and Abdul and those guys. Those are the guys that Zach brought closely into his circle. So that's why I always say, like, hey, if something's happened with Zach, if those guys are talking, something's happening. That's why, like, when the recent stuff, where people thinking it was a countdown, I'm going, it's nothing. If these guys start talking because they talked to Zach, and he's like in close, he's close, because I always said Zach had his circle, which were the people he worked with, who went out and made connections. Then he brought in certain fans to be like within his circle to start spreading the word of the Snyder Cut. Then there was like a media circle, which it consisted of me, Steven, Scott, us like that, yeah. Chris Wong Swenson. It was just like a media circle. And then it just kept on growing like that. And that's how we spread the word. And, so, but yeah, like I said, so yeah, Anthony was just, I remember I was talking to Sean O'Connell, because that was the first time I met him in person. Steven and I were doing that because he had just come from like a junket from Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which is funny. And, it was funny because we see him, and I was like, I just ran up to him. I gave him like this big hug, put my leg on him, being all creepy and stupid. But, it was just like, and then we're talking. And then it was funny because, oh, yeah, I just talked to James Gunn. He said he just talked to James Gunn and stuff like that. And then I went, well, did you get any Superman out of him? And he goes, well, he didn't say it on camera, but I asked him if this was before we knew that Crypto was going to be officially in. He goes, Crypto's in it. And I was like, there we go. So
that's cool.
We got a little inside baseball before Crypto was officially announced for Superman in 2023 of April 2023. He was like, oh yeah, Crypto's in it. And I was like, there it is. He goes, don't say anything now. I'm like, you got it. I won't say shit. But it was just like, I remember that. But then all of a sudden I see like a couple of those guys like go, hey, some shit's going on. And I'm like, oh, great. I'm like, here we go. And I ran in there too to be like, and yeah, Anthony was just like, he was like, hey man, I think he was just saying this, one of those guys, you called me this. And he was just like saying, you called me this. So say it to my face. And I was like, oh, we don't need to do this shit. These guys aren't going to do anything. Stop it. I was like, Anthony, stop it, man. We don't need. But Anthony's just like that guy. He was like, hey, you said shit to me online. Say it to my face. He called him out, and they fucking buckled, And that's the reality of the whole thing.
What's funny is like when I was at Comic-Con for the first time, it's not quite a 1-to-1, but I just remember like in passing, I see Collider Frosty, fucking Steve Weintraub, right? And I just fucking went, and this fool walks right by me, and I get a whiff of his coffee, and I'm like, that smells like dog shit. And I just kept fucking walking. That dude is such a I don't like him at all.
Yeah, I don't like him either. He asks like, I don't get it. Some of these guys that get to these positions, I'm like, how did you? All right, and then they asked some. I think he was even I even saw people dragging him again this past week for asking something weird. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. I just kind of passed it off like, Frosty.
That's for the actress of Project Hail Mary, and he was asking about Digger and about Tom Cruise and when I bro like, wait, why is he asking her about this?
Is that what it was? Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was something about that. Yeah. And people were like, why the hell is he asking about this? And yeah, that's right. Yeah, it had something to do with that. Yeah. I don't know. There's...
You know what I did see today that actually warmed my heart? I saw a TikTok of Scott Snyder. Yeah, if Fuck you, running. I saw
Hey, TikToks has been, it's a big thing. So,
well, anyone who knows me knows I was very abstinent from TikTok for a long time.
Yeah.
I saw Scott Snyder talking about going to his first con, meeting Todd McFarlane, and how Todd McFarlane gave him one of the most expensive pictures he had done for Spider-Man 319, and then wrote a custom "Happy Birthday, Scott" on the back. And that stuck with Scott Snyder all the way up until now of him writing comic books. And he applies that to all the fans he meets. Let me tell you, when I ran into this man on the floor of Comic-Con, I just stopped dead in my tracks. I was like, oh my God, you're Scott Snyder. And he was like, hey, how you doing? Nicest Batman writer ever, dude. Yeah. When I tell you, I was like
a really nice dude.
Oh, yes. Man. I gave him nothing but praise. He's so awesome, dude. Like, I feel really bad because I told him, I'll go bring my books for you to sign tomorrow, not realizing I was going to be in Hall H the very next day, all day. So kind of put the kibosh on that. So I'm hoping that this upcoming summer, I can, go to his booth and be like, hey man, love your shit. Here's $100 tip and everything. Just sign these books for me, please. Love your work. He's really, really sweet. I think he was
like a really nice dude.
I think he might have been with Dragata and Josh Williams. I don't remember exactly who he was with, but he took the time to stop on the floor and take a picture with me. He's hands down not only my favorite comic book writer working today, but my favorite Batman writer. He's just an amazing human being, and that is the kind of energy I love from creators. And it's exactly the same way.
Definitely, he's the right person for DC right now because what he's doing is undoing 30 years of DC. In a way, because the people who were writing before were never that approachable, were never taking these type of swings that he's taking. So yeah, he will send you a copy if you say, hey, can I get an advanced copy of Batman, whatever, Absolute Batman? He'll send it to you. He'll send it to you in a PDF, and you'll review it, and he'll actually check up on your review to see what he actually cares about, what you think about it. But yeah, I'm gonna get this signed tomorrow. I got this. Nice. I got both of them for a third price. And these are not going in the store. This is one of the 4 or 5 things I have that are not going to go up on the wall in the store.
I have 2 copies of that book specifically so I can get him. I can get one signed by him.
Yeah, and he'll be in Vegas too. So he'll be here at amazing Comic-Con. But I figure I want to do this now. But at Vegas, we're going to be doing a lot more. Just hunting down autographs. So, in fact, the same people that are going to be there, Tom King's going to be there as well. So it's actually, and Stephen Grant for Punisher. So I'll be going to 5 of these things this year. I mean, between the Star Trek convention and this will be the most conventions I've ever gone to in one year. I usually just don't have time. And I really didn't have time for this one, but I had committed to it before I moved. Yeah. I committed to it and got my press pass before I started moving because I stopped everything and to do this, but it's kind of worth it though because you make a lot of contacts. There's a lot that I can get a lot cheaper now because I'm not going to buy it from these fools here. There's no fucking way I'm going to buy anything from anybody here. But after we all get back home, you'll dial them up and say, hey, you still have that so and so or that you had there at Saturday. Let's deal down a little bit. Something I can resell.
Yeah. WonderCon is a good place for you to start, Dave, if you want. Like dip your toe with that one. And like networking works there as well. And a lot of people that go to WonderCon end up going to San Diego on the creative side. So like you could see Scott at WonderCon on a Thursday or Friday, and they could see him on a Saturday or Sunday in San Diego and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'd recommend those to people to do small ones first.
I know all 3 of us in the L right here are going to Comic-Con this year.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be more like 24 than last year.
I think so. I think it'll be more like 2024 this year.
Yeah. So we're going to have to do the whole Hall H Woodstock thing.
I don't think I'm going to go to Hall H this year. I was there when Robert Downey Jr. got announced as Doom. I don't really think I need to.
I don't know if
right. You were both there. You guys know.
But I never want to say never. I mean, because that was crazy.
I mean, yeah. But at the same time, like
I was doing a stream that night and watching that shit.
I think
amped up on 14 shots of espresso. Boy.
Unless James Gunn or Kevin Feige announce that they are going to Hall H, that is the only consideration I would take. But other than that,
he's going to be there.
I know. I'm sure he's going to be there. Probably, not for any big reveal, but I don't doubt that he's probably, going to be because he goes every year. I'm not mistaken. He was there in
I think there
24.
are going to be some big reveal because okay, so you look at the schedule and some of the things that can come out. I actually think he's probably going to
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to reveal much of anything this year because, you know, we're only in Doomsday and Spider-Man comes out literally a week after that. And Doomsday is 6 months from now. And the only thing I could think they could possibly show off would probably be Vision Quest. But as far as announcements go, I feel like that would be something, you know, you kind of save for after Secret Wars. But
I think it's going to be before Secret Wars. I mean, I have no inside information, but I think he's going to drop some stuff for Secret Wars because of the proximity.
Sure.
The proximity with Secret Wars. I mean, it could happen.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I took point. I think Lanterns should.
Oh,
that would be ideal.
But James
that would be
That's
ideal.
a big push for
okay,
them.
you know what? That would get me to Hall H. That would get me to wait. No shit, no lie. I would fucking wait in line for a Lanterns panel in Hall H. I shit you not.
Because it's in July. I mean, literally the next 3 weeks after.
It's like Peacemaker all over again. It's the perfect setup. So I would hope. But again, you know, I don't know. Again, when it comes to San Diego, I'm trying to spend this year. I'm not doing any press because I did press in 2024. I want to spend time going to panels, meeting people, going on the floor, but really doing more of that than doing some of the press stuff. And that's not to say I hate it. I love doing press when I did it in 24. But, you know, I've just been down that road and it's like, yeah, it's cool, but it can be like time crunch, busy. I'm not really into that right this year. You know, I've got some my own shit going on in my own personal life. I would just like to go for 4 days and chill.
This vibe.
Yep.
Just get away for a little bit. We got somebody else coming on. Hey, what's up, Paul?
Speak the devil's name and he shall appear. Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
How's it going, Phil?
Looks like he's in the hotel room next to me.
No.
No, it looks like you guys are both like hotels.
No. I'm in my bedroom right now in Cape Cod and everything.
Surviving a hell of a winter, that's for damn sure.
Well, right now it's okay. Like outside, I guess it's like not great, but like the gas bill is really intense. So to be out in the living room, I'd have to probably heat the living room, and I just kind of only heated my bedroom basically, and the rest of the house I'm kind of just leaving to nature. But it's fine. Like the pipes aren't going to freeze over or anything, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah. So anyway, this is my bedroom. this is what it looks like right now.
Thank you again, Paul. Just thank you
again
for this beautiful Gengar hat. I love
wow.
it so much.
Nice.
Yeah. He actually said it to me. It came on, I think, Tuesday of last week. But yeah.
Thank
you so much.
No problem, man. What had happened is when I was in Japan, they had all of these like stickers available, and I got a Gengar sticker because I'm a Redfo like Gengar, and I had forgotten. I don't know why I even had it on me because I feel like it should have gone into storage or something. But I think it like Anime Boston or something. I'd gone with my friend Dan, and we were going around with Pokemon stuff, and I found a Gengar hat there, and I wore it like one time, and then I never wore it again. And I just was like, you know what, Phil will probably get a kick out of this too. And so I put that with the sticker. So it just worked out that way. So anyway, I'm glad you liked it and whatnot. So worked out pretty well. Speaking of conventions and stuff, you guys were talking about Scott Snyder earlier. This is my collection of metal. I don't know if I've ever brought this out before, but Scott, I have Scott sign a lot of stuff that I like. And stuff, so.
You rock.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you get Greg's signature too?
Yeah, Greg, Scott, and Jonathan. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Galapian.
Galapian?
Yeah. I think he's the inker or the colorist. I forget which one.
He's the inker.
Yeah.
Yes.
The inker. Yeah. So he was there too. So everyone was just like, "Oh, well, if you're getting their signatures, you can get his too." I said, "Okay, great." So I just kind of, and I think Scott was the last one, so he saw that I was getting people's signatures, so that's why he wrote, "I think you rock" or whatever. But Scott Snyder, I've been intensely involved in reading comic books since around, I'd say 2008. And I mean, I've always loved comic books, but like going and getting them and, you know, like collecting all the stories and stuff like that. I started in like 2008. My first convention was 2012. And I went to Boston Comic-Con for the first time. And that was right around the time where Scott was just starting out and coming up through Batman. He had been doing Batman for about a year or so.
He lives there, doesn't he? He lives in Boston, doesn't he?
Scott, I don't
somewhere in like the East Coast, maybe New Jersey, somewhere over there.
he lives in the New England area, I believe, but I don't actually know off the top of my head, and I kind of prefer it that way. I don't like to stalk people like that.
Right.
No, but no, he was my first real big like comic celebrity, and he kind of like gave me a different gauge at that time because I didn't really know. I knew the old parable or the fable or the lesson, never meet your heroes, that kind of thing. So I knew that meeting people in the industry would probably not always be the best, but he was a fantastic guy to meet, even starting as far back as then. My buddy Ben my buddy Ben was the one who got me more into comic books and got me to go to my first convention and stuff. And he couldn't have been a nicer guy and stuff. He even showed Ben and I told him at length how much we enjoyed Batman. And at the time, I don't think Year Zero had come out yet. So he showed us.
It was probably just starting because he was on Batman from New 52. New 52 started in 2011.
2011, yeah.
In like the summer, I think, of 2011. If not like the summer or the fall of 2011, somewhere in that ballpark. I distinctly remember this because I was going to college at the time. I started collecting comic books right with New 52.
Right, same. And and he showed us early artwork from Capullo, and he showed us like the purple gloves. He was bringing back the purple gloves from
yes, that's right. Yeah.
So Scott has been one of the best creatives that you could ever meet. I've met him multiple times since because I've gotten a lot of American Vampire signed, other Batman stuff, so on and so forth. But him being in charge of the DC stuff right now and not having it be a fight between like him and Jeff Johns and whatever else was going on before Dan DiDio got the hoist, or before Jeff Johns kind of quietly left the company to go off and do Ghost Machine or whatever is going on with that. But
if I'm not mistaken, I've heard this from a lot of different people on both sides, DC and Marvel. The best thing that has happened to DC is the ousting of Dan DiDio because his editorial choices were constraining so many writers and artists of doing what they really wanted to do. And when you look at how Scott Snyder, Jason Aaron, Josh Williamson, how they all collectively come together, it's the writers also being editorial to a degree when it comes to the absolute stuff, because the absolute stuff that they're all doing is completely like no guardrails. You don't have to adhere to 80 years of continuity. You don't have to do any of this shit. You can do whatever the hell you want. And yet, Jason Aaron, Kelly Thompson, Scott Snyder, Jeff Lemire, they're all doing stuff with these characters. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter. All the stuff you love about these characters is inherently present. But things are twisted just a little bit to make these heroes the underdogs because the Absolute Universe is headed by Darkseid, and the Justice League is not the Justice League. They are the cabal of, it's basically Joker, Veronica Cale, Hector Hammond, Ra's al Ghul. I feel like I'm missing one other person there. Oh, Eleanor Thawne. These people are the Justice League of the Absolute Universe, but it's so like, tech whiz, corporate cabal, real world shit you could apply today. That's the inspiration they're taking from. But also when it comes to the Absolute Joker, there is a little twinge of Pennywise going on there. Let's be honest. But seriously, sorry, Bob, I'm going on.
No. And I totally understand why, because anytime, I've kind of held back a little bit the last like year and a half or so from I still collect comics in my own way. I still get runs and whatnot. I just bought the Human Target run of Tom King and the Titans run of Tom Taylor, stuff like that. Like I still collect, and I still will get some single issue stuff, but I don't have like a queue, so to speak. I have a buddy that still works at like a Newberry Comics, and he just got me a few special issues of the Superman, Spider-Man stuff that's happening right now, because I just wanted to get it.
Came out this past week.
Yeah, but I will say this: as far as the comic book world right now, from everything that I've been seeing, the DC lineup has been basically killing it. The Absolute stuff is selling through the roof for the most part. The forerunners are Batman, Wonder Woman, and especially Martian Manhunter. And the only reason the Martian Manhunter is not actually still consistently going is only because the writer and artist have chosen to walk away from it, presumably because they've been offered another run in the Absolute Universe. A lot of people are theorizing it might be Doom Patrol, but the Absolute Martian,
heard that,
the Absolute Martian Manhunter is so iconic that even guys like Guillermo del Toro, who is a comic book fan, obviously, because he wanted to do Justice League Dark and so on and so forth, Hellboy, even he's come forward and said, you got to read that comic because it's breaking all of these like boundaries and all these different things. It's kind of like old school Vertigo, run of things from like the 80s and 90s. Like it's doing all of these new and different things. On top of that, selling wise, they've also been doing the compact comics, which have been phenomenal for their business. So it's been very, very good for DC the past like 2 years, especially. But meanwhile, at Marvel, it's kind of the exact opposite. Like
you don't really hear much. At least I'm not seeing much of what
Marvel
they're
just
doing.
killed their Ultimate Universe for the second time.
Well, this is the thing. If I remember correctly, Marvel started or rejuvenated their Ultimate line. I think also to appease Hickman because because let's be honest, if you're following X-Men, they fucked over X-Men. X-Men was like stronger than ever. Hickman was essentially doing what Scott's doing with the Absolute Universe, and then Marvel undercut that. So they're like, here you go. You're gonna get a whole Marvel universe to yourself, Hickman, and you get to run it and do what you want to do. And I was like, all right, fair enough. You fucked that over, but I see why Hickman let it happen because he's getting this now. And now it's the same thing. They're cutting the legs out. I've heard differing reviews on his Ultimate Spider-Man run because it started off very strong, but it's hard to say how much of it's him and how much of it's Marvel editorial because I heard the run is really good, but it also didn't get a chance to really like get its stride. And then on top of that, Marvel is just kind of like undoing everything. I saw something where I would call it karma to a degree, but Dan Slott of all people is begging fans online to buy his Spider-Man. And I'm like, if Dan Slott of all people has to go online and beg people to buy his Spider-Man to keep it going,
That's bad.
Something is seriously wrong at Marvel. I don't know
because he was making like some kind of comparison between his new Superman book and the Spider-Man book, I think, because he's doing a Superman story called Superman Unlimited, and
that's right. He's doing Superman,
and Dan Slott and I cordial online for the most part. He's done some things I'm not super fond of, but I love his Fantastic Four book. I do. I think he's a genuine fan of the industry and comics as a whole, and I can respect him for that. But when it comes to everything that Paul just said, when you have Dan Slott, who was the most prominent Spider-Man writer in the 2010s, kind of going online being like, hey guys, check it out, that's kind of a problem. That's a big problem for Marvel. And especially, since Marvel has decided to effectively just axe their Ultimate Universe, which is by far, again, one of the dumbest decisions they could have done, because this Ultimate Universe was all people were fucking talking about when it got revitalized. Like Wolverine being the new Winter Soldier was a fucking game changer.
Yeah, it was different.
It was different, right? And, the fact that Ultimate Spider-Man was coming back, he was going to be Peter Parker in his 30s, he was going to be married to Mary Jane, have 2 kids, but he comes to find out, oh shit, I was a hero one time, and we're literally kind of starting fresh, but picking back up where things ended. It was a great idea, but the fact that Marvel's like, all right, done. I feel so bad for Jonathan Hickman. He's just getting the fucking shit end of the stick, dude.
Well, Jonathan I think he's probably getting compensated to a degree, but I mean, Marvel hopefully is not being stupid, because I think anyone who follows Hickman's career knows that he doesn't necessarily need the IP. He can go out, he can leave Marvel, go off and do his own independent stuff and make more money. Like, he doesn't need to be there at Marvel. I can honestly say the same is kind of true of Scott Snyder, who's done enough of his own independent lines. He doesn't need to do Batman. You know what I mean? But DC's smart enough
to Batman.
That's what I'm saying. DC is smart enough to let him kind of cook in the kitchen, and they benefit from it. He benefits from it because I don't think it's any hyperbole to say that Scott Snyder right now, in terms of like what he's done for Batman, is on par with like Frank Miller, because his name is synonymous with Batman. Like, everyone knows that. And it's not getting old or stale anytime soon. Like, Absolute Batman has sold ridiculous amounts of comics. Like, we haven't seen sales like this since like the 90s, like in terms of wide appeal and everyone reading a book, So yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what's happening at Marvel editorial. I want to say off the bat, at least from my interpretation as a fan, Spider-Man, to me right now, especially the last like handful of years, even a little bit obviously like even pre-pandemic, Spider-Man has been flourishing in almost every other medium except the comic books, which is crazy to me, because you've got the MCU movies, which have been doing phenomenal. You've got the Spider-Verse movies, which have been doing terrific. You've got the Spider-Man video games, which have been selling like hotcakes and also are pretty fun games on top of that. I consider them almost on par with Batman Arkham. I just think the Batman Arkham games were a lot more polished, but that's my personal bias, my own personal feelings.
That's fair.
I see that.
Yeah. But the comics have been all over the map to...
You forgot one. Friend in the Neighborhood Spider-Man is also amazing.
Yeah, animation.
Okay. Yep, that's true. I haven't checked out Friendly Neighborhood. I've heard mixed things to some degree because I have many different fans. But even though that's still its own success, you know, the animation has been okay, like or it's been
the animation on that show is fine. The story is strong.
The story is great.
The story is amazing.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
I mean, it's a multiverse Tom Holland Spider-Man kind of deal.
Yeah, because it was meant to be a Tom Holland thing, then it wasn't a Tom Holland thing. But for whatever for whatever it is, people are talking about it. I don't think it's on the same level of iconic like in terms of cult favorite or iconic status of like say the 90s TV show or the Spectacular Spider-Man.
No, but I will say I will just say real quick, as someone who has watched all animated versions of Spider-Man, this is leagues and bounds better than the stuff that Disney put out over a decade ago.
Right.
Friend in the Neighborhood.
No,
that's just my opinion, though.
I would say Spider-Man was in a hugely rough spot. And again, this isn't anything, I'm not criticizing anything about, say, like the Andrew Garfield years at all, really, in terms of like him as an actor, because I think Andrew Garfield's terrific. But I wasn't huge on the Andrew Garfield films. But I would argue at that point in time, that's how iconic Spider-Man is that he was still majorly successful. But like, it's crazy to think that a $700 million movie, like in terms of revenue, is still not considered like Spider-Man being his best.
Yeah,
you know, it's crazy.
I've talked about that too, because I mean, Spider-Man 3 was still huge box office win. But it's so funny because I think and I've talked about this in videos and stuff. I'm like, Spider-Man is gauged so differently because it's almost like, yeah, sure, there's box office, but they also look at, well, what are the fans saying? And when the fans go, well, what the fuck, Venom? What'd you do with Venom? What the fuck? Yeah. And then they just go, reboot it. Even though that they had Sam Raimi for Spider-Man 4, and they were gearing to do that. It almost seems like the same thing with the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where it's like, yeah, I mean, like there's, some people might be like, yeah, there's a little much going on in there. But I mean, yeah, and I think and it still made so much money, but I think it was so cluttered and it was so like, you had the iconic scene of Gwen Stacy dying, the tower thing. But it was so much going on, just like Spider-Man 3. They try to cram way too many villains into one movie, and it gets too messy. And I think like Sony, they just totally just fold when we made a bunch of money, but they're like talking. They hate this movie. They're like saying this and saying that. So no, just start over. It's so weird.
If Sony had not folded, though, I don't think we would have Spider-Man in the MCU. So I think there are benefits and stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. I from a fan point of view, or comparison also to my own taste, I've always said to other people, no matter which version of the character that you like, I think that Toby and Andrew and Tom all emulate different eras of the comic book. Toby to me is kind of like the 60s, 70s interpretation of the character to some degree. I think Andrew kind of emulates sort of the wild, like too cool for school 90s interpretation of Peter Parker, also with all the wild and ridiculous stories trying to be crammed into one thing. And then you have Tom's version, which is basically Bendis, ultimate iteration of the character, which, that original Ultimate Universe was obviously a huge influence on the MCU in general. So
yes,
every one of them emulates a different interpretation of what Spider-Man is, or an era or a run that he was like going through. And then of course, Sony and Marvel, for better or worse, they do listen to fans after a while. Like, and then you have like, Spider-Verse was huge. So they just did No Way Home and it worked. Like, I think the best I mean, so far, I think the best MCU Spidey movie has been Homecoming in terms of a complete and solid film and things that work organically.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But No Way Home, it's great, but it is a lot of fan service. But they had fun with it. They tried to make it for everybody. They tried to get all the fans to enjoy that movie. And
Paul,
Tom,
did you ever read Bendis's Spider-Men story, the meeting of Miles and Peter? Okay, just
so
curious.
I should preface in terms of my Spider-Man reading. I've read more Ultimate Universe than I have original Spider-Man at this point, but I have read the entire run of Bendis's run
Ultimate
on Spider-Man.
Okay.
Like the original, the Spider-Man, even Miles Morales going into 616 before Bendis officially left Marvel to then go work at DC and ruin Superman and then to eventually go back to Marvel. But I say that with all love. I love Bendis, but his Superman run was
not great.
I heard that after following Dan Jurgens, I think, right? Because I remember people were like, "Oh, Dan Jurgens, Superman," and then Bendis is coming back.
Well, what had happened was at the time, and again, it's probably a Dan DiDio move if I had to figure it out if I'm looking at the timeline correctly. But
yeah,
basically,
2018.
Basically, Superman, you had Dan Jurgens doing some overhaul work because they were transitioning from the New 52 to the Rebirth era. So Dan Jurgens and I don't know if Scott Snyder was involved. I'm trying to remember the exact writers that worked, but whoever did a terrific job because
Tomasi.
Tomasi, thank you.
Peter Tomasi, yes.
Because I have Tomasi's entire Superman. It's Superman run, but it's basically Superman and Sun run. That's
because if I'm not mistaken, I think Jurgens was the one who brought back Superman by bring back Superman. What happened was they basically almost null and voided New 52 Superman as kind of a not Superman. And Clark Kent was hiding with Lois Lane and Jonathan Kent. And when that Superman solar flared and sacrificed himself, Clark Kent reemerges as Superman.
From what I remember, because this was Dan Jurgens doing the Action Comic stuff. That's what it was. And Tomasi was writing mainline. But they basically merged both of them together. That's essentially what happened. And they combined the timelines because that's essentially what was happening anyway, transitioning into both.
Okay, so I'm completely misremembering this. Go on.
I was reading this in real time and I was just excited because I was not a fan of New 52 Superman, really. I mean, there was good stuff with Morrison. There was some good things in there, but it wasn't like the Superman that I had grown up with from that had been the post-crisis Superman was basically from like my Superman, like the 90s Superman into the 2000s Superman. And so anyway, they fixed that. They made that work. Superman and Lois were married again. John Kent was in canon, a thing, and then Super Sons happened, also being written by Tomasi. So you had the Superman run with John Kent, which was basically Superman and Son, which was very good. And if you guys ever get it, it's a big. It's you can buy it. You can get the omnibus of Batman and Robin by Tomasi, and you can get the Superman run. And they're both giant, thick omnibuses, black and red, but they're both terrific runs. And then Super Sons happens and I kept getting revived a little bit too, because Superman Sons was very successful. It was a very good book. And then Bendis came to DC. And what should have happened is they should have let Bendis just do his own thing or maybe do a different story. But Dan DiDio let him have carte blanche. You can have whatever you want. And he wanted Superman.
Yep.
And he derailed the entire book by doing that. And it was a disaster. It was really rough, though, too, because I didn't hate everything that Bendis did. But he got simultaneously the main Superman book and Action Comics. And the Action Comics stuff, I think, was actually better. But he literally got the red carpet treatment. He got the best artists to work on his books. He got all of this carte blanche to do whatever he wanted to do. And they were the most whatever books that you've read. Even though the artwork was incredible, I didn't care at all about the story. I was completely detached. And after 10 issues or so, I gave up. I was like, no more. I'm done. And I canceled all the Bendis stuff. Naomi was the only good thing that came out of him doing DC, I think.
And that was very limited. Remember picking up Superman Man of Steel by Bendis and whoever the artist was. And I remember reading that first issue. And after that first issue, I was like, this is dog water.
Yeah.
Like, this is not good. I was shocked because, like, Paul, I've read a lot of Ultimate Spider-Man. I've read, you know, from when Peter picks up the fucking mantle to when Peter dies to when Miles takes it up to when Miles meets 616. Like, Paul and I are kind of on the same way when it comes to Spider-Man. So when it comes to when it came to Bendis coming on to Superman, I remember like, oh, this is going to be amazing. And then reading that first issue, I was like, this is dog water.
Bendis to me is a very good writer, and especially, I mean, his Marvel stuff. Not all of his
stuff is fucking phenomenal.
Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Alias, which he wrote at the same exact time, pretty much.
That's why I know.
Yeah, Avengers Disassembled, House of M. He's written many good things for Marvel, but I looked when I thought back on it in hindsight, I realized what was the issue, or what at least. I mean, first off, I'm also judging Bendis from like 20 years ago when he was a much younger man coming into the business, as opposed to the more veteran writer coming into DC. But I think the problem was is that he might have also been doing sort of the Marvel approach coming into DC, which didn't really work, because the thing you have to remember is first off, Avengers Disassembled is still a very controversial run to this day, but at the time, nobody was reading Avengers at that time, really. Like, it wasn't a huge book. And then Bendis came in, he blows up the Avengers mansion and has them move to the tower. And it was a huge controversial thing because he killed, I think, 1 or 2 different members. And people were like basically hate reading it almost in a sense, because they were like, what the fuck? Like, what is he doing? And it got people to read the book. The same is kind of true for the Ultimate stuff, because at that point, he was given carte blanche because they didn't know what was going to happen with the Ultimate stuff. He was given the book, but it was, you know, he wasn't strapped to any continuity except to make his own, essentially, or, you know, reference and stuff. So I think he had more freedom to do what he wanted to do. Whereas, like, with Superman, you could tell he didn't really do his homework. He didn't check in with what was going on at that time. And he kind of just did his own thing, but it didn't work because the train was fine. It was well oiled. The books were selling. He didn't have to come in there and do sort of this controversial like take on things. And so, you know, it just I think the nail in the coffin for me, because after a while I just stopped reading like the Bendis DC stuff altogether. I saw a take on Twitter. I forget the guy that wrote it, but it was one of these guys that does many different takes on superhero stuff because he's clearly reading the books. But he had said, because for a while too, people forget, Bendis also got the Justice League run. And not only that, he was tying in his Naomi character into the Justice League.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. And I was like, okay, whatever, but I just didn't care, so I didn't read it. And this guy, he wasn't even writing a review. He was just writing like an observation. He was like, you know how I know that this book is going to die and like that it's just not going to make it? He was like, because no one is talking about this book. And I don't mean in the sense of like it's not selling. It's the fact that like, even if a book is, you know, like, it's like when what's his name? I forget the name of the writer. He just did the recent things, but the newer Spider-Man books that had come out with like Paul and MJ and like all of this stuff was going wrong, but like everyone was talking about Zeb Wells' run of Spider-Man. People were still talking about it though, and the book was selling even though it wasn't going over well with fans at all, right? But the Justice League run by Bendis, no one was talking about it. There weren't any negative opinions, any positive opinions. No one was reading the fucking book. And this guy was like, you know, it's bad when no one is talking about it. If no one is talking about it, that means no one is picking up and no one is reading it. Like, It's crickets. And sure enough, he was right. The book, I don't even know what happened in that book. I still don't know because no one bought it. So it died. And then Bendis kind of slowly exited DC and went back to Marvel at this point. You know, and that's fair. He's going to go back to where he knows.
And I think because of that whole ordeal, that's why DC was so open with Dan Slott. Yeah, you can come and do your own Superman thing, but it's not going to be in continuity.
Yeah. I'm fine with, look, how do I put this? Because I have to be very careful what I say, because I don't think I'm alone in being controversial about Dan Slott as like a comic book reader. I I used to hate Dan Slott for many good reasons, but I don't hate him. I don't hate him now because
You're not the only one. I've seen a lot of people hate on him.
I heard about
mean,
this because I think at one point in his life he had to get bodyguards because he was getting.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of hate.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of hate.
Well, to be fair, he is. He's one of the bigger Spider-Man writers of the last like decade. Like everyone knows that.
You immediately see those the Spidey eyes.
10 years, right? Yeah,
but he's not. But it's not due to him not like boasting about that. I mean, he's wore Spider-Man T-shirts. He's had it. I think he had it as like a headliner on his Twitter. I think for years. I don't remember all the details, but in my opinion, I think that Dan Slott, not all the time, but a lot of the time, basically sells books on doing controversial things that causes fans to get upset. That wants him to read his books. He's a rage baiter type of writer. That's kind of how he works.
Yeah.
Mainly with Spider-Man. Now that being said, I've since picked up actual things that people have recommended that I should read of his, which is like his She-Hulk run, which is actually very good and very uncontroversial. It's actually just it's a good character based.
Man, his Fantastic Four book is actually worth it.
So I haven't
I've heard good things about a Fantastic Four book. Yeah, I think around the time the movie was coming out, people were recommending it.
Like, go read that. Yeah,
I haven't read his run. What I did read and what I gave him points for, I've read the Ben Grimm wedding issue. Now, if you know comic books and you know the rules sort of or how these things work, almost like 9 times out of 10, if a superhero has a wedding. Chances are it's either going to be derailed by something crazy happening in the wedding. Some villain or some asshole is going to attack the wedding and cause more problems. Or the wedding is going to get called off and it's going to be like a bait and switch type of deal. So if you know that like, and I think Ben Grimm I think Dan Slott was hopefully smart enough to realize this. Ben Grimm is one of the most sympathetic and loved characters within Marvel and maybe of all time. He's the ever-loving thing.
Right.
I think he knew that if he fucked up Ben Grimm's wedding to his longtime girlfriend, Alicia, like fans would decimate him at every convention. So the whole issue, it's written very well in the sense of like, Dan knows that as a fan that like weddings are a target. So the whole issue, Mr. Fantastic goes out of his way to basically stop time because he knows that Ben Grimm's wedding will be a target. So that Ben Grimm and his girlfriend, now wife, will have a good wedding and there won't be any problems around it. And I was like, that's very nice. I'm glad that happened. And I'm glad that Dan Slott didn't fuck that up because it's Ben Grimm. Like if any guy deserves to be happy, it's Ben Grimm.
Right.
So I'll give him points on that. And I've also heard his Silver Surfer run is very good. I own it, but I haven't had a chance to actually go through it yet. I had a bunch of Fantastic Four books that I was trying to get through at the time.
But reading thing about his Silver Surfer run too.
Yeah, he's clearly a fan of FF and the Silver Surfer. Like he's clearly a fan of that time and of the old school stuff. So I'll give him points where points are due. But his Spider-Man run it's all over the map. It's controversial. There's some good issues. I know the Superior Spider-Man stuff is supposed to be pretty good, like where Doc Ock.
What's funny is like to your whole point about him being a kind of a rage bait writer.
Yeah,
the Superior Spider-Man is proof of that concept because when that happened, I remember reading issue 700 and just being like, what the fuck is this? This is abhorrent. Like I was not on board, but I then went and read the first volume of Superior Spider-Man and I was like, fucking damn it. I like it. Like I admit it. I fucking admit it. Like I like the idea of Doc Ock being in Peter's body and being a better Spider-Man. I was like, God damn it. I don't fucking like how we got here, but I like what this is doing.
There's interesting concepts that I've heard from the book because I haven't actually read it myself. And I'm going to make that very clear, but I had heard about the certain concepts because the first issue that you read where Doc Ock is Spider-Man, you don't know it yet. You don't know what's happened, but Dan Slott writes it in a way that he knows that if you've been reading Spider-Man your whole life, you know something is wrong because Peter isn't acting like Peter. He's being kind of a dick. And so it's meant to throw you off. And then you find out by the end, there's a reason why that's the case. But Spider-Man books in general always have so many twists and turns. And if you're a Spider-Man fan, you know that sometimes that's awesome. And sometimes it's the worst comic you've ever read. And why was this allowed through editorial to happen? So it was kind of it was very mixed when it came out, that response and stuff. But there's a few interesting things that happen in that book. One, Doc Ock being in Spider-Man's body, he didn't understand that Peter actually held back a lot of time being Spider-Man with his strength. I think he takes someone's jaw out, being Spider-Man, like literally rips the jaw off their body.
Yes, he does.
And he realizes that Peter has been holding back for decades. Well, not decades in their time, but decades for us. But like, so he has to like reassess and everything. But like, you know, then the Superior Spider-Man run happens. People start to get used to it. People like it. It's interesting. It's different. And then when he fixes it and goes back to Peter being in the body, now Peter is a multi-millionaire and basically is like Tony Stark. And he brings back the Spider-Mobile, and I was like, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Why was this allowed to happen?" So that's reading current Spider-Man a lot of the times. That's what basically will happen. But I haven't been truly invested in like the main books for Spidey in a very, very long time. I was always more the Ultimate stuff, and at this point, Marvel editorial, and particularly because I think if I remember correctly, how it works is, there is Marvel editorial. Spider-Man is so huge that Spider-Man has his own editorial people. And anyone who will tell you that they don't want Spider-Man to be happy, they don't want fans to be happy, they don't care. Like, oh, you love the new Ultimate Spider-Man? He's dead now. like that's just what they do. That's just how they go.
Peter and MJ together? Guess what? Now she's dating some guy named Paul.
Right. Oh, now they're married.
I'm not even being a dick like that.
No,
that's the name. The name is Paul.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, as a fan,
I was like, congratulations, Paul.
Yeah, no, as a fellow Paul, it's humiliating. But I don't have a man bun, so there is that. I've got that going.
Oh, she's dating a guy with a man bun. Oh.
Yeah. Well, and that's
apparently,
the thing. It's
in the new movie, MJ's boyfriend is a dude named Paul, and he's played by Amonis Fondi.
Yeah,
we see at the
yes,
no.
Yeah.
Allegedly, he might be Paul. I don't know that for fact.
Yeah, if he's named Paul, I'll just have a good laugh. I've already seen the memes. They've there was a meme where it was Peter looking at them at the party scene, like in the trailer. And then it cuts back to Peter, and he's in the raincoat with like the axe from American Psycho. Hey, Paul, you know, like, and I was like, oh, I haven't heard that joke before. You know, my friends, I have a friend that loves that movie, so he makes that joke to me all the time, which is great. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, and the same thing, like, you know, they make the Ultimate Universe, they have Peter and MJ married and have children, and the book sells like hotcakes because that's what fans have been wanting for decades at this point.
Well,
at least since
a lot of fans are also really happy at the fact that Ben is alive.
Right.
And he's a partner with J. Jonah Jameson.
Right.
Like oh man, like just thinking about that book.
I haven't kept up with the book. I know that it was a little bit controversial later on because, again, like I don't think Hickman was 100% sure what was going to happen with the Ultimate Universe. I think his plan either way was to write it for like 2 years and then hand it off to another writer. I think that was the original plan. It seems like that's gone this way or that. I know Denzen Camp is trying to do what he can with the Ultimates and trying to keep that afloat. But I've heard differing things. Supposedly, and again, I say this even without spoilers because if you understand comic books, you know that death is never really permanent anyway. But supposedly, the new Ultimate Spider-Man has been killed, and I'm just kind of like, okay, like, fine, whatever. Like another disappointment of the Marvel editorial doing their thing. But yeah, that's where current Marvel Comics basically is. Like, I feel basically that like they're just I've started to make jokes with my friends that it's the house of no ideas at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Like That's that's basically what's happened.
It is kind of interesting because looking at the MCU has kind of like been in a little bit of like a whoa, what the heck, and then comic book wise, people are not raving about their books, and you got DC that is trying to obviously they're invigorating with the absolute universe, and then you got the DCU. And where it's like they're trying to be like, hey, we're trying to do something new and doing this. And it's like it is kind of weird to see. Obviously, this year with Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday, that's probably going to help a little bit because if those movies, and they, most likely will be huge, obviously. Hopefully they'll be good because, again, Spider-Man it just has a different kind of, like you were saying, Paul, like, the movies made money, but then they rebooted anyways. But I was like, yeah, it feels like Spider-Man's like held, and Batman, and to a point too, where it's like they're held on this standard of like, oh, it's not just box office, it's reception.
But I will say
they are the two most top grossing superheroes at the box office. They are in a sense. I think Ray says it best. They are the god tier superheroes when it comes to money making at the movies.
But I will say this about Spider-Man and Batman fans for the most part is that yes, they will argue and bicker. There will always be, oh, I love this version more than this version. Blah 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 blah.
Right. Yeah.
But say what you want, the Spider-Man and Batman fan bases are so wide that you can kind of do any kind of variety on that character. I mean, just on Batman, right? You've got the Ben Affleck stuff, which if they revive that, great, awesome. But you got the Robert Pattinson universe, which is great, right? You've got Lego Batman. You've got Absolute Batman. You've got the main timeline Batman. You've got DC. You had DC KO utilizing both main timeline Batman and Absolute Batman, and it was fun. You've got all that variety. Spider-Man, you've got Tom Holland, you've got No Way Home, you've got Spider-Verse, you've got the video game version, you've got Friendly Neighborhood, you've got Spider-Man fans and Batman fans eating good. Like that's great.
Yeah.
But you take Superman, holy shit! Like, and I love Superman, but like granted, you've got Superman and Lois, you've got Gunn's version, you've got Snyder's version, but the infighting in there is just ridiculous, and that almost outweighs some of the variety. Even though Superman gets redone almost as much as Batman does to a degree. I mean, I'm not even counting the new animated what I call anime Superman, which has been pretty good.
My
too.
Adventures,
yeah. So at the very least with those two fan bases, Batman and Spider-Man, they at least allow enough variety to be spread amongst the fans and let them have fun with whatever they're going to do. And like I said, Sony did do a very good move with No Way Home, obviously it being a very successful movie, but the fact that they embraced all the different versions and had them work as a team, I think was actually like hugely vital for that fan base going forward. Because beforehand, I mean, I personally liked the Tom Holland stuff. I thought it was new and different, but there were a lot of people that were complaining because Spider-Man fans at their core, they constantly fight amongst themselves where they need Peter to be miserable and they need him to be struggling, but they don't want him to be dead. It's kind of like this weird fine line with him. But
the people who were like, I forgot what they always called him. They call him like Iron Kid or Iron,
Iron
they
Man,
hated the whole Iron Man. What were they called?
Iron Boy.
Iron Boy, stuff like that. It was like always, and I'm going, and I every time that I would see that in my mentions or I see it out there, I'm like, yeah, but it's not the same of what came before. Like, this is a different take, and Iron Man is his mentor. What the fuck is wrong with that? I mean, Iron Man, they built up Iron Man, and he is like the most popular character of the universe. So then when they finally got Spider-Man in, why would they not have what I thought that was a brilliant idea when it came to Civil War. When they came to Civil War, I mean, I love that scene when Tony Stark is in Peter's apartment talking, and then they have their first interaction. I love that scene. I think that's one of the. I mean, Civil War. I mean, I brought it up in the beginning because obviously, we're celebrating 10 years of BvS, and of course, Civil War was like their version and stuff like that. Civil War doesn't get talked about not nearly as much as BvS because of discourse and all the bullshit and everything like that. But at the same time, if I had to pick a favorite scene, it's not one of the action scenes. It's not when they're fighting. It's that scene with Tony first meeting Peter. I love that scene. The introduction of Peter into the MCU is one of my favorite scenes of the MCU.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's me. But I love, and then of course people are like, he's too, he's always relying on mentors and this, that, and then I'm like, so what? So what? It's different. It's not like he hasn't done it before. It's like, yeah. And then people
when I hear that,
no way home, they're like, oh yeah, now he's got Doctor Strange. I'm like, not really, if you think about it. And then, I even saw people like, oh, of course, then you got Punisher in this one. Shut up. It's not the same. Shut up.
When I hear that,
when
someone tells me Spider-Man shouldn't have a mentor, I'm like, okay, then you fundamentally misunderstand Spider-Man, because because when Peter Parker loses Ben, there is a void there. Movie 1, he goes to Willem Dafoe, fucking Norman Osborn. Movie 2,
I was just going to say Norman Osborn. Hello,
right? And then you get to the Amazing Spider-Man. He wants to find out more about his father. Who does he go to? Kurt Connors. Kurt fucking Connors, my guy. Okay, and then we get to the MCU Spider-Man. What was the novelty of bringing Spider-Man in the MCU? Oh, so he can interact with the other people. Well, what the fuck are we complaining about here? And to Dave's point, like, Iron Man is the most popular character in universe. So why not? Why wouldn't Peter automatically look up to the guy who broke out of a fucking terrorist cave building out of shit out of scrap metal? Like, are you fucking serious? Again, I can't take people seriously when they say dumb shit like MCU Spider-Man is beyond his own. Shut the fuck up. It's the dumbest shit I ever hear.
The science guy. Like, you wouldn't want the science people like interacting at the same time. Like, it makes
they're
sense.
both super smart and coming up with stuff. I still like one of my another favorite scene, like in regards to Spider-Man, just full on Spider-Man. I love it in No Way Home, where obviously Iron Man's like a part of it, and obviously Tony's a part of it. And then when he saves his ass again, like with the ship and everything, and then they're on top of that, whatever the hell. And when Peter is like just basically just kind of just like opening up to him and just being like, and then he goes, what are you talking about? You're not even here. And then he pops out of the suit and then steps in front of him and just gives like a little like, and it's just, I remember that scene. I remember seeing that in the movies and people went, oh, like it was such a like awesome scene because yes, they built this whole thing where like, oh yeah, he's using his, he's using his glasses. He's somewhere else. And he's kind of doing like a droid thing with like a suit. But then when he actually popped out of the suit, like he was in it and he just to be like, what the fuck, kid? And then the whole line of like, of taking away the suit, taking away his suit.
Then you're not, then it's not for you at all. Yeah.
That's what I love about No Way Home too, is the fact that the final battle with Vulture, he's in his makeshift suit.
Yeah.
He's proving to get the suit back.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about No Way Home. It's just a way, like, Far From Home is kind of like, a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Paul.
No, Phil and I was just saying, I think you mean Homecoming.
Oh yeah, Homecoming. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Too many homes, but you know what I'm talking about. The first, yeah.
People are used to the classic Stan Lee, Steve Ditko stuff because those first 20 or so issues. I mean, the whole point that Stan and them wanted to get across was that Spider-Man has to kind of make it on his own, essentially. Like he'll interact with like the Fantastic Four or the other people, but even in his early origins, a lot of them didn't really know where Spidey kind of stood. They just saw him as sort of this guy. The reason why I was watching a video. I always forget the name of the guy because he'll post like a video like once a year, but he does really good video essays on characters. But he was talking about.
You know what you're talking about. I can't remember his name either, but yeah.
Well, there's so many of them now.
Yeah, there is a lot. We might be talking about a different guy, but there's a lot there.
But there's this aspect of like why he was mainly talking about Spider-Man, but it's also why I think that like Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man are kind of like the Mount Rushmore of like superheroes, essentially, because each of them goes for this parallel within storytelling, which is like with getting superpowers or being a superhero. One is that you are born with superpowers, which is basically Superman. One is when you strive to get the powers and get there, which is Batman, like, because he makes himself Batman essentially, right? And then the third one is when powers are thrust upon you, and that's Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, it's this idea that he gets the power and what does he do with it? That's always been the reoccurring theme. But yeah, I mean, I think fans are spoiled because you had the Toby films, you had the Andrew films, where he is looking for another mentor, but he doesn't really have one. He's not corresponding with another, Marvel hero. I thought it worked organically within the MCU. I'm with you on that because he's a kid like the audience, basically, who's been raised on MCU. So of course he idolized Iron Man. Of course he wants to be in that thing. That the conflicting viewpoint is that in the comic books, him and Tony are friendly, like they're friends. But, Peter is not, Peter's a science guy and he knows the lines that Tony can cross, basically. Whereas like this version is so much younger. So he looks up to him much more like a father figure kind of thing. So there's that dynamic and change. And people kind of wanted to just get away with that. And they wanted him to go back to struggling on your own and trying to make it. And more so the point, they wanted him to have the cloth costume. They didn't want him to have the super mecha power suit. Which I get.
He shouldn't have had that. See, I'm on the other end of this. I loathe the relationship between Tony Stark and Spider-Man.
And I get it.
I absolutely fucking hate it. And there's a reason why. The character, this is just an opinion, and everybody's going to look at this at a different angle, and that's what they're there for.
Yeah.
The character's design and its relatability from the moment he was created was the solitary problem solving that he did. Now, every now and then he would go out, he would grab a hold of Reed Richards. In fact, he's in the very first issue of Spider-Man. But for the most part, that costume, the difference between the tech costume and the costumes and the web spinners that he actually builds is the defining aura of his character. He didn't need Tony Stark. He didn't need any of that. The whole thing is he was a boy genius that he figured things out. And that's one of the things that Miles Morales has now that, the Spider-Man character doesn't have as much as it did earlier on. And that's probably why there's a bigger appeal with Miles Morales, because he represents that every kid that has to figure it out. And I'm okay with the Robert Downey thing. I'm not going to not go see the movies, but I was so happy when you started seeing No Way Home, you started to see him come into his own like he really is designed to do. That's just an opinion.
Right.
But at the same time, it was kind of cool to just, get something different where he was like mentored, still being in school. And then he goes through all this stuff. And then now he's getting to that point of, I don't know. I like the
fundamentally changing the character. I mean, I'm not saying it's not cool, but then you're fundamentally changing the character.
Every now and then. You can't do the same thing over and over and over again. Where it's like, okay, you just, you can't. That's why I thought it was a good way to introduce him into the MCU. You bring him in and have the most popular MCU character as his mentor, and then and then if eventually, obviously, he dies and all this stuff. He he fights aliens. He goes to a fucking another planet. He gets vaporized by the snap or whatever the hell you want to call it. And then he comes back, and now he's gonna be like at the end of No Way Home. It was like, hey guys, this is where we're leading to, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, I get it. You don't like it, fine. But at the same time, it's like it was something different. It was something fresh with a character who's been around forever and has been revitalized so many times, and different takes. And that's why brand new day. Yeah, and brand new day. We're gonna get that Spider-Man where it looks like he's just gonna be going around and doing the shit that he does while still struggling, while being sad, depressed. That shot of him washing his fucking his suit in the
laundry,
and he's just leaned up against it. It's like, I mean, we are there. There are Spider-Man fans happy that it's like, yay, we got depressed Peter. Yay, he hates his life, but he's still doing it. Yay.
My favorite scene of Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and I like a lot of the moments. To me, it's the montage sequence in Homecoming, where he's just helping Queens. He's helping out the
Right.
lady
He's
with the
jumping around.
direction,
Yes.
the bike and whatnot. Like to me, I was like, oh, there it is, because in that moment, the world wasn't ending. It was just it was the neighborhood. He was helping out the neighborhood, and I was like, I would
Spider-Man,
like a movie like that where it's just the neighborhood and there's no this is the end. But then again, I know these are movies; they got to make money and all that stuff. But I was like, I like that sequence a lot.
So brand new day. What's made me so happy about that trailer is that I think for the first, now don't get me wrong, there probably will be a main villain, so on and so forth. I think I was talking to even Phil about this, I think at some point. I know I discussed it with a lot of people, but the biggest takeaway that I loved mostly about it, other than him being depressed and whatever and having his hard times, is that this really is something as close to what you could have, say, like in the animated series, where it's literally just a day-to-day adventure of just being Spider-Man, and that's it. Like, he's fighting Boomerang, he's fighting Tarantula, he's fighting Scorpion, he's dealing with the Hand, like he's jumping over here, he's jumping over there, but like, and then of course he has like his friends as like the center focal point of the story, but it's just him being Spider-Man. There's no Avengers plot over here, there's no European vacation plot over here. He's just being the Spider-Man, and he's in his, like little onesie. He's got his little web shooters. There's no super suit. There's no mentor character. It's just him being Spider-Man, and that's fine. And I think that's like No Way Home. I told people, because even though I love Homecoming and I love Far From Home for what they are, I enjoy them for what they are, but I understand Spider-Man fans' complaints about those movies. Someone had brought up the scene. I think we've even discussed it on this from time to time. Because they were using the Raimi films even just as a contrast, not even talking about the comic books. And they said, and this was before No Way Home had come out to kind of leverage out the Parker luck coming into full effect. But they were like, there's not enough of Peter suffering in this, and it's not like, oh, he needs to be miserable, he needs to be depressed. It was more of like, no, Peter needs to see more of the consequences of being Spider-Man and being Peter Parker, and like that parallel. In Homecoming, if you guys remember, they make a point. They make a whole scenario where he goes into the falafel house with that guy who has a crush on his aunt, and then he makes a joke about having a crush on his like granddaughter or something, and the guy gets annoyed, but then they're copacetic. He grabs the food, he leaves. 2 scenes later, bank robbers are robbing the ATMs. He stops them, but their shenanigans causes that falafel house to go belly up. Like it's destroyed.
Yeah.
And that's it. You never see that guy again. Well, you see the next day them picking up the pieces, but they don't focus on it. It's just there, it's done, and it happened, and they're moving on. But if that had been a Raimi movie, there would have been a whole scene about that guy talking to either a firefighter or somebody being like, I'm ruined. My business is done. Like, I have to move back to New Jersey or something now,
It's the sequence in Raimi where like he goes into the house that's burning, and he thinks, oh, he rescued everybody. And then the firemen are like, oh yeah, there was somebody trapped in the other door. And it just stays on Peter and be like, it's the law of like, you can't save everyone. And like, even when you feel like you did good, there's somebody else who probably didn't make it. And like, yeah, I get that sentiment, Paul. Yeah.
So
don't get me wrong. I didn't stop going to see those movies. I mean, I was happy with No Way Home because that's where it was leading.
No, well, dude, No Way Home was made for guys like you, William. And again, there's nothing
made
wrong
for
with
all
that.
Spider-Man fans.
It was, but I'm saying in a sense, it was both a fan service and a course correction, because the movies were doing very well. People were enjoying Tom Holland as the character, for better or worse, whether they agreed or disagreed about the Iron Man stuff. People liked him as the character. But Sony and Marvel were paying very close attention to what fans really wanted and what version of Spider-Man they particularly wanted. And so that's why that movie is kind of the way that it is. And here's the thing. Tom Holland, before Brand New Day, like, he went out of his way to go on forums and everything else and try to find what kind of movie fans really want to see at this point. Like, in terms of like comparative to what, Spider-Man was in 2016 and those movies as to what he's going to be now. And it looks like they're listening to the fans in terms of the fact, like I said, this is a day-to-day movie. This is Spider-Man going from place to place, dealing with all of these different shenanigans within the Marvel universe. This is what a fully formed Marvel universe / Spider-Man movie can do, that they've been building for towards at least for a decade. Like, this is the payoff. So I hope that they can live up to it. I mean, so far I'm pleased. This looks like it's going to be a great time. So, William,
yeah, the trailer's great. The trailer's great. You know?
Okay. Yeah. So is this meeting your expectations for what you want from a Spider-Man movie in terms of what you see Spider-Man as, in terms of what this trailer is putting out there?
Yeah, he seems. I mean, I didn't see too much depression. Like I saw, like when he's looking with Zendaya and all that. Obviously, because you know what happens there. But as far as the progression of his character, he went from what you know, the first movie with Mr. Stark, I'm nothing without this costume, and then he's like, well, then you don't need it, kid. And I'm like, personally, me, and I know I'm a curmudgeon, I vomited in my mouth. I you know, because of Spider-Man, I understand. Would never, you know, have said that. But I'm all right. You don't have to go 1-to-1 for me when it comes to, you know, I understand I'm not reading a comic book when I'm watching a movie. Even though I do express that, I just really never, I thought Tom Holland is a better Spider-Man than he was presented. And I think the best of him is yet to come. I think these next 3 movies, I think will surpass both in content and character these previous ones, because he's rounding into, in my opinion, just my opinion, what they should have started with. But that didn't stop flopping down the money to go see him.
Well, the thing is too, they also got to tie him into Avengers movies. They got to do all these other things. So I get the game. But that being said, I'm with you. Like, I think because obviously he's going to do one more trilogy. Like, that's pretty evident. And then either they're going to start building Miles very soon, or they're going to do something where, and who knows? Like, depending on how long Tom wants to stick around, they can do one of 2 things. They can do the Ultimate Universe ending where he does die, and the thing goes fully on Miles, and then Miles has to take on the mantle. Or they can do more of what 616 is doing, where both Miles and him share the title at the same time, and it's now the adventures of them doing things together.
There's one complication to that.
What is that?
I don't think Sony is ever going to give whoever's running Disney or Marvel Studios Miles Morales. They've rejected him once, and I think that they will continue to. And if they're smart, they will. And you're talking about a Tom Holland by the time he's done with this trilogy, that might be like 6, 7, 8 years from now.
Right.
The way they make these movies. So they have a lot of time to really move into a completely different generation. They don't have to revolve. And here's one thing about the Avengers in this next stage. They've only had the Avengers to distribute these characters to you. Now, after Secret Wars, after Doomsday, they can use FF if they want to. They can use Spider-Man if they want to. They can use X. There's other machinery that they can use to tell these big, ginormous stories that they didn't have before, that they hadn't established before, because they didn't own certain characters. But when it comes to Miles, no, I don't think Sony's ever going to let that character out of their control.
Now, why is that? Like, what is your? I don't know. I don't know your thinking on this. Like
Uh-oh. Well,
you all right?
Uh-oh. You all right, William?
I'm good.
Did you throw up in your mouth again? Are you okay?
No, he was
I've
thinking
been
about
dealing with
Iron Man
allergies and cough all day.
No,
the difference between the timing when they took over Spider-Man from Sony was, one, you had a group of people in Sony that just couldn't wait to jump on the Marvel train. And the character was in a different space. When you're talking about Miles Morales, they've done the work to build that character up to where it is. They've done the work with their movies. They've done the work with their video games. They've turned that into a value commodity. Why am I giving anybody any percentage of my take on that? I don't care if it's only 10 to 15%. Sometimes it could be up to 25%. Why am I going outside of my studio when I have people within my own company that can tell those stories and have won awards telling those stories? And I think that's why when Feige asked him about Miles Morales, and they said hands off for that character for now. I don't think that there's any reason for, I don't think they need the MCU to cultivate Miles Morales. Miles Morales has a lot more going for that character than any version of Spider-Man had going for them in 2014, 2016. It's actually the better, in some circles, it's the better selling Spider-Man title. And it's a lot more relatable to a generation. The character's been around since 2011. And between the comic, the games, and the 2 Spider-Verse movies. And by this time, you'll have a third one. They've done the work to cultivate that character. They don't need anybody else, and they give away their money to do that.
But in fairness, they've said to stay away only because of the fact that the third movie is coming about. Once that third movie is out, Disney owns Marvel. Disney owns Spider-Man. Not the film rights, but whatever else they want to do, they could, if they wanted to, probably introduce.
They could. I'm talking live action. I'm only talking exclusively live action.
I get you, and I get you, but my point is the fact that Sony still continues to go to Marvel Studios to have them make them Spider-Man movies just so they can continue to hold on to the rights of Spider-Man on film is nothing short of sheer irony. Let's also look at what Sony has done without Marvel Studios, because the last 5 years of their solo films have been nothing but awful reception. Yes, they struck gold.
Those are Miles Morales, though.
I understand, but hear me out, dude. Despite the fact that they aren't Marvels, the fact of the matter is, if Sony were to try a solo live-action Miles Morales movie, there is a high chance it would not get received well. There is a very high popular.
That's where I'm gonna have to disagree, simply because by the time that happens, the same people who have cultivated that character will be the ones going.
Okay, but here's where I see your problem with that logic. You're under the assumption that Phil Lord and Chris Miller are game to make that movie happen. That is not a known thing at the moment. Believe me, I hear you and I understand where your logic's coming from. But at the end of the day, Sony is reliant on Marvel Studios no matter what when it comes to Spider-Man.
I don't think it's going to happen. And here's the thing. And this is going off of,
I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon. I'm just saying that it's kind of foolish to assume that, and this doesn't apply to you. I'm just saying there are a lot of other fans on the internet who foolishly assume that because Sony says no right now to Miles, they're going to continue to say no over and over again. And that's just foolish thinking.
No, they're saying no now. And now I'm going to go off to just in my opinion. The person that hands that over to Marvel and Disney, prior to that happening, needs to hand in their resignation. I don't fucking need you if you can't write stories for me. If I own this character, and I'm not talking about Peter Parker, I'm talking about Miles Morales. If I've done the work, I've invested the time, regardless of whether Lord and Miller are the ones to do it or not. If you come into my office and your idea is to hand over this work and some of our money to another studio, I need your resignation in the other hand. I don't need you. You're a fucking pussy. I don't need you. Resign. Get me somebody who wants to work for me. If I'm the head of Sony, who do you work for? We've done the work, and what you have to, at some point, you have to have confidence in what you build. And I think
at the same time, like once Beyond the Spider-Verse is done, what more do you do with Miles after that? Because we're being told, at least I can infer, that Beyond the Spider-Verse is the last film with Miles at the front and center. And on top of that, Shameik Moore hasn't exactly done great with publicity, especially. Yeah. So if you want to bring that character forward, I don't know how you do that in a meaningful way after Beyond the Spider-Verse and have it be the same character.
I personally think that Sony could do their own Miles movie, and I think it would even be successful. But I think we'd be looking at, I mean, depending on if they're still doing the same type of creatives doing these other Spider-Man movies outside of main Spider-Man, it'd probably be just like Venom, where like it would be very successful at first, and then you would get dwindling returns after.
I think that's a
here's the other thing: you can't do Miles without Peter Parker.
No,
that's a goddamn fact.
Yeah, you have to have.
This isn't a Venom situation. You need Peter Parker in order to do Miles.
Yeah. But I mean, at this point, most. Sorry. Go on.
No. I'm just at this point. Once again, you go back to: are you a pussy or are you running a company? I mean, how am I going to have any faith in anything you're doing? And the Venom movies, and I understand there's been a record with the movies that are the non-Spider-Man movies and characters that are literally created to revolve around Spider-Man that we never got. I don't see that as the same situation with Miles Morales. So that's just where I differ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that I'm with Phil. I think it'll be hard for them to just make a Miles movie without incorporating some form of a Peter Parker. For one, I think that would be a very interesting challenge. Personally, like, I understand where you're coming from, William, because I like the video games. I like the Spider-Verse movies. I think they've been doing very good dealing with Miles on their own to a degree in terms of the other mediums. I think also having Miles and not just be written by Bendis, I think has also benefited the character a lot. Even though I enjoy the Bendis Miles run. I mean, Genki Ned in the current Spider-Man movies is literally Genki from the Miles run in the Ultimate Universe, and most people know that. So I mean, it's not a stretch.
I think I remember reading something about that, how Ned came to be, or
you
something
could
like that.
you could tell, like, again, Bendis is usually called upon. He's one of those like Spidey heads that they consultant every time that they use Miles or they do something even current Spider-Man. He's one of the guys that they call on because he's one of those. He's just one of the gurus of current modern Spider-Man stuff. So
it was so funny because obviously, like, when a new trailer comes out, and obviously Tom Holland, I forgot when did Homecoming come out? Was that like
2017?
17?
Yeah.
And so, like, they do that thing where, like, they show like the then and the now. So obviously, like, they were showing like Tom Holland when he showed up in Civil War to now, and it's like, yeah, you could see that. Obviously, that was 2016, so it's been 10 years. So you could see that he's grown up somewhat. They show MJ what she looked like in Homecoming, where she was just kind of like how she, and then you see her in that, when they're having that party, she looks better. And then they showed like Ned, and it's like, oh, is that Ned then and now? I'm like, they just gave him glasses. So I was like, he has the same hair, because that's not really his hair, because we know the actor doesn't have hair. That's not really his hair. So
I think he just shaves his head. I don't know if he. I think he does.
I thought he had
hair,
alopecia or something.
Does he have alopecia?
I don't know if he had something like that. Maybe, I don't know. I know there's people.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he might.
Yeah. Anyways, but I just always find that funny when they're like the then and the now, and it's like Ned is just he just has glasses.
But you know what? Though, I love Ned, and I'm so glad
Ned's
that
great.
Ned,
he's a great the desk guy, right?
But he is a great friend to the guy in the chair. But he's a great friend to Peter in those movies, and
he's fantastic, and they have good chemistry. Yeah,
that's one of the benefits of the MCU, and I think it's a good update for Peter, because that's the other thing too, is like OG Peter, like the original Peter. He doesn't really have too many friends, like in the books and stuff. And then every friend he makes, but like Harry doesn't come till later. He doesn't make friends with Harry, I think, until college in the old books and stuff.
Which is funny you bring that up, because this Peter goes to Empire State University, and that is where Peter meets Harry and Gwen, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm trying to remember. I feel
my God.
I feel like Gwen was high school as well, but no, I could be. I think I'm confusing that for Liz Allen. That could be different. Yeah, you're right. No.
Betty Pratt.
I had kind of the same conversation in regards to Gwen Stacy and Miles, because someone tried to tell me that because that Miles is off limits, that means Gwen's off limits, because she's the second, the lead in Spider-Verse. And I was like, that logic is flawed. Just because Miles is off limits does not mean every other single character who shows up in the Spider-Verse films is off limits. Man, for crying out loud, you had Donald Glover show up in Across the Spider-Verse as Prowler, and he's in the MCU as Aaron Davis. That's not to say that if the MCU were to introduce Gwen Stacy, that doesn't automatically mean she has to be Spider-Gwen. And if I'm not mistaken, there are rumors that Kiernan Shipka may or may not be Gwen Stacy in this going forward. I don't know. I'm not banking on it, but I will just say that when it comes to Spider-Man and Spider-Man characters on film, it is always, at least for now, Sony and Marvel have to sit down and do the legal thing of who do you want to use and how are you going to use them?
Right. I mean, they're having that issue right now, I think, with Kingpin, because Kingpin has only been in the TV show.
I looked into this. So why was Kingpin able to be in the Fox movie? Because Kingpin falls under a category of shared character rights, in that, yes, Kingpin was initially introduced as a Spider-Man villain in Amazing Spider-Man number 50. Yes. So therefore, his live action film rights as of right now, they do fall under Sony. But since Marvel has introduced the character Kingpin in the form of Vincent D'Onofrio in Daredevil Born Again, they can only use that version in the Daredevil TV show and whatever other TV show they decide to use. That's why he's an Echo. That's why he showed up in Hawkeye. However, if this version of Kingpin were to show up in any kind of movie that Marvel Studios produced, it can only be a Spider-Man movie, because that's where the character rights have fucking fallen. But back in 2003, since the character also has a shared rights under Daredevil because he's become a Daredevil villain, Fox was allowed to use the character, even though initially Columbia tried to get that movie made. So, yes, so when it comes to Kingpin, the only chance he can ever appear in a movie is if it's Spider-Man. And you know what? I'm going to shut up before I say something in regards to Daredevil Born again. I'll just say that.
I was about to say, Phil, where are we going with this?
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's, oh, man.
Because there's even something in the Spider-Man trailer that kind of alludes to the ending of Daredevil.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like, you know, when you're, and that's a good way to ease into some Daredevil Born Again episode 1 talk. We got a couple of people here who've seen more than that, but hey, well, you know, they're going to be good. They're going to be good. And Ronan being one of them. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I mean, when we did a discussion on the brand new Day trailer, I mean, I remember Scott immediately went, it's got the hand in it. It's got the hand. There's no way that you don't incorporate Daredevil. And that's why when you see that ending shot of him jumping at the hand, it's no way home again when he's charging at 3 big villains. Yeah. And it's like, wait a minute, there's got to be 2 more Spider-Men in there. And sure enough, there was. It's like,
and Charlie's already been on Jimmy Kimmel. And he's already made the joke. He's like, yeah. Well, I would say no, even if I was in the movie. And it's just like, all right, Charlie, like we get it.
I'm like, yeah, Charlie, you're in half of the movie. Is that
but
what it
also, is? But also, like, and I feel so bad for Charlie because he is, to me, 1-to-1, like one of the best comic book castings of all time.
Totally.
Like, he is that character.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him because he went to a theater to get the experience of what fans would react with Matt Murdock being in that movie. And no one reacted. And
people were like,
so sad.
Yeah,
but I'm going to the one theater showing.
It's so funny because my theater fucking reacted to it.
Mine did too. Everyone was like, "It's Matt Murdock."
He had bad luck. He had bad luck because a lot of most theaters were like, "Oh my god!" When the cane came into the fucking frame,
everyone knew.
Yeah, everybody was like, "Oh my god!"
But
my brother didn't know. Like, he was sitting next to me and he goes, "Who's that?" I'm like, "That's Daredevil." He goes, "Oh," because he never watched the show, but he knew who Daredevil was. He knew who Daredevil the character was. He just never watched the show.
And I think the current showrunners even admitted that because that was well received in that movie, that greenlit them incorporating Daredevil into the rest of the MCU, or eventually I think even that like canonizing the Netflix stuff. I could be wrong. I forget exactly what came first because I know the restructuring happened and because we have the Frankenstein monster, which is the season 1 of Born Again, and we know the different continuities and stuff like that. So that was all over the map. But Charlie is that character, and for me, if you're watching the movies, just the Spider-Man movies, it's perfect that you get Matt Murdock in No Way Home, and then you would get Daredevil in the next one. And
you know, speaking of Charlie, that dude has so perfected the blind guy listening, like head tilts. I love it when he's like doing like, he's so good at that now, where it's like anytime he like just starts doing that. I saw a funny meme actually earlier that was showing like I think it was like in the opening episode when the ship's gonna start to sink and everything or something like that. And they do the shot of him listening. So he's like, the camera does the cool little effect and he starts doing that. Somebody put the meme of like, when you're at the movie theater getting popcorn and you hear the trailer start. I was like, yes. It's just a funny meme, but he's so good at doing that whole, like the head tilt and just, the blind guy thing. I mean, he's perfected that.
Yeah, in terms of like Hugh Jackman Wolverine or Chris Reeve Superman or Chris Evans Captain America, like Charlie Cox is Matt Murdock Daredevil. Like he's just perfect. And D'Onofrio is so interesting to me as Kingpin because like I have a version of Kingpin in my head from when I was a kid and then also like reading the Daredevil books and stuff like that. I mean, My actual favorite version of Kingpin is the 90s Spider-Man show, but that's a whole other discussion. but I like what they did with D'Onofrio because he is such an interesting take on Kingpin, and I love that there actually is a progression of the character from season 1 to season 3, and he's still just as terrifying. The fact that they have that scene in season 1 where he destroys that Russian with the car door.
Yeah.
And then you cut to season
No,
3.
decapitates him.
Yeah, it decapitates him. But then in season 3, you have, I think, the FBI head who doesn't who's corrupted under him and stuff like that. And they lose Karen Page, and he just calmly says, "Give me your jacket." and then eviscerates that man and just pummels his face smothered in a jacket, and then they just dump the body. Like he is
There is something that happens in this season.
Stop it!
No. I mean, listen, they're doing it. I get it. Season 1, he took care of the commissioner. He had no problem with that dude. Like he just watermelon head. Like So now we got the new. So I feel I'm so annoyed because I don't have Disney Plus. I have a torrent service through a friend. So I have the episode on my laptop, but for some reason the 4K presentation, it's going slow on my computer. I have to watch it like in 1 minute increments, and I have to keep pausing it. So I'm only like 20 minutes into the first episode, but I'm liking it so far, and I can already tell that they're doing a little bit of cleanup because these new guys had to come in and sort of try to save what they could of the first season, and now they're doing like the hard work going into season 2 and stuff. But
so initially it was 2 guys. They were doing Daredevil Born Again. When the writer strike happened, they were let go, and Dario Scartapane is the one who has retooled Daredevil.
Okay.
Chris Ord and the other guy, Matt Elms, I think they're not a part of it. They are only in producer name only.
Right.
They wanted to do something a little more procedural, law, whatever. That didn't gel well. And that's when Scartapane came in, because Scartapane was, I believe, on the Punisher show before he came over and did this. And he's been on ever since. And he is absolutely doing the 3rd season too. And I hope he gets to pull off his idea, because his idea is pertinent to that first episode, because there's a very huge name drop in that first episode.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. So season 3 has already been greenlit for Born Again.
They're filming it right now.
They're filming it.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Yeah, they just started, and what's her name who played Elektra is teasing that she's working out. They were like, and so is Finn. Okay. What's his name? Also teasing.
Finn Jones. He was spotted in New York. Elektra, Elodie Young, who plays Elektra, actually made a comment because Charlie Cox said that Karen Page is Peter Parker's. Karen Page is to Daredevil what MJ is to Peter Parker. Elodie Young quoted that and said, "Oh, I wonder how Elektra would respond to that."
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, she's coming back. She's coming back. Come on.
No, think about it. The Hand is in Spider-Man: Brand New Day.
There you go.
Right. And Elektra's kind of like Jean Grey. She just always kind of comes back. She's just one of those characters.
Somehow Elektra.
I watched that video as well, and I commented on it right away, and people responded to my comment, which is that or at least book-wise, because it's different within the MCU/Netflix continuity. Karen is a very different character in these shows comparative to what her role essentially was in the books, which is, depending on who you ask, is a whole variety of different takes on Karen. But Karen, to me, in the books, was much closer to
heroin addict.
Sorry?
Porn star, heroin addict, bunch of things.
That too, but I was going to say, in terms of Daredevil, she was more a Gwen Stacy to his Daredevil, if we're being Spider-Man.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because of
Yeah, for certain reasons. I won't go into it if you haven't read the books, but that to me is what she is in the books. But it's really funny because I would even consider Elektra. I don't even consider Elektra to be his MJ, because Elektra is like the Batman.
His Catwoman.
No, but it's his Catwoman.
His Black Cat, yeah.
Yeah, it's his Black Cat Catwoman because like they're either enemies or they're fucking. There's no in between.
Right.
That's
Correct.
literally
Yes.
that's literally their relationship. So yeah, but I mean MJ, I don't know. Daredevil's running theme with at least within the books is that if you're Daredevil's girlfriend, you're gonna have a bad time. That's basically the mantra of being Daredevil's girlfriend.
You know what's funny about that?
You're gonna have a bad time. 25% of the time you'll have fun.
Yeah.
The funny notion about that is like Matt is by the end of the first episode, you were basically like told Matt and Karen are a thing, like that is thing through the season.
That's
but
fine.
there's also one of other Matt's ex in this season, and to Paul's point, she does not have a good time.
No.
Yeah, I know you're talking about, and
Heather. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how this ends because you've seen the episode, but yeah, it's not good.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
she is having a hard time. She's having a hard fucking time this season. It's fucking okay, Kenny.
I'm only.
Well, that's in the first episode. You can't spoil that. Too.
I'm only as far as her being in a room with swordsman doing an evaluation.
Yes.
Matthew Lillard.
Yeah.
I don't even know what his character is, and I'm already in love with that character. I'm like, I don't know what you are, buddy, but I got to find out.
Oh,
like,
the way that you get to
He's
more
phenomenal.
when you know more stuff in the episode, because again, you've only seen the first 5 minutes, and then when you get to the end of the episode, you're like, oh, so that's what that means, and then I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
He has a connection to what's her name, right?
Val.
Well, that's already been kind of like.
Yeah, it's all he works for her.
Yeah.
Apparently, this season also takes place after Thunderbolts.
Yeah. So
Oh,
he's got
okay.
like a connection to what's her name? Yeah. Valentina?
Valentina.
Yes.
Yeah.
Valentina Contessa de
Yeah.
Fontaine. Yes.
Yeah.
Val.
Yeah.
Boy.
Julia Louise Dreyfus. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yes.
when he meets Kingpin for the first time, the attorney general or the governor, someone answers a phone, and Lillard's like, "You might want to answer that." Dude answers the phone. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, Miss Fontaine. Click. They fucking dip.
Yeah.
So,
Dude,
Matthew
in the
Lillard's
video, I was
character-
like, wait, what? What? Did I just
Yeah.
hear DeFontaine? Is that what I just heard? And I was like, oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
shit.
Also in Spider-Man, I believe we have one of Kingpin's lady. I forget her actual designation. I think it's like assistant mayor or something. She's giving the key to the city to Spider-Man.
Yes,
that's right.
right. Yes. So
Yes. It's all connected. There's no way that Daredevil is not in this fucking movie. I mean, come on.
oh, dude,
They're trying to do a very good job of being like, what? But I mean,
Yeah.
from the get-go, when they were saying like, oh yeah, this is going to be a more, this is going to be a more New York, Brooklyn, fucking, or not Brooklyn, but Hell's Kitchen, Bronx, whatever the hell. It's going to be more street level. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well, who's a fucking street level, masked vigilante too? Daredevil. He already showed up in No Way Home. And then you show that trailer and everybody going, the Hand is in this? Are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
it's like come on. I mean, I feel bad for Charlie Cox. He's got to do the Andrew Garfield thing and say like, cry wolf, whatever the fuck.
Well, nobody's
Yeah,
going to
but-
believe him either, just like they didn't believe Andrew Garfield. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny about that though? When he shows up and catches a brick, and when we started last year, when we started doing our watch parties for season 1 of Born Again, I didn't realize how many people had not seen the Netflix series.
Yeah. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah. About the whole Charlie Cox thing.
I thought that when we started doing that, people were just going to jump on and be like, okay, continuing on. We had to do a lot of explaining. I didn't realize. I'm not saying nobody watched it, but not nearly as many people as I thought or that anybody else thought. And when we went out the theater for No Way Home, we had a couple of people that knew who he was, and some people figured out, but it wasn't an audience wide thing. I had people sitting next to me asking me who that was. And I just
But that's what I was saying. Like when my brother was and when he showed up and people cheered, he was like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "It's Daredevil."
Yeah.
He knew the character. He just never watched the Netflix series.
The wonderful and double-edged sword of Daredevil, and I mean this in general, I don't mean this just for the Netflix stuff or the thing, is that he is a very interesting character in the fact that I'm kind of happy that he's never been like super popular in the sense of like a Spider-Man or a Batman, because when that happens, then you have a lot more variety, but you have like so many stories that are just terrible or bad or whatever, and you got to hope to find like some more of the good stuff, or he gets overexposed. Daredevil, for some reason, he's like the perfect kind of B-level character in that he has an A+ fandom, and that not everybody reads or knows what Daredevil is, but the ones that do are so hardcore and love him to death. Like that's been his thing since at least the 80s, at least since Frank Miller's time.
Frank Miller, Frank Miller set that standard.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I think the guys that came before him, like Gene Colan and all of those guys, and obviously Stan Lee and those guys that created the original stuff, like there was a good basis. But for decades, I think Daredevil had the reputation of being sort of the poor man's Spider-Man, and then Frank Miller changed the entire game going forward. And obviously, Netflix is hugely inspired by the Frank Miller stuff, and they're kind of going back towards it again. And I think that's okay. I love multiple different iterations of Daredevil at this point, because I've read some of the classic stuff. I've read the Frank Miller. I've read, Bendis and Brubaker. I've read Zdarsky. I've read Mark Waid's. I don't mind puckish rogue Daredevil. What I love about Charlie Cox, especially, because whatever you think of the She-Hulk show, to me, he was one of the best things in that show, because he just gets the character. He gets happy Matt Murdock. He gets sad Matt Murdock. He gets Ninja Matt Murdock. He gets puckish rogue Daredevil. Like he gets all of it. He understands what the show or the script is asking.
Yeah, he understands the assignment.
For me, that was proof that like you can make that character work in both scenarios, where it's R-rated or mature, or something that's more.
Or you can have him do the walk of shame.
Yeah,
right.
Which, again, like it's like people were surprised. I'm like,
I try to unremember that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that, William. But at the same time, again, but at the same time, he just comes off so likable.
Yeah,
right. I could see that scenario happening in a She-Hulk comic. If we want to start to really go into She-Hulk, I could get into why I think that show didn't work. But that's not so much the MCU. That's more about what inspiration they took from She-Hulk and what runs they took from, as opposed to ones I think they should have. But that's a whole other discussion. That being said, Charlie Cox they relied too much on John Byrne and not enough on Peter David and Dan Slott and other such things. Even though Dan Slott defended the show, which I understand why, but that's a whole other discussion. Charlie Cox is good in the show. Yeah, the check. Yes,
yeah, and
exactly.
I remember people be like, "What the fuck they got to?" I'm like, "You telling me he wouldn't try to be with her, or she wouldn't try to be with him?" Like, you're telling me two lawyers.
Oh yeah. No, it made sense within the story. I didn't really like She-Hulk all that much either, but I did like the Daredevil episode, and I was like, okay, it's a different side. It's not the Daredevil I want to see like when he shows up next, which of course, thank God it wasn't that. But I get it.
Yeah.
That's the point.
No, they and Born Again tried to take from numerous different things, not just Frank Miller. They were trying to take obviously from Zdarsky. They were trying to take from Mark Waid a little bit, because Mark Waid's influence and characters were in there to a degree. Born Again was just kind of a mess. It was just like, because what's really good in that first season is really good, and what's really bad is really bad. And they should have cut out the entire bank episode. The fact that Charlie Cox knew it was a bad episode and tried to get them to pull it, I think, is admirable to him.
It feels like a one shot for me.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
But
look,
the bank robbery with the Irish or Irish.
The Irish robbers and the diamond or something. But yeah, it was filler. It was a filler.
That's my favorite line. He's like, no, I'm from Hell's Kitchen. It's like, I don't know who my parents are. I was an orphan, and the guy was like, Jesus wept. He's like, an orphan, blind lawyer. Like, is in my bank robbery right now. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ! And I was like, that's amazing. But I get it. To me, the highlight arc I think was the White Tiger stuff, and again, it brought back the court stuff. And I'm like, that's why I cared about Matt from the beginning.
Yeah, it goes to show you too how impressive the Netflix show truly is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think season 2 focused a lot more on the ninja stuff, but I always gave that show credit for kind of balancing out the lawyer Matt Murdock stuff with the Daredevil night shenanigans and stuff. I think they did a really good job of kind of showing you like his day-to-day activities and trying to balance both of those worlds for better or worse. And so I always appreciated that. I feel like Born Again so much so leans way more into the Daredevil stuff because they know how to write that a lot better. The lawyer stuff is a little bit harder for them to do. Also, Born Again, like he's got a whole new firm. That's just a whole different like beast of like what Matt Murdock's trying to do as a lawyer. So it's very different from Nelson and Murdock, to say the least, you know, but that's also intentional. So, but yeah, as it stands, I really want to embrace Born Again. They're doing it. I have been sharing because we've been talking about Spider-Man, Punisher, Daredevil. Obviously, One Last Kill is going to probably be involved, obviously going into Brand New Day a little bit. I've been sharing the Kronk meme from Emperor's New Groove, where like, oh yeah, it's all coming together, because like that's clearly what they're doing. They're trying to set all that up and everything. But
yeah, we got. Hold on, let me bring up these. We got Real Skeptic who brought up this. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Sony Pictures is owned by Sony Japan Group. There is going to come a time where the Japanese execs no longer see Spider-Man as valuable.
Okay, he said, I've heard this before from him. I don't know how many ways I can say never. I'm not bilingual, so any language you want to say never in, say it.
Nunca.
They're never going to relinquish those rights. And you know what? The only people that would ever buy those rights don't need them. The deal that Sony and Marvel have gives Marvel Studios everything they need, and Sony gets everything they need in the control of the character that they need. There's no reason for anybody to purchase them from Sony at this point, and Sony's never going to give up the IP. So whatever, even if like Rocky from Hail Mary, his language where he rubs his arms together, say never in that language, and that's where you're at with that.
Amaze. All right. And then he has another one too. It says, how does AVTF deal with superpowered vigilantes? Who's AVTF?
The anti-vigilante
task force.
Oh,
yeah, they're essentially ICE for
when I see acronyms, I go, what the fuck? I always my brain goes, what? Oh yeah, it's the, yeah.
They do have the lettering though in the episode, do they not? I haven't gotten that far, but I've seen
they do have that, and it's totally blank. I thought he was talking about Alien versus the fuck. I don't know.
Okay,
that's a good question, and I can't answer it. At least I think I should answer it.
So it's going to be answered. Basically, that's what Ronan is kind of hinting at a little bit. That
to an extent,
maybe it will be answered.
That's worse than a spoiler, man.
No. But that's good though. That's like, hey, you will get the answer, and now I go, ooh, I can't wait to see this. It's not a spoiler because you don't know exactly what it's talking about.
Yeah, that question will get answered.
Yes, there you go. Which. Yeah, I would be disappointed if it didn't. That's a very good question that he brought up. I mean, it's like, how do they handle like the superpowered vigilantes? And it's like, eventually that's gonna be a thing, and you're not just So, I'm glad to hear that they actually do address that because they damn well should, because that was a question I didn't really think about going into episode 1. So,
what I'm more impressed is how much Marvel really hasn't pulled its punches with that element in the story. And again, they bring, you could tell when you get to the restaurant scene in the first episode, the vibe, and then that vibe is just felt for the next few weeks. And I remember being like, this feels like an old school Marvel comic that was now fair to be like, hey man, we are the mirror to the world. Deal with it. And it has Spider-Man or it has Daredevil or whatever. It's like, deal with it. And I'm more appreciate that. And listen, I hate his character, but shout out to the main AVTF actor. He is doing a phenomenal. Powell. Phenomenal work. Powell. But I fucking hate Powell.
I fucking hate Powell too, dude. Credit to the actor. He's doing a great job. But you see what this character does through the season, you're going to be like, fuck you.
Fuck you. Yeah. And he's already done. Yeah.
Oh,
in the first episode.
it gets
I know,
worse.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But then, of course, like I said, the ending when I was going, oh no, don't kill. Oh no. I was like, fuck. And then luckily Daredevil showed up to, start effing. And then all of a sudden he gets fucked up. And then they fucking take the cowl off, like they take his mask off, and they're like, "It's fucking Matt Murdock." And I'm going, "How? Okay, how?" And then all of a sudden, fing, 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 and I'm like, "Bullseye!" Shit! And I'm like, "Perfect."
I thought it was somebody else.
I immediately was like, the shots were too precise in eyes. They were all in the eye sockets, so I was like, "Oh, there's no way."
I didn't even know those were knives.
It was Frank Castle. He would have just lit up the place.
Yeah,
Frank
it was the music that gave it to me.
Yeah, but it was too precise. And then when he saw the fucking knife, I was like,
and the sound effect. I was the sound effect in the song. I was like, oh, what the? I'm like, this is a good way.
I was like, there it is. There he is. I was like, yeah, it was a nice way to end the episode. That's for damn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
And great acting, man. Him flipping around, like the camera. There's points where like it doesn't cut away. You just see him flip back and whatnot. I was like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I've always considered, because as you guys probably know, I'm a huge fan of the movie Unbreakable by M. Night Shyamalan, but M. Night really understands comic book storytelling, and I love that he goes in and talking about, well, there's the soldier villain, and then there's the mind villain. And I've always considered like Bullseye and Kingpin to be some of the best examples of that with Daredevil, because Kingpin is obviously the mind villain. He fucks them all the time. He'll send people to fuck up his shit, or, cause him all these, issues financially or legally or anything like that. And Bullseye is the soldier villain. Like, he can just take Daredevil one-on-one, like maybe not necessarily hand-to-hand, but he can take a pencil and the whole thing changes, and like just them fighting each other. That's why I loved that office scene so much in season 3, where he's like, Bullseye is fake Daredevil and is just going to town just in an office building, just taking staplers, taking pencils, taking pens, and Daredevil is fighting for his life. This is a guy who is single-handedly taken on the Hand, fought by, side by side with Elektra, like beat up Kingpin, and he's like losing his shit basically. Like, he doesn't have the full armor, obviously, but it's just, you could tell that Matt is like sweating bullets trying to get out of there. So yeah, so I'm glad that they're utilizing and making Bullseye, like, again, obviously he's going to come back and do his thing and whatnot. So I think that's really cool. I didn't know that because I didn't watch the end, but thanks. I'll check it out later.
Oh, you didn't want?
I told you.
We were doing a group watch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I knew coming on here, I knew it was going to probably get spoiled for me anyway, so I knew that was.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Also, real quick, just before I forget, because I do want to give credit where credit is due. I remembered the guy that I mentioned earlier doing the video essays on superheroes. He does a lot of other stuff about movies and films and stuff, but his name is Captain Christian. KAP.
Not the guy I was thinking of then.
He doesn't even have, he has a pretty good subscriber base, but nothing like huge, not like in the millions, but he only comes out with like a new video like every 6 months basically. And it gets a certain amount of views, but his video essays, he's done one for Superman, Batman, the X-Men, and Spider-Man. And I've watched them repeatedly over and over again, because he just kind of breaks down like why the characters are the way they are, or like just, why the costumes are the way they are, just things like that.
With K's, not
so it's KAPTAIN and then KRISTIAN.
Yeah, like he does like just he does one like probably, he doesn't do them. The last one he did was about Van Gogh.
Right.
And that was 5 months ago. And then 2 months before that, he said, when Tarantino learned to shut up.
Yeah, like I said, he does movies and other stuff. But when
he doesn't do like, he's not consistent, but he's got really, really stylistic thumbnails, and all of them are like you go scroll down, he's got millions of views like on videos. Wonder Woman, a symbol of progress.
Right,
And they're
I
not
forgot.
even long videos. These are like under 10-minute videos mostly.
Yeah, the Spider-Man one he did in collaboration with I think IGN, but you can find that too. It's on the socials on the webs and stuff. I forgot he did the Wonder Woman one. I need to watch
Yeah,
that one again.
he's done all kinds. He goes all over the place.
Yeah.
We talked about Guillermo del Toro, Monsters and Magic, the invisible horror of The Shining. So he finds like unique ways just to kind of look at movies and characters. That's cool.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, I mean, because I see video essays on my feed all the time, and I was like, I think, yeah, but there's so many different ones. So,
yeah, this one, I mean, the reason his videos also take a while too is because he definitely, either him or someone that works for him is definitely, you know, they make it an actual video essay. Like the things will change, the art changes as he talks, so they're very well made videos. But like I said, he only puts them out he's not doing it like week to week or once a month. It's like, you know, you got to hope and pray that he'll post a new one soon or something like that. So, but the stuff he's written about superheroes is very, very engaging and just fun to watch. So yeah, that's the best way to
I'll check them out. I'll keep it kind of curious. But I know, William, you gotta take off. You got a big weekend ahead of you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll upload a bunch of stuff tomorrow. We got 3 interviews, including that one. Hopefully we connect with Scott Snyder and we can upload that as soon as possible. And then just whatever comes about for this convention. That's about it. Thanks for having me on. Don't stop looking for Phil on Twitter until you find him. And I will see you guys next week.
All right, take it easy.
All right, William. Take care, bud.
Bye, everyone.
Much love, man.
Yeah.
Take care.
You too.
Nice chatting with you.
Take care, William.
Yeah, and then Phil, you're taking off too.
Yeah, I got to get up early and watch the nephew. So it's been fun.
Yeah. It's fun going down memory lane of Full Circle and Batman versus Superman and stuff. So
yeah, that was a lot of fun. You know, I am also, just real quick before I leave. I don't know, I know you guys probably aren't too big on the Harry Potter thing, but man,
not too much.
The discourse surrounding that series right now, I would argue, is rivaling some of the comic book stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it. And that's why I like posted. I was like, hey, you know, I've never been, you know, and I've said it so many times, I've never been a big fan of the wizardy kind of stuff, magical fantasy. You know, that's why I'm not even like a big Lord of the Rings fan, even though those movies, you know, they're very well made, but I'm not going to sit there. You know, I watched them and I went, I don't need to watch them again. You know, it's a lot of walking. But I only watched the first like 3 Harry Potter films, and I was like, I know some people are like, you got to watch the other ones, they're better. I'm like, I'm sure. It's just not my bag. You know, I'm a sci-fi nerd. I love superheroes. I love action and comedies and stuff like that. But fantasy stuff, that's where I just go, all right.
I'm on the opposite end. I was like, I didn't go in depth with the Lord of the Rings books. They were kind of too advanced for me when I was a kid. And honestly, I like them, but in my opinion, Tolkien goes on way too long about trees. He does that consistently in his works.
Yeah.
But that's just me personally. I think he's obviously one of the, you know, most, you know, stolen from type of authors, you know, of the past 100 years. Like his work is very, very inspirational. But growing up, for me, it was the Lord of the Rings trilogy and then like the Harry Potter films. Like, and I was a Potterhead. I loved the books.
You're a pothead? Sorry.
I was a pothead, yes. I love the books. I liked the movies well enough. I think the best adapted ones were the first 2 and the last 2 because they were allowed to like really breathe in terms of how long the books were towards movies and stuff. I understand the idea of a new series and being able to adapt stuff from the books that weren't able to be in the films. But for me, I have so many mixed feelings about just even this iteration. Well, for one, J.K. Rowling shit aside, if I'm looking at it subjectively just as a creation and how I feel about Harry Potter, the first problem that they came across, in my opinion, was making a live action show, which to me is not what you should.
I think we've talked about this before. It should have been animated.
It should have been animated.
Yeah.
So that was my first problem. It should have been an animated show to begin with, because we already know they're going to spend excessive amounts of money on the show as it is. I think, Phil, you had said something like it was 100 million per episode.
I've seen that, and people have tried to tell me, oh no, it's only 20 million. There's conflicting reports. A lot of people are saying, oh, the reason why this first season is costing so much is because they're trying to, you know, pull a Game of Thrones with it. And I'm like, what the fuck ever.
I think that's I think,
but yeah,
there's no way. Yeah, that'd be too much. Yeah.
Also, really quick with Paul in regards to the J.K. Rowling thing, that is my sticking point, because the fact that she's going to use funds from this show to try and pursue anti-trans and LGBTQ legislation in the UK is nothing short of vile, sickening, and absolutely something a Voldemort would do. Like the biggest disheartening thing about all this is having a creator turn out to be an evil piece of shit. That's the part that really bugs the fuck out of me about this. And I feel really bad for the cast and crew involved, because to them, this is a job. This is an opportunity, right? But then you have the creator being like, fuck half of my audience who made this thing a thing, because Harry Potter is a beacon for people, not only in that community, but just for people in general who just feel outcasted, who don't know what family feels like. There's just so many themes with Harry Potter that just ring true with so many different outcasted and, you know, looked down upon communities. And for J.K. Rowling to be like that irritates the fucking shit out of me. But
to me, it's no, because I 100% agree with you. And as a fan of the stuff growing up, it doesn't make any sense to me why she is this way, because, like, don't get me wrong, the Harry Potter series is flawed in many ways. It's not a perfect series. They're not perfect books, but
nothing is.
There's so many themes, and there's so many good lessons in those books about, you know, corrupted government, you know, finding family that's not blood, you know, finding community. You know what I mean? And God knows that the trans community alone, like just them, like any LGBTQ plus, like would, you know, would find a connection with Harry through that. Like, so the fact that JK is being such a giant piece of shit, like, it sucks. I live in Cape Cod. I have friends that are trans, like, and I don't even want to talk about Harry Potter around them. I mean, they're very open-minded. They know, like, when the video game came out, which was a cool game and stuff. Like, I mean, I talked to certain people and they were like, I know trans people that are playing the game because it is a well-made game. It just sucks that J.K. Rowling is awful. I mean, personally, I'm not going to check out the show. Like, I have no real reason to. I don't want to. Basically, I would like to see stuff adapted from the books that I never got to see, but I don't really want to support the show. And I feel bad because I don't think those kids are bad themselves. Like, the trailer looked interesting. It looked, they were trying to do a few different things, but I just don't care. And I hate to say that, because I grew up loving that series and those movies and those books. For me, you know, they were a small light, basically. Not that I had a dark childhood or anything, but, you know, they were good escapism, and I enjoyed them for what they were. But to find out that our author completely kind of forgot their upbringing, or, you know, what she's not practicing what she preaches. She became Umbridge. Yeah. She's Umbridge. And it sucks. And you can ask many Harry Potter fans, both of movies or the books, and a lot of them hate Umbridge more than they hate Voldemort. Like,
because
Voldemort he was going to become evil pretty much no matter what. Umbridge had choices. She could have.
Very true. Yeah.
It sucks.
Yes, you know, it does. And on that note, you know, that's why I love talking with you guys about shit, because, you know, it's not coming from a place of malice. It's not coming from a place of like, my opinion's better than yours. You know, we're all very level-headed fans here. And I appreciate, you know, Dave always giving us the opportunity to come here and speak our minds. Even when William was on talking about how we all have varying different opinions about how Miles Morales should be presented. And that's, you know, it's all gravy and fun. And I think what we have here is something a lot of other people on the internet lack. So Dave, again, man, what you do on the Vodka stream, so much fucking good work, brother.
Yeah.
So
man. Always great next week, man. Yeah.
Absolutely. You guys take care.
Have a good weekend, man.
Take care,
and you know, keep out for old Hornhead next week. Much love, guys.
Much love. Take care.
Oh man, good stuff. I think we could probably wrap up this thing by just kind of, because you guys came on a little later, and Paul, I know Batman vs Superman holds a special place in your heart. Ronan, I don't know, I don't think we've done like a lot of conversations about it, but kind of wanted to like get your guys's, now it's been 10 years, kind of crazy.
Yeah,
that movie came out in 10 years. I said it to be, I know, right? Jeez.
Yeah.
And I went on a whole spiel at the beginning where this movie, that movie, I mean, obviously when it came out, it wasn't it wasn't the full realized version, which eventually we got.
Yeah.
Which, Zach has talked about on a couple of times where it's like the main reason was because of IMAX at the time. They couldn't you couldn't have a movie that was longer than like 2 hours and 35 minutes or something like that, because the IMAX reels couldn't handle it or something like that. But now, of course, the technology has gotten better, obviously, that being a decade ago, which is crazy. So that's why he chopped it down. But I mean, it's kind of funny because I always go like, when I think about the theatrical version, what was missing, I almost go like, maybe Zach just knew that people were like, hey, you know what, maybe I'm gonna play some 4D chess. I don't know, maybe not. But at the same time, do you guys remember, like Ronan? Do you remember like going to the theater the night you were there opening night or what,
dude?
By the way, nice shirt. What your shirt is? I see.
Oh God, I didn't even realize.
Yeah,
Goldblum. I love it. That's
I
great.
kept seeing it. I've been wanting to make a comment.
It's okay. Thanks, man. Listen, so I vividly remember I printed out somewhere I was able to get a Fandango thing where you're like, oh, you get you bought this thing, you get tickets to BvS, and it's like, okay, we're gonna go see it the Thursday night. It drops, I think, like at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. And remember, y'all, we were right. This is right before, at least in my neck of the woods, reserved seating became a thing.
Yes,
back in 2016,
reserved seating wasn't a big thing 10 years ago. It was starting to be a thing, but it's not how it is now.
No,
yeah.
And
depending on the theater, yeah.
I vividly remember. I have somewhere. I might have to unearth it. I should probably do this weekend. We'll see. I have footage of me recording stuff of my friends coming up to my place, and we're all geeking out, making intros, because that time is when I started my YouTube channel, and we're all like, "Man, we're gonna go see BvS." I remember my friend had just got off work, and he's like, "I'm tired, man. I'm gonna get Monster," and he dropped me off at the theater. I waited in line for 2 or 3 hours. I remember everybody. This is not reserved seating. Waiting in line 2 or 3 hours, standing, sitting, holding spot. Oh, my friend went to go get a Monster drink, and I had another buddy and my relative come through, and it was the closest thing I had felt to that night was when the night that Force Awakens came out. And I'm a big Star Wars guy, so the energy of that room was what it felt like, because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's these two titans. They're gonna go at it. And at that time, I loved Watchmen. I loved 300, and that was just a bonkers of an experience of being in the middle of the theater, great seats, the whole waiting in line, all that stuff, and the buzz afterwards. I'm like, oh my gosh, we finally saw a Batman vs Superman movie. And also that time it taught me a lot, because although I had just started YouTube, it told me of you don't always have to share your opinion, and sometimes it's okay if you share your opinion, people don't agree with it, and it's okay sometimes to not have to share opinion just because for the sake of being a part of a convo. And I remember being like, I really like this movie, but some stuff isn't sitting well with me, and that's fine. And I remember hearing some people who weren't into the movie, and again, a lot of my friends who do YouTube, they got a lot of shit because they weren't into the movie. But I remember telling people, listen, they gave a constructive criticism of the film. They didn't just flat out say, "Oh, F this," they gave reasons why they just couldn't connect with it. But they admired Zach and his intent, but it just wasn't how the way they saw it. I remember that movie. That movie has a unique spot in my memory of seeing it as a piece of art, and then the aftermath. Because I remember hearing people's different opinions, and for people who are watching us young, it was wildfire. I think Apocalypse was coming or it was there, and it was like throwing red meat at like wild dogs on both sides. People were hating it, loving it, and it was just a wild time. And all this, I remember being like, I feel bad for Zach because he was like, he's trying to do his thing. And but I have a clear, distinct memory of that film and my experience with it, and I should revisit it soon. I haven't revisited it yet, but I remember being like, you know what? After months and years of people being Ben Affleck, what the fuck? I walked out of the theater. I'm like, I dare anybody to say anything negative about Ben Affleck because he was the highlight.
He won over. He ended up winning over the hearts of many. Like I think after the first shot that was released, everybody, people collectively went. You could even go back. I had a video back in 2014. When I was in my early stages, I remember getting it was Sunday night. It was a Sunday night. This is when I was living right around the corner from my mom. And I would always go to her house, do my laundry every Sunday and have dinner with her. And as I was about to leave, I got the fucking it was like a release on a Sunday night. And I remember going, what? And she was like, and I just like looked at my phone. I'm like, what? But she was like, what? I'm like, and I didn't even tell her right away. I was like, huh? And I went, Ben Affleck's going to be Batman. And she was like, is that bad? She of course was like, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. And I was just looking all because I remember I even had like a top 10 list. And funnily enough, my top pick was Joe Manganiello at the time, which is funny because obviously ended up being cast as Deathstroke. I was like, Joe Manganiello, he'd be a good like big Batman, and he's good. I think he could be good. I forgot who my other choices were. But I just remember Joe Manganiello was my number one. But yeah, and then I went back home and I shot a quick video, and I was not. But then as time progressed and I started seeing people make edits, and I'm going, oh yeah, he's got a good chin. Oh yeah, he's got a butt chin like me, because I have a butt chin that's hiding behind this little fucking pubis right here. Anyways, but I'm just saying, like, it's but I was like, and then I warmed up to it, and then of course that first image was like, oh my god. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean I remember, I was trying, obviously I was covering a lot when it came to the lead up of Batman vs Superman. That was where I really started gaining my audience. Because I started a while ago, but I wasn't taking it seriously. But then when Batman vs Superman got announced, I was covering that thing like crazy, and that's where I started gaining traction on YouTube. So this movie was very important. And then it's always like that thing too, where you think about where you go, oh my god, the movie's coming out. What am I going to talk about next? But then of course they announced, oh yeah, he's going to do Justice League. I'm like, well, I guess that's the next thing. And then, of course, geez, that turned into a whole fucking thing, didn't it? But yeah, it was just like there was like an immediate discourse, like right away. I mean, Twitter, even back then. I mean, Twitter's crazier now, obviously. Yeah. But back then it was crazy, and even seeing like people in my comments and videos, and when people were like going, yeah, it was quite the craziness. But Paul, what was your experience with BvS?
It was a lot of different things. So to give like I mean, it should definitely be more in the conversation, for sure. At least was for me at the time. But like, I had already experienced a lot of it already with Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Because for me at the time, going through Man of Steel, I saw it as, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I saw it as a parallel, the same way that like Batman Begins was for Batman. It was a different take on Superman, but it was a more modern take. I wouldn't say realistic, because you can't really be realistic with Superman, but realistic in terms of like modern day stuff, as opposed to just Superman shows up and everyone's just like, oh, wow. And as opposed to like now it's like, no, people are kind of questioning. They don't know where he's from. They don't know all the power. Like, no, I'm like, no, that makes sense. That would be a more modern take on the character.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and that was so realistic. And I think people weren't ready for that, because people wanted to see like a Superman film and be like, oh yeah, he's going to save us. But then it's like, no, they were met with a very real reaction of what I mean, if a being like that, even in 2026,
Mhm.
people would be like, what the fuck? Half the people would be like, fuck this guy, kill him, block him
Yeah.
up. And half the people would be like, this is our new God. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and
But-
Zach realized that, you know,
He hit the ground running, and he was
Yes.
selected by Chris Nolan because of
Yes.
his take on Watchmen. So
Yeah.
look, don't get me wrong, whatever your takes are, whatever you prefer, I think general audiences were probably wanting something more like the James Gunn version, which was more escapist, more, you know, more goofy, more like he comes in, he saves the day, he wins, bad guy loses, whatever, you know, all that stuff. Zach played on that same kind of formula to a degree, but even when Superman defeats Zod, he still loses. You know, it's this very complex thing. So for 3 years, me and my buddy Ben, who I mentioned earlier, like, we're comic book brothers. We love movies. We have a lot of the same taste. We defended Man of Steel left and right. So when BvS was going to happen, we already kind of knew going in from everything that we'd look into the movie, this wasn't going to be World's Finest, even though a lot of people probably wanted World's Finest, you know?
Yep.
And for me, already at that stage, like, the perfect World's Finest movie is already the arc that's in the DC animated universe. So you have to do you have to do just as good as that, if not better. Like, and Zach probably could have just copy coded that whole thing, and it would have been $1 billion movie, like without you know, stretching it all. So I went into the movie with certain expectations. I was negative on Batman being cast as Batman, but by the time the movie was coming out, I'd already seen the photos, and, you know, the trailer had come out. I was like, okay, he's a Batman for sure. And then I was sold by the time the movie ended. So, you know, for me, I mean, he sold everybody on Batman by the end of that first movie. Basically, it was everything else that everyone else was going back and forth on. But I can tell you this as far as BvS, that pretty much solidified me being a Zack Snyder fan for life. It's done nothing but benefit me in terms of following his filmography and his films and like what he's done for movies, because standing in line. So yeah, same thing. Like, we didn't have reserved seating. I was at the Reading IMAX Jordans in Massachusetts. They still don't have reserved seating. You basically, it's first come, first show. So people will show up hours in advance. There's a line outside of the theater inside, and it will go sometimes into the hallway depending on what the movie is. Force Awakens, Last Jedi, BvS, whatever.
To the wall at points. I remember that being like, damn, you went up to the walls.
Right. So I got there pretty early because I knew it was going to be a big movie. And while I was standing in line, I made friends with these guys, and they're still my friends to this day. We still have a group chat where we've been following everything with the Snyder Cut, all that stuff. And we still talk about movies and comics and stuff all the time, even though we've kind of gone different ways. Some of us have moved, but we all try to keep in touch as best we can. So, yeah. And I mean, let's be honest, I wouldn't even be on this stream right now if it wasn't for Zack Snyder. I met Dave at the Full Circle event.
And I was just about to say, like, you made friends in line. You did that. We did the same thing when we were waiting for fucking Ubers on the BvS night of Full Circle, because, you know, after we got all the shits on, we were waiting for our we weren't getting an Uber because we had like
it was, I mean, it was decently organized, but everyone was just waiting. Like, there was just a lot of like groups together. And I think you and Scott were debating about something. You were debating, I think, about Grant Morrison.
We were talking about something, and then you chimed in, and then we just started talking to you, and then and you were like, it was funny because Scott is like the comics encyclopedia, and all of a sudden you were like, pew 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 also, and it was just like, oh. I'm sitting there going, Scott has met his match, you know, and it was fun. Yeah.
Well, it was funny. I think I don't know, because I still have no real social media presence in terms of, like, you know, a platform or anything like that. But you looked at me and you were like, who are you? Because you thought maybe I was some sort of like video essay guy or something.
Just the way that you like were talking and stuff. I'm like, are you someone like you have to be like you would know a lot. You know, and I think, it was.
No, I just have a lot of spare time, so it works.
So
yeah. So I made friendships because of that as well. So like following Zach has been nothing but good for me in terms of like meeting level-headed people, meeting fans, talking about. So this was the thing too. So I haven't seen the theatrical cut probably since 2016, because once the Ultimate Edition came out, that's it. I never went back. Though don't get me wrong, I definitely try to remember the differences, because for a lot of people, even to this day, the theatrical cut is still the version of the movie that they saw, and they never watch it ever again. And I said, no, check out the Ultimate Edition and watch the Snyder cut. Don't watch Justice League. Watch Snyder cut, because the parallels, the way that the movie works, the way that it gels with that film works even better. Like, people had trouble with Empire Strikes Back when that came out, but then when Return of the Jedi happened and then you saw where the story was going, things worked out a lot better. But that first screening, like I said, I already had defended Zach for 3 years with Man of Steel, and so had my buddy. And luckily, the guys we met in line were kind of our thought process the same way. Like, we like Man of Steel. We want to see what's going to happen next. And the discussions we had after that movie, we realized a lot of things coming out of it just with a theatrical cut. One, general audiences did not know as much about comic books as we did. Because don't get me wrong, Zach was swinging for the fences. The fact that the scene with Flash and the time travel being even in a theatrical cut is insane to me. Like, when you think about movies now, as opposed to what was in 2016. Now, the time travel, the different timeline, like my buddy Ben and I were already thinking about that, but we were thinking Crisis because
one of the things that like embedded in my brain about that opening night. I was sitting next to my friend Johnny, who's was well versed in all the stuff. I literally was doing this. I'm like, dude, they're doing it. They're having the Flash travel through time. They're doing it. And he was like, what? Like, yeah, it's Flash. That's the Flash. It's a Flash. And I was like saying that under my breath, of course, but I was like, doing that whole, like, oh my God, he's doing it. He's doing it. Like kind of thing.
The worst time I watch almost any big movie, like, if I know that it's something and I have to go see it, I'll probably go see it again within the week, or that's how I used to be anyway with movie theaters. But like, so the first time you're watching it, you're kind of just taking everything in. And being a Batman guy, I remember vividly when it cuts to Bruce Wayne going down in the Batcave essentially for the first time, and he's walking out in the suit. He's talking to Alfred as Alfred's playing with the voice modulator and stuff like that. But my brain is just taking in, oh, this is the new Batcave, or this is the new hideout, this is the new Alfred, this is the new, status quo. As I'm watching it, I realize I'm not even taking in some of the dialogue, because my buddy Ben hits me in the arm because Alfred makes a joke or makes an Easter egg reference to a phantasm. Because obviously we're huge fans of Mask of the Phantasm. I didn't even catch it because I was just
you're trying to take in the whole thing, but he goes like, or a phantasm. I remember catching that too. I'm like, oh, he said that. He said the thing. Yeah.
But I was the same. I was even the same, even though I don't love it as much. I still think it's a good movie. But I was the same way with the Batman when that came out, because I'm a Batman head. So my brain, the first time I watched it, I was like, Long Halloween, Dark Victory, Neil Adams. Like, my brain is just going off, and as opposed to just absorbing the movie. And then the second time I enjoyed it much more because I wasn't thinking about that. But anyway, just like with Unchained here, I felt the same way, like in terms of it being kind of like a religious experience. Like, you had Force Awakens, you had maybe Man of Steel and BvS. And like, I haven't really felt that way since. Maybe Last Jedi, but Last Jedi, as you guys know, has not aged anywhere near as good as BvS, in my opinion. So, and coming out of that theater was a very different experience. But I remember not being surprised by any of the, mixed reaction to BvS at the time. But even then, I felt that like there was stuff kind of missing out of the movie, or I felt that there wasn't like things explained as much as they could be. And then a week later, from the night of the premiere, the clip of the army guys coming down into the pit to find Luthor and Steppenwolf
they
came
put
out
that online.
And I was like, what is happening? And then immediately we started talking, and we were like, I think there's going to be an extended cut. And so Ben and I got both excited about that. And then of course we watched the Ultimate Edition, and every person
funny because when they dropped that clip, my whole take on it, and when I was like posting videos about it, I was like, oh my god, I was like, this is smart. They don't want to do what Marvel's doing and put it as a post-credit scene, so why not just like kind of do that? And maybe that's going to lead into an extended cut, because Zach is known to have director's cuts.
Right, he was already
he
known
had
for that,
Watchmen, he had and it's like he didn't have one for Man of Steel, but but he's had different cuts, and it was like, well, maybe that's going to lead to that. But I'm like, this is smart, because you release that online, it blows up, and people go, oh my god, that's what we're leading to when it comes to Justice League, as opposed to putting it in mid credits or whatever the fuck. I was like, smart, they're doing something different.
Right. Yeah. No, but
marketing, man, the marketing was wild.
The marketing,
Oh, the marketing was insane with that movie. Yeah.
I remember vividly. My sibling and I were trying our best to go see the BvS teaser at a movie theater. That was this big event. They're like, "Oh, go see it."
I remember when that happened. Yeah,
Zach, and we saw the teaser on YouTube, and then we found a footage of the teaser in the theater, and it's Zach's intro, the same teaser, but then it cuts to it, and before it says BvS or the whole name, just the logo, it cuts to the shot of Clark running, and then it's Bruce running, and it's both of them like about to put I was like, oh, that's like three shots out of the fight, and I was like, God.
I remember when that leaked online, because that it leaked online. Somebody did a bootleg, and somebody leaked it online, and I was like, I don't want to watch it. And then all of a sudden, I saw the shot of them running at each other, and went, oh my god! It was like, holy shit! It was crazy, but it's been quite an adventure. But keep going, Paul.
No, I was just saying, like, this is, and again, I'm not trying to detract from any other fan bases or anything like that, but this is what I will talk to you about. And again, it's also just the environment as well of film, and and like the genre itself. But like, this is what I try to explain to people, because it's like 10 years ago. There are kids now that I can talk to who are like 20 years old that were like 10 when that movie came out, right?
Crazy? Oh.
But I have to explain sometimes too. It's like the reason why I'm not getting excited as much about, at least the DCU stuff. You guys know where I stand with the Matt Reeves universe, which I'm actually very excited about. And not just because it's Batman, just because I think it's a much better handled universe. But again, that's up for debate. But I try to explain. I'm like, listen, you don't understand. Like, the hype levels, the fan anticipation, even for the Snyder cut. Like, I can tell when people are legitimately like debating and discussing these films, and I'm not seeing that on the same level from, the Gunn stuff, or at least like, I mean, but again, it's also, I think too, because Gunn is, trying to give fans more what they want, or he's trying to get a more like, or he's trying to appease many different people, whereas Zach is just kind of hitting the ground running and just saying like, no, this is what this is. If you want
to, you're with that, yeah.
Right. If you want to join in, come on in. But like, this is it. And so that to me gets people, I think, a lot more talking about it and more discussing it, because I still discuss with people at length about these films and about what they mean to me, and like I said, don't get me wrong. There's toxic fandom on both sides for sure. We've discussed that multiple times on here, which is why Phil and I like this space, because we're just kind of allowed to talk out loud and share good opinions and stuff. And, we don't always agree, but like, that's how it goes. But I have benefited like so much from just being a fan of, I've always been a fan of DC, but being a fan of Zach's with his influence on DC and all that stuff, and these discussing, I've made lifelong friends. I've expanded my platform, I guess, or whatever, just by, and or people on this platform and becoming friends with them. And just, just by discussing this art and discussing like what these movies mean, because it's a lot of what I saw on through social media, through Twitter and everything else too, is that, there are obviously people who still shit on this movie, and I get it, like, it is what it is. But one of the best arguments that I have found with fans of this movie and fans of the Snyderverse in general is that their best defense that they always come out with is like, listen, if these movies were truly bad, like truly bad, they still wouldn't be discussed all these years later. Like, it would have come and gone. Like, we don't talk about Catwoman. We don't talk about Ang Lee's Hulk that much. You know, they get brought up in like random videos, or they get brought up. People aren't talking about Love and Thunder. You know what I mean? Like, these movies.
I brought up the point that, you know, what was the counter that MCU put out there? You don't talk about Civil War this much.
I mean, I love Civil War.
Civil War is not, and I'm not shitting on Civil War. It's got great moments. It's got, you know, things that are enjoyable, and it's a very enjoyable, you know, Avengers 2.5 kind of movie. But at the same time, people aren't bringing up Civil War like they bring up BvS. Like when I posted that, and it's still getting likes, by the way. I'm like, I have my notifications up on Twitter. I posted this 2 days ago? Yeah, on the 25th. I said 10 years ago, Batman vs. Superman, oh man, when this trailer dropped, which is the Comic-Con trailer, the second trailer, and which I watched, obviously, you know, when I open up the stream, it's still getting likes. But then, of course, I still get people that just show up and have to rag on. I'm like, and I love that, because I'm like, what I almost go, I just start asking questions. First, I'll be like, yeah, cool story, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, you thought it was going to be like a great superhero movie, and then you're like, oh yeah, it ended up being garbage. I'm like, cool, man. And then he goes, well, it's the truth. I'm like, no, that's your truth. Okay, that's not my truth and other people's truth. I know you probably think very highly of your opinion, but that's an opinion. And and then I'll just bring up the fact that you felt the necessity to comment on this post just shows you the impact that Batman versus Superman has on this in the superhero genre. Thank you for stopping by. You know, it's like I'm almost like trying to prove to the point of the haters that, you know, you could just like walk away. You know, you don't have to comment. You don't have to say anything. If the movie's irrelevant and it's a shit sandwich, then why do you have why do you have the necessity to try to like, no, it sucks? And no, because it's got this cultural impact to the genre, and even 10 years later, you know,
that's why I've always been just sort of thrown off by Warner Brothers. And again, I'm not saying that, like, you know, one universe is better than the other, but like more so than anything, and I said it to you as far back as Full Circle. I've always felt this way. You know, the DC they thrive in the multiverse as it is. I think they do better with darker material personally. Like, that's my take, but you know, utilize, you know, that fan base, because like I mean, for better or worse, I mean, people would watch Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 out of pure hatred. Like, they would do it just so that they can totally. You know what I mean? Like, it's like utilize that, let people enjoy what they enjoy. I mean, you can have your James Gunn if that's what Paramount, I guess, wants to do going forward, whether that merger goes through or not, or whatever the case is. I think it's a done deal at this point, but you know, whatever the future holds, like, if one thing is getting all of this attention, like, why not utilize it? Like, even Zach has joked about that many, many times. But as it stands, as far as BvS goes, its influence is insurmountable. Like, you can hate that movie all you want, but if you look at how much influence it's had, and not just hit that, Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's Justice League as well, those films have influenced the genre immensely. Even Chris Nolan, who's friends with Zach, has said Zach has been one of the most influential directors on the comic book genre. You know, the Russos themselves, who are probably one of the best things to happen to the MCU, have said that they stole from Zach, or that his influence. Yeah,
they've had the impact. Yeah,
right.
I mean, so I really love that interview with the Russos and Zach. I mean, it was a nice over pizza or whatever when they were eating pizza.
Yeah.
And it was a nice little, like, you know, kind of just, you know, a good sit down between, you know, the two brothers who've when it comes to the superhero space, they've created the biggest movies. And then you got Zach, you know, and then the as much praise, and I loved that they gave so much praise to the Snyder Cut, which was great. And it's just like, yeah, and when people, I know there was conspiracy theories out there, like, oh yeah, you know, Jeff Johns leaked to Kevin Feige what Zach's plans were, and that's why Endgame and people were trying to make a correlation. I'm like, no, I mean, maybe there were some things like time travel and stuff. Maybe that was like, like, oh yeah, they're doing time travel over here. Should we do it over here? Sure. And there could have been something like that where it was like a correlation. But I was seeing some crazy. I mean, during like Endgame times, when people were like, they fucking stole this. I'm like, what are you talking? Like, no, there was not going to be anything where the whole group goes back in time. What do you? It was like there's going to be time travel, but not like that. It was going to be a whole different. No, stop it. You know, it was like, you know, fans being fans, you know, naturally. But there was definitely an inspiration. Especially when you watch Endgame and you see some of those shots, and you go, oh, that's Zack Snyder inspired. Or even in Infinity War, you know?
Yeah, the Russos were definitely inspired by Zack, and I definitely think that was the case. Look, as far as Jeff Johns and Kevin Feige, I definitely think that something did happen there. But it's kind of like, I mean, this happens throughout movie history quite often. You have Bugs Life, Ants, you have Deep Impact, Armageddon, competing movie studios. People think that it's a really large business, and it is, but at the end of the day, like, everyone knows everybody. Like, everyone has their, you know, their fingers in other pies. Like, people are hearing things. So, I mean, some things definitely leak for sure. I think that
I don't doubt that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, if
I'm not sitting here thinking that Jeff Johns was like sitting with Kevin Feige, like, here's the script, you know, like in a dark room.
But he probably did share details. I wouldn't be
I'm
surprised.
sure
They go back a long way. I mean, and I definitely do think, because I mean, you know my opinion on the man, and Phil has made his opinion quite clear. Like, I definitely think that Jeff Johns wanted to situate himself as the Feig of DC, and it backfired dramatically.
Okay, but that's why I push back on the whole conspiracies, because, like, if he was going to do that, why would he reveal the secrets of what they're doing to the competition?
Again, I don't know. I mean, I think
that's the thing. I
think it's possible Jeff might have wanted to do something different. I really don't know. I mean, Jeff definitely
he definitely did. But like the whole thing of him, like, oh yeah, I'm just going to reveal everything to Kevin Feige. That seemed, if he was trying to be the Feige of DC, that would seem like
counterproductive.
Yeah. It's just like, because why share it to the competition? You know.
And I don't think I don't think there was stuff shared. Maybe there was, maybe there isn't. But I do know that both of them came up through Donner.
Yeah,
they both were there, so they have that connection to it. So I'm like, all right, that's probably why they have, besides just working in the same industry, of connecting in passing ways.
But it's like I said, I only subscribe to that conspiracy only so much, because as I've said before, there are so many. You can see so many different other parallels with other competing companies doing similar films at the same time. Look, even if things hadn't got sabotaged with Zack and his universe, like, and that stuff got wrapped up, right now they're doing Doomsday and Secret Wars. You can't tell me that DC wouldn't be doing some sort of crisis event at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's also interesting too, because, you know, listening to Zack, especially recently on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, and I always go, when I see the theories out there from the diehard fans, and I'm going, can you just listen to Zack? He even said during that podcast, and he said this to me privately, was like, his whole thing was like, I wanted to just tell a Superman story from start to finish, and that's what Man of Steel, BvS, and then Justice League 1, 2, and 3. It was going to be a 5-part story arc. Obviously, you know, he mentioned, even like when we were talking, or even when I was talking to the guy I was connected with, he was like, yeah, it kind of went back and forth where they were going to do just 2 movies, which that was originally, I think, announced that there was going to be 2 movies. And then there was a point where it's going to be 3 movies. And then, you know, there's like a whole thing, obviously the studio being the studio. But I mean, he even said on the Happy, Sad, and Confused, it was like, he wasn't trying to be a Feige. He wanted to just tell a story about Superman in a world that had the other characters. And then that was it. And he's all, he had an endpoint.
It's also why he let everything, you know, Patty do Wonder Woman and James Wan do Aquaman. And like, that was the idea.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, his backstory for Wonder Woman was vastly different from what we saw.
Oh yeah, that too.
The 1850. I mean, he wrote a whole treatment for the backstory of Wonder Woman with the 1858 or whatever, you know. And then of course they took that picture where she's holding a bag of fucking heads, you know. And then his version was very R-rated. some of those details didn't even come out, but I heard those details and it was like, whoa. And so he had a very different take, but at the same time, he's very collaborative. And once they were trying to do that, he was like, okay, yeah, let's do that. And whatever the hell, but he was never meant to be like, oh yeah, it's this, it's that. And then, hey, let's bring all these people. He just wanted to tell his story and then he was going to be done.
Yeah.
You know, it was never supposed to be, he never thought, oh yeah, and then we can make this spin-off movie and this, you know, we can make this Batman movie, we can make this. But he was very, you know, obviously he knew the space that he was in, so he was very like collaborative and like, all right, yeah, you know, Ben, let's talk about this movie, like your Batman movie. And Patty, let's talk about your Wonder Woman movie. James, let's talk about your Aquaman movie. But he always just had a clear finish line. It was, you know, Feige doesn't have a finish line. He's just like, let's keep on fucking going. You know, there's, you know, the MCU does not have a finish line. The DCEU, the Snyderverse, had a finish line. And that's even if they had ideas of like, because Jay Oliva even said that, oh yeah, we kind of thought, oh wow, what if we had a Kingdom Come type of story later on? And I still, fingers fucking crossed, fingers, toes, eyes, balls crossed. I'm like, let's fucking have that Kingdom Come Snyder fucking movie, and it could be a two-parter or it's going to be a very long goddamn movie. I still think that could be a possibility where it's like, yeah, what are the Snyderverse versions of these characters like in 15 years? And who better to do a Kingdom Come type of story than Zach because of the deconstruction of characters and shit like that. And I still kind of hope that 5, you know, hopefully not 10. I don't know. It could happen where it's like, hey, you have this story that kind of does wrap up the Snyderverse. That's why I'm like, Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 is not happening live action. It's just not going to happen. I mean, they were literally in production 10 years ago, 2016. It's just, you know, it's so far along now. It's like, put those stories in a comic book or animation or both, and then maybe down the line we can have some kind of, hey, where are the characters now? Hey, here's the backstory. This is what happened in between that we didn't get to do. Go ahead and check that out. And then we have this story that's kind of like a Kingdom Come story within the Snyderverse. That's what I kind of like can hope for. Because I mean, I think, Justice League 2 and 3 live action, not happening. We're too far along now. And I think that's got to be let go for sure. But I don't think it's too far along for, you know, comic book or animation, which is another thing he said during that podcast with Josh Horowitz, that he's had many discussions about doing an animation or a comic book. And he's even said that to me. He said that on here. And I hate it when fans just leave that part out. I'm like, you guys are just going to leave that out because your narrative is that, restoration. It's going to be a restoration. And then when they talk about the restoration of the Snyderverse, they bring up a poster that has, you know, Ben Affleck's Batman movie, the Ayer cut. They even want another version of the Snyder cut that has Wayne T. Carr put back into it. They want Man of Tomorrow with Henry Cavill, and they want all these other movies to slate. I'm like, that's not what Zach wanted. He just wanted to tell a story, and then he was done. Right. Whatever would have came out of it, sure. But at the same
my expectations at this point, like, yeah, I'd like to see a lot of those things. But at the very least, I think what Warner Brothers or Paramount could do is give us the Ayer cut and give us at least a Schumacher cut of Batman Forever.
Ayer cut, I don't see the Ayer cut ever happening.
I mean, it's there. It's possible to do. I mean, from everything that David Ayer has said online and stuff. The
reason why I don't see the Ayer cut happening because, well, first off, Jared Leto continues to be a controversial character. And what does the Ayer cut mainly have? More Jared Leto. And then, of course, you know, after Tron bombed, everybody's like, okay, can we? I've seen so many people go, stop giving Jared Leto this. And I think he's too controversial.
Yeah, I get it.
And that's the bad part. And I hate to say it because I do want to see the Ayer cut, and I've always supported it. But I just go, the original Suicide Squad made over $700 million. It was a hit. It was a hit in the box office. And, you know, that's not the same as the Snyder cut because, you know, Justice League bombed. And then there was this whole big push for the Snyder cut. that the Ayer cut push just is a fraction of. I really wish, you know, and I've said this many times where I'm like, I really wish that Zach, while he was pitching the Snyder cut, he was pitching the Ayer cut too. Like he didn't leave because he could have he got $70 million to finish the fucking Snyder cut. He could have just here's $4 or $5 million, David Ayer, finish your cut, and they could have had a joint. They could have had a joint release.
I'm trying to think because I think Ayer was trying to give a budget. $7 million. Okay,
that's what he needed. Yeah, I heard things. Okay. Yeah, it was $7 million he was trying to get for the cut, and yeah, I mean, sad fact of the matter is when you have, and then you had a follow up Suicide Squad, and then there's no mention of even talking about doing another Suicide Squad, and then the time frame. It's been 10 years. August is going to be 10 years since Suicide Squad. You know, when it came to the time frame between Justice League and the Snyder cut, it's 4 years. You know, I mean, there's just, and that's why I just, you know, I just try to be logical about it. That's all.
I've grown up with so many director's cuts. I mean, we're talking about the Donner cut for God's sake. So I think for fans it would be nice. I mean, nice. I'm obviously not a Jared Leto. You know, I don't like to prop him up too much, obviously, but it is what it is. It's just part of the, you know, the makeup of the movie. I mean, listen, Will Smith isn't doing too great right now either. You know,
too, I mean,
it is what it is.
There's so many factors, and maybe you want to, you know, and I thought this year would be a perfect time to do it because it's been 10 years. Hey, here's a different version, but I mean, there is a difference between releasing a different cut, which they did. They did release an extended cut. You know, that showed more Joker and Harley, but I don't know, but the fact that we know that the tone is going to be different, it's going to be more aligned to that first teaser that we got at Comic-Con. Yeah. I just don't see. It's like, maybe I don't know if Paramount's going to see oh yeah, we should do that. Do it. Cool. And I'm totally be fuck yeah. But in my business, the business brain, I go, I don't see them want to revisit that because there's no Suicide Squad. There's no big time calling for it. The Snyder cut, where there was a big, huge movement for it. There was a time, and there's a whole thing that happened. That's why I was like, damn it, why didn't Zach just pitch both and have that? He could have had both. I think at the same time, he was so focused on just his story, you know.
The thing is though too, it's not even just that. Warner Brothers has changed hands so many times at this point we don't care anymore. But we have to remember the establishment that was in that moment at that time, HBO or HBO Max or whatever, they were the guys that greenlit the Snyder cut. It wasn't Toby Emmerich, you know. Toby Emmerich finally
Jason
just
was Jason Kilar was the one. Yeah.
Right. But Toby eventually relented and they did a thing. And I think the Snyder cut has been profitable to the best of my knowledge. But if Zach had gone to bat for Ayer, which I think he could have, I mean, Emmerich doesn't want to bring up another. I mean, granted, neither BvS or Suicide Squad were failures financially. Justice League was, but it just brings up another thing of saying, hey, here's another thing the studio fucked up, because while this movie was hated and it did well, this other version exists, which is a better version of the movie, basically. So I think it would have been hard for him to even get it out because the studio just was not supportive of it. They didn't want to show more failure. I think it's a godsend that the current people who are running Warner Brothers Studios are there. Mike DeLuca and Pam. I always forget.
Pam Abdi.
Pam Abdi. Yeah, they're terrific. I mean,
they're awesome.
The fact that both Sinners and One Battle After Another and Weapons all came out in the same year is incredible. So I mean, I'm just saying.
They had a phenomenal year. It just sucked that the first big movie that they were probably open for, which is The Bride, that thing fucking tanked. Which I was I had no interest in that, and it's not that I'm
I'm not against Maggie Gyllenhaal or
No.
Christian Bale.
It has nothing to do with like.
Yeah.
It's just I saw it and I went into it hoping for the best because I hadn't seen Hamnet yet, so I wasn't familiar with Jessie Buckley because she's only. But then I realized when I looked her up, I was like, oh, she was in that movie Men, that Alex Garland movie, which was a weird.
Love that movie. Yeah.
Dude, that movie was a mind
fucked.
That was a mind fuck of a. That was one of those movies where you walk away. I'm like, that was a good movie. That fucked with my head. I don't know if I need to see it again because the final act is fucking disturbing, and you know what I'm talking about, Ronan. Yes. I was squirming in my fucking chair when I was watching. I was going, "What the?" I was like, "What is this?"
I know of the movie. I haven't seen it, but remind me, Jessie Buckley. Isn't she? Buckley, didn't she just win for Hamnet or something?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And good for her because she's probably like looking at The Bride thinking that was going to be like her next big thing. It's her, Christian Bale, it's Frankenstein and The Bride. And it just tanked. And when I watched it halfway through the movie, I was going, what the fuck is this trying to be? Like, I didn't know what it was trying to be. Like the performances are good. Both of them are doing what they need to do, but the script, somebody needed to take that script and go, okay, this right here is not working. This is not working. You need there was no clear, like, I know she was trying to be like, oh yeah, we're going to try to make The Bride more. And it was like, kind of like hey, it's like a feminist kind of thing, but there's a way to do it. And she didn't do it. It was like, I was like, no, this is not the way. It was just, it was shot very well too. It looked great. Everything was going for it, but the script, somebody needed to rewrite that script.
I saw the trailer and I didn't go out to see it, but but again, I thought maybe it wasn't really made for me either. But I remember watching the trailer and kind of just being like, who is this? Yeah. Who is this made for? Like,
yes, I thought that too when I saw the trailer, but of course I just go see shit. And it was definitely like I the way it started, I was going, okay, I'm with it. First act, okay, but halfway through the second act, I'm going, I don't know what the fuck this is trying to be. I'm like, I don't. Yeah,
it sucks too. Obviously, I don't think this is one of those cases where like movies are being made at the same time, but like and it's a very, very different take, obviously. But you have like Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein that like just came out. And then if you're going into The Bride, having experienced that movie, your expectations are probably thrown for. I thought Frankenstein was one of the best movies that came out.
Frankenstein was awesome.
I was surprised how much I loved it. I didn't expect to love it as much as I did. I expected to be enticed by, Guillermo's, visual style and, but it was like a.
But Oscar Isaac and Jacob Elordi just fucking.
They crushed it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I was like, look at you, Jacob Elordi. I mean, just like his voice and the way that he would you're like, God damn. I mean, you're making Frankenstein. I mean, he made it his own big time. I mean, and then that's what's great is like, he's a tall, dark, and handsome fucking dude. And you try to ugly him up. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, they did a good job, but there was something very still beautiful about him, which I think that's what Guillermo was really going for was, we're going to ugly you up, but you're still going to be beautiful in an ugly way. And they nailed that. When I saw like the full, I'm like, it's fucking horrific, but it's also beautiful at the same time. I'm like, that's Guillermo right there. That's his style. He makes ugly things look beautiful. It's kind of, he just has that sense to him. That's what makes him a fucking, legend.
Right. And you could tell he was a huge fan of like the book and like, he wanted to try and do it justice and stuff. So yeah, like, I mean, I'm glad the movie got made. I'm glad. I wish it had gotten a little more theatrical exposure.
I wish I would have saw it in the theater.
Yeah. Well, I'm always lucky because at least for the most part, when I'm not living in Florida half the time, I'm down right. I told you about the Coolidge, in Brookline, Mass, which they get access to the Netflix stuff. I've seen The Killer. I saw The Irishman. I've seen Frankenstein.
Dude, if I cannot see the Cliff Booth movie in the theaters, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
That's a goal of mine this year. I'm like,
dude, they announced it's coming out in August, but they said it's just gonna be on Netflix in August, and I'm like, hey, Teddy Sarandos, you said you were gonna be more, open about theatricals. This movie needs to be on the big screen. Please put it out there for a little bit, because I don't want to watch this at home at first. I want to watch. This is Cliff Booth. This is Brad Pitt's Academy Award winning movie. It's directed by David Fincher, written by Quentin Tarantino. You put this thing in the movie theater, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
This you can't. I'm fingers fucking crossed that they put that movie in the theater.
It's aggravating from Netflix, like looking at Netflix as a model, because on one hand, I give them props. They are kind of, they're smart enough to go, because they have so much extra money. They just can go out and go like, okay, Guillermo, what movie do you want to make? I want to make Frankenstein. Here you go. Go nuts.
See, that's the double-edged sword, is they will do that, but then it's like, but you get
we're playing it in 5 theaters in the entire world.
Little or no theatrical. And it's like, fuck, they have so much money to throw around. And see, this is where Amazon kind of has more. I mean, look at Amazon. I mean, fucking Project Hail Mary is funded. It's distributed by Amazon, and they were able to just be like, here, here's your budget. We got you. And it ended up, look at how big this movie's being. It's not like, gargantuan. It's not, that, but it's so much hype behind it. There's so much
talking about it.
People just keep on talking about it. And I'm curious to see the box office this weekend, to see the drop. I think it's going to be a small drop, because people are just the good word of mouth of this movie.
Oh, it's doing very well. And and on the television side, Apple TV is finally kicking off. Like, they finally are getting all of their prestige shows like out now, like in terms of like it's paid off. Like, you got Severance, you got The Studio, you've got Pluribus. Like, I mean, things are paying off for them. Pluribus is it's basically just a very interesting take on Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah. When I heard it was alien stuff, I was like, oh man, it's so up my alley.
But no, it's good, because they have time to breathe, because it's done by the guys who did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. The character work is
who's
intense.
also done X-Files. Vince Gilligan has also done X-Files.
Well, so he's going back to his roots, which is great. The best thing I like about Pluribus, really, though, I was talking to a friend of mine who just got done watching it, and we were talking about it for a couple hours, and I said, I'm so happy for Vince, because like a lot of artists will always just keep trying to, go back and, reclaim their fame. And it's like, Vince is smart enough to know, listen, I've been involved with Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, which are two of the most like beloved fan-wise and critically acclaimed shows of the last like decade, if not more so.
Both of those were 5 seasons, right? Both of those were 5 seasons.
Yes. It was,
so like he did a perfect, like, hey, I had basically 10 years of great television, and then he made a shit ton of money probably from that. So he's comfortable where he's not trying to. He's probably a very smart guy. He probably didn't blow it off on all stupid shit. He probably like. He seems like a very smart guy. He's not trying to be in the limelight and like buy sports cars and mansions and shit like that. So he is in such a comfortable spot where it's like, what do I want to do next? I'm trying to do a Vince Gilligan impression. I've heard his voice. He's got a no, but I'm like, then he just like, it took a little bit for to be like, all right, this is the next thing. And they teased what it was going to be. I wish I would have just jumped on it right away. But I didn't have Apple TV, and then I got spoiled with I didn't get spoiled with things that happen in it, thank God, but I got spoiled with the overall theme of it's like a like you said, invasions of the body snatchers kind of thing. It's an alien thing, but then that made me go, oh fuck, why have I not watched this yet? And because
but you know what, but it doesn't ruin the show, because
no, it doesn't.
When you look at Breaking Bad, and I did for a long time, because my roommate got me into it, and at the time it was I think it was just about wrapping up season 3 at that time, I think. And he was already obsessed. Like, he had watched every episode as it aired. He'd already gotten all the seasons on DVD, and so he was taking me through the first 2 seasons. And both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, in my opinion, are basically slow burns. Like, don't get me wrong, crazy things happen. But they're both slow burns. And by the time you get to season 3 on both shows, everything just picks up, and it comes to that point that where you're waiting just for the next episode, or if you're watching it on DVD, you're just immediately going on to the next episode to watch.
Oh yeah, I remember like I saw it was like it was season 5. It was getting towards the end actually. And I was at my cousin's. Me and my brother flew up to my cousin's up in like the San Francisco area. And we spent the weekend there. And, you know, it was Sunday. Obviously, that's when they showed the new shows on AMC. We had watched football, and I got pretty damn drunk. And they were like, hey, we're going to watch the new episode of Breaking Bad. If you haven't watched it, you probably want to leave. And I was like, I'm not moving. I'm comfortable. I'm like, you know, feeling pretty drunk. And it was the episode. It was like the episode where it ends with, you know, fuck, I'm trying to remember characters. Obviously, you have Walter, and he's in the back of. It was when Jesse and him like, fuck, I'm trying to remember the details. But it basically, Hank. That's what I was trying to think. Hank has already knows that Walter is Heisenberg, and so they're in the desert, and because he was trying to find like the buried cache.
Oh, did you watch Ozymandias?
Is that what it was? That was the one that's called? Because it ends with the cartel dudes or not the cartel
dude.
Dudes.
That's like the worst episode to start on.
That was the first episode.
That's like the
I watched.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I mean, it's the best episode.
Yeah.
But it's also like.
Yeah, it ends with them fucking just, and then of course Walter is like ducking in the back seat of the Suburban, like
that's
like you know,
that's
and then
like if you were watching the Watchmen movie and you're just at Ozymandias. Funny enough, Ozymandias like hideout at the end, like you literally got to the end. So
that's what I watched at first, and I was like, man, I should really watch this series. And during that time, I know during that time I was unemployed. I had you know, I was in between jobs, so I was up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning binging Breaking Bad just to make it because it was like 2 weeks probably to the series finale, and I was like, I'm gonna make it to the series finale. So I was watching the entire thing, and then like I said, there's so many cliffhangers where you just gotta go like, fuck, I gotta watch another one. I gotta see what happens. I remember being in my room watching it on my Mac that I had. You know, it'd be 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just like, I could watch another one. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, and like season 3, by the time we were in season 3, like he had it on DVD, and we would just it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'd be like, all right, play the next episode, like because he was so elated because he knew that I was struggling with the first season and 2. Like, not that they're bad seasons or anything, but in my opinion, the show. Like it's like a slow build up train basically, but like Gus Fring, when Gus Fring comes into the show, that's when like the extra coal gets added to the furnace and the train kicks into gear basically. You know?
That's season 3. Yeah. I mean that was like the element that it needed. It needed that. It's like, where do you take? I mean, that's the brilliance of that writing. It was like, because the concept is, you know, with just a teacher teaming up with an ex-student to fucking cook meth. It was like how, you know, they did so much with just that concept with the first 2 seasons. It was like, what the fuck can you do? So then when you introduce Gus and then you introduce Saul, those were like perfect elements to just add to the whole story.
Like I was saying earlier with Pluribus, you know, at that time when Breaking Bad was out, I mean, there was other shows where like, you know, you had Weeds, you had a few other ones that like were shows that started off really strong or this controversial idea, and then the show just kind of like de-evolves or isn't as good or just falls flat after a while. So I was expecting Breaking Bad to do that.
Yeah.
Even by the time of like season 2, I think I must have been a little further along than season 3 because basically, if you remember how season 2 ends with the planes. I was like, come on, man. And he was like, no, dude, listen, this is the most crazy the show is going to get. There's still going to be crazy things, but trust me. I was like, okay. And then after that moment, then the show, like I said, it just got progressively better. And the same thing happens with Better Call Saul, but it's after Chuck leaves the show. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But again, Chuck's an amazing character. But after Chuck goes, every episode becomes about Saul and the cartel. And I remember watching the episodes as they would come out, because it also started to become Mike's show as well, as much as it was Saul's show. And every time the episode would end, it felt like I'd only been watching it for like 10 minutes and the episode was already over. And I was like, God damn it. You got to wait for
good writing, man. It's just good writing.
Yeah.
You know?
But anyway, Vince has more than proven himself with his team and his writers, and them working on both shows, not even counting El Camino. So he's doing what a few artists only have the balls to really do, which is like, okay, I've already proven myself. I don't need to live up to anything. I've done it twice, which is almost impossible. The only one who's had as good a run is maybe doing the guy who did Cheers and Frasier. You know what I mean? In terms of like two excellent shows back to back. But anyway, so he's just going carte blanche, making a show, doing the same character work from those other shows, but in this new universe and stuff. Now you haven't seen anything of Pluribus, right?
No, I haven't watched one episode yet. No.
All right. I'm going to spoil one scene for you. You'll probably forget it by the time you actually do get around to it, Dave, because I know you got a lot. You always got a lot going on anyway.
Yeah.
So
I'll take another shot and then I'll forget about it.
There's another character that's not another character that's not affected the same way that she's not infected.
Not affected by the alien stuff. Yeah.
Right. And I think he's located either in Mexico or in South America. And he's making his way up to Albuquerque where she's located and stuff. But he's been in isolation the whole time, whereas she has been trying to deal with the aliens and, who have come into her life and trying to figure out like what they are. He stayed completely isolated and trying to figure it out from an area like, the aliens want to take care of you though at the same time. So it's very interesting. But anyway, at one point he eventually leaves his hideout or his house and he goes to his car and there's this terrific scene. It's at night. And as you may already know, the aliens, they aren't forceful. They aren't violent. They just assimilate. Think kind of like the Unity virus from Rick and Morty. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
But they lose sort of their personality. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
So he goes to his car to start making the trip up to go to the main character. And he hears a voice and it cuts to the street, like across from where his car is. And there's an older woman, but she's shrouded in darkness, but you can make out a shape. You can make out that it's an old lady.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to realize that it's his mother. And she's like, don't fight us. We're here for you. We want to help you and we want you to join us as well. Like we want unity basically, or whatever, like they're trying to be as nice as possible about it. And she's a very, very sweet old lady. And he looks at her and he goes to his car and he's like, my mom was always an asshole or something like that. And he gets in his car and drives away. And I was like, that sums up the entire fucking show. Like that scene. And when I saw that moment, I was like, I'm sold. Like this show it's doing
the thing that,
it's doing the same thing that the other shows have done. But again, it's a slow burn.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are complaining about it being a slow burn, but I'm like, if you haven't watched Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, like it's the same thing. Like he builds and builds and builds. The thing is though, same idea. You have to pay attention. Like you really have to pay attention because the unity or whatever you want to call it, there's another name for it in the show, but they don't lie per se, but they definitely keep things, they omit details. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Okay.
And you have to pay attention. It's great.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I always forget about it and I'm like, God damn it. I need to fire that up. I need to just like get Apple TV or use my mom's. So it's like one of those things, but I think this is a good spot to end it right here. Of course, just ending it with some BvS talk and, leading into some Vince Gilligan talk, because why not? The dude's a fucking madman. It's funny how so many times that will happen when we bring up Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and all that kind of stuff, especially when Ernie has been here. We've had delved into some of that stuff. So, but of course, thank you to Phil. Thank you to William, who also joined tonight. We'll go around the horn. Ronan, I don't know if you're still there. I know you said you had to go. Okay, you can say a proper goodbye.
I didn't want to get spoilers, so I started watching Baywatch photos from the new show. I was like, I'm looking at the girls.
Well, I didn't go too much into spoilers.
Okay, cool.
So to speak, but yeah, no, I don't try to do that. I try to avoid those if I can.
All
right, so go ahead and promote yourself.
A bunch of Star Wars stuff. So Maul Shadowlord.
When is that coming out? When's Maul coming out?
April 6th.
Okay,
so
that's
Monday. It's on a Monday. Not this Monday, but the following one.
Following one, two Mondays, or the following Monday. Yeah, cool.
We're gonna be covering a lot of Maul Shadowlord. Obviously, until the movie comes out, I'm dropping a bunch of Mandalorian stuff every week, and then just trying to balance stuff between Daredevil and Invincible, and maybe some anime I'll sprinkle down the line. But I gotta time it right.
Nice. All right, and then Paul, what do you got?
I'll give you a quick life update because I don't have anything really. No, I am trying to get some more writing done. I can talk to you about that in private if you want and stuff. It's just more of my commitment to it. I'm trying to develop this story and stuff. I've got an artist lined up, but we're still trying to figure out a few different things and whatnot. But I'm also at the same time trying to get my house ready for the summertime for the rentals and everything. And then I've got to, go down to Florida for the summer and dealing with that kind of stuff too. So doing some investing here and there. So I'm all over the map with a lot of different things, but I have nothing really to promote. I'm just a guy that loves multimedia and comic books, as you know.
That if BvS wasn't a thing, he would not be on this stream.
I wouldn't. Yeah. So hats off to Zach, and I love those movies. I love the Snyderverse. So, whatever happens down the line, I hope it's something cool, but with Warner Brothers is, they can't get out of their own way, in my opinion. And I mean that as a company. I mean, particularly Zaslav right now too. So that's just its own thing, but we'll see what the future brings. We'll see what happens. But anyway, Dave, thanks again for having me on tonight, man. I always appreciate it. And if anyone here on the stream wants to follow me, I'm at PMickey1988 on Instagram, and Paul Panhook on Vero, though at this point I probably should just get rid of the Vero at this point. No,
I mean, Vero never just blew up. I mean, I stopped using it too, or I was like, all right, I did it for because Zach was heavily promoted, and it was always buggy on my phone. It just never was like a big thing. So I don't even post on it anymore. And then now Zach's on Instagram. It's like, Jesus Christ. So it's like, there you go. Exactly. And he's getting so much traction.
He's already at 700,000 followers or something, right?
He'll probably be at 1 million come summer or something like that. I mean, if he keeps on posting some random shit from, especially when it comes to DC stuff. But I'm really, I'm rooting for his last Photograph movie.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
I really hope that movie ends up showing some of the detractors out there, like, oh yeah, this guy can do stuff like this. It's like, yeah. We're trying to tell you.
Is there any word on any more stuff dealing with like Rebel Moon? I did get to watch the director's cut of at least part 1, but I haven't watched part 2 yet.
There hasn't been anything Netflix related that it's I don't know. I it's so weird. It's such a weird thing. I haven't heard anything behind the scenes. It's weird how it just all of a sudden the Zack Snyder train at Netflix kind of just stopped after the director's cuts came out, and that was that was 2024. There hasn't been anything, mentioned or any green light or anything moving forward. And that was 2024 was when those came out. And
so the only thing is the comics.
Comics and the game.
Comics and I
think the game that came out.
The comics and games are still going. I know Gail Simone was writing Nemesis and stuff, and she had a lot of good things to say about that. It seems like they're still keeping it alive, so I don't know. But I know that I think at Netflix, a guy, what's his name? Dan Lin, I think, or something like that. He's not exact. It's kind of known that he's not exactly like
Zach
a huge fan of Snyder. So
I peed next to him after one of the.
That's a weird thing to bring up, but okay.
Oh no, I brought it up before. It was like Rebel Moon. I don't know if it was part 1 or part 2. It wasn't the director's cut.
All right.
I went into the bathroom of the Egyptian over in LA, and I just looked over. I'm like, holy shit, I'm peeing next to Dan Lin. I should pee on his shoe.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the important thing is you didn't actually pee on him, so that's
it was just funny because because there was dividers. It wasn't like it was like, hey, nice watch,
like to like, that might be the where they might play Cliff Booth. If we can somehow get it, I'll hit you up and be like, yo, they're playing at the Egyptian Theater. I'm going. You going? And we'll probably end up watching it there.
Okay, yeah. Cool. But when it comes to the Cliff Booth movie, huh? They probably will show it there. I will venture out to LA for that for sure.
I'm gonna be in Florida, so chances are very minimal that it will probably be playing. I mean,
you never know.
It depends what part of Florida you're basically in. It's kind of like Texas in that like there are more artsy areas and there are more like, tourist areas, and so you have to kind of gauge and stuff. But I'll look in to see what's available. If not, fuck it, I'll fucking fly to LA. We'll go out.
Yeah, we'll have a night. All right, thanks, boys. This has been great. Great conversations. And again, thank you to Phil and thank you to William for joining tonight. And thank you guys who've been sticking around this whole time. We love you, and we love BvS. We'll talk to you later.
See ya.